Chapter 430, One No Choice Left. Chapter 430, One No Choice Left. Chapter 431, No Choice Left. A Divine Phoenix Island, Back Mountains, Vermilion Bird Palace. Divine Phoenix Island's third elder, Mu Yenjua, strode out of the Vermilion Bird Palace, scowling. Third elder. A pair of maids outside of the Vermilion Bird Palace bowed to Mu Yenjua. Mu Yenjua only gave a light humph, not bothering to reply to them. As he stepped 100 feet away from the entrance of the main hall, Mu Yenjua waved his sleeves and then flew away. Although there were no rules stating that one could not fly at the Vermilion Bird Palace's front square, Vermilion Bird Palace was still the palace of Mu Yuhuang, and also where the supreme power of the Vermilion Bird faction lay. A normal person would only fly outside of the square, and then walk in, but Mu Yenjua no longer bothered to pay attention to any manners or rules. The conversation he had with Mu Yuhuang just a while ago had left him very unhappy. The Saintess engagement ceremony that he had proposed had been pushed back by Mu Yuhuang. She had found some random excuse to turn it down, and now it was extended indefinitely. A sound transmission talisman, lit in front of Mu Yenjua. The one who had contacted him was Great Elder Mu Chihua. Mu Yenjua frowned. His relationship with the Great Elder was average. There were many complex power struggles within the intricate internal stage of Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yenjua was the third elder and represented a faction. As for Mu Chihua, he also represented another faction. Between these two great factions, there were many places in which they naturally conflicted. This had led to the relationship between Mu Yenjua and Mu Chihua being discordant. This was unavoidable. Mu Yenjua hesitated, and then flew to the Fire Soul Palace, where the Great Elder was waiting. "Haha, Brother Yenjua, it's been a while since we met each other like this. How have you been?" Outside of Fire Soul Palace, Mu Chihua was wearing a long red robe as he waited there with a smile on his face. "I thank Brother Chihua for your concern. I'm fine." Mu Yenjua lightly landed and then cupped his hands together in greetings. "Fine? What fine? I'm afraid you're not fine at all," the Great Elder said with a faint smile. Mu Yenjua frowned, not refuting anything. "Brother Yenjua, I know that you've worked very hard for Qingshu's wedding, but if I could speak frankly, Brother Yenjua should just forget about this. It seems that Mu Yuhuang has already decided to have Mu Qinyu marry Lin Ming. Not only that, but looking at how close Mu Qinyu and Lin Ming are, they are both likely willing to agree to this marriage. It seems that Qingshu will have to make other plans in the future." Mu Chihua's words were harsh. Mu Yenjua was very sullen. He already knew this, but he was still having trouble accepting this truth. Mu Chihua smiled and said, "Brother Yenjua is a sensible man. Before, there really were some unpleasant problems between us, but in the end, we are both surnamed Mu. Within the last 3,000 years of Divine Phoenix Island, there have been many disciples with different last names that have joined, but in the end they aren't elders with the same surname. I'm afraid that in the future, Lin Ming will continue to progress and will become an elder. Lin Ming's status is becoming more and more important. In the future, if he marries Mu Qinyu, he might even become the island master of Divine Phoenix Island." Mu Yenjua said, "In these last 3,000 years, there has never been someone whose last name was not Mu who became the island master. This is basically no different from handing Divine Phoenix Island to others. The Council of Elders would never agree to this. Who could guarantee that an outsider wouldn't be harboring evil intentions? Divine Phoenix Island was a sect, but in truth they took bloodline heritage very importantly. Most of those on the island had the last name Mu, and it was very similar to a family clan. A family clan would never hand over the position of family head to an outsider. Therefore, Divine Phoenix Island's elders would also not accept someone with a different last name becoming the island master. That's not necessarily true. Mu Fengxian very much favors this Lin Ming, and Mu Yuhuang also places a great deal of faith in him too. Not only that, but Lin Ming's potential is simply too terrifying. Brother Yanjua may not know, but this time Lin Ming forced his way into the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction and fought 7 or 8 elders of the Acacia faction by himself. He even defeated the extreme Xiantian Acacia faction sovereign. What? Mu Yanjua's complexion immediately changed. You say that the late Hotian Realm Lin Ming defeated an extreme Xiantian master. Yes, this is a level of talent that only a future emperor powerhouse will have. Thus, that is why I said that Lin Ming would become the island master of Divine Phoenix Island in the future. Even controlling all of Divine Phoenix Island is not impossible. At that time, we really won't have anywhere to go. Mu Yanjua's complexion was extremely ugly. He grit his teeth. If that's the case, then this old man has nothing to say. Lin Ming's rise is simply unstoppable. I will try to advise Qingshu to give up this engagement and focus on cultivating. If his talent is inferior to others, then he can do nothing but accept this fate. Although in the future I will be under the control of others and my influence will slowly decline, I will still be able to survive. It is far better than being destroyed. I urge Brother Chihuahua to also not bother with Lin Ming. Such a character will become extremely terrifying once they grow up in the future. If anyone offends him, their deaths later will be extremely miserable. Mu Chihuahua disdainfully said, Brother Yanjua, why do you try to protect yourself? We have already offended him. Humph, it is only Brother Chihuahua that has offended him. Brother Chihuahua is like water and fire with Island Master Yuhuang. I, Mu Yanjua, do not have the courage to struggle for authority with others. I'm fine with being subject to others. Brother Chihuahua should best not try to pull me down too. Hee, Mu Chihuahua suddenly sneered. Brother Yanjua is too naive. Does Brother Yanjua know why Lin Ming killed his way into the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction? Mu Yanjua paused. He gave a light humph and then didn't reply. He didn't know the circumstances between Lin Ming and Ouyang Boyan. To Divine Phoenix Island, anything like these minor matters that happened within Sky Fortune Kingdom were no different than little ants fighting. It was not enough to arouse the interest of Divine Phoenix Island, not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island was already busy with the chaos caused by the war they were in. Mu Chihuahua laughed and said, Several months ago, news of Lin Ming's death had been passed onto the 7 Profound territory. One of Lin Ming's enemies wanted to use this chance to take some revenge and decided to retaliate against the Lin family and also forced a little girl that Lin Ming is extremely close to into a dead end. The ones who did this were the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. This was the reason that Lin Ming killed his way into the Acacia faction. In fact, all of the people that he killed were elders of the Acacia faction, Xiantian masters. And so what? It seems that Brother Yanjua really doesn't know. Brother Yanjua, think for a bit. If Lin Ming's family and friends were forced to the brink of death, why would they not ask for help from Divine Phoenix Island? After all, they know that Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu are friends. However, what is unfortunate is that Mu Qinyu is together with your grandson Mu Qingshu. Then, for some unknown reason, your grandson decided to burn away the letter that was sent to Mu Qinyu. In fact, he burned away multiple letters, not giving any of them to Mu Qinyu. Afterwards, this almost caused that girl who has an intimate relation with Lin Ming to die on the battlefield. As Mu Chihuahua slowly spoke, Mu Yanjua's expression didn't change at all. Mu Chihuahua wouldn't lie about something like this, and there was a very high chance this was true. Mu Chihuahua was aware of what sort of personality Mu Qingshu had, and it was likely that he would do something like this. Mu Yanjua's eyebrows rose. He flared at the great elder, and then coldly said, You have someone spying on my arrangements. If this great elder hadn't hidden some spy within his own people, then he would never know such trivial matters. Ha ha! Brother Yinzhua shouldn't speak so harshly. It's best to spend this time to think about how to deal with Lin Ming's anger. This Lin Ming is a person who will definitely take vengeance on any grudges he has. One just needs to look at the miserable state of the Acacia faction to find out. Once Lin Ming returns to Divine Phoenix Island, he will inevitably investigate this matter and try to trace back clues. In the past, your grandson thought that Lin Ming had died, so he was very casual in his actions and wasn't clean in erasing his traces. If Lin Ming investigates this matter, it won't be difficult to find out who it was. With Lin Ming's current ability, he won't be able to harm Qingshu. But in the future, after Lin Ming reaches the revolving core realm, will Brother Yinzhua still be able to protect Qingshu? At that time, perhaps Qingshu. As Mu Qihua spoke, he began to shake his head. Mu Yinzhua grimaced. Mu Qingshu was his bloodline's most outstanding character. If there weren't any accidents, he would become an elder in the future and take over his position. The position of an elder was extremely important. If a faction didn't have an elder, they would have no power within the upper echelons of the sect. The result was that they would slowly wither away and finally disappear. If this was a normal conflict, Mu Yinzhua would apologize. But in this matter, even if it were Mu Yinzhua who had committed it, Lin Ming still might not forget it. Mu Yinzhua's expression changed several times. Finally, he asked with a true essence sound transmission, "Does Brother Qihua have a plan?" In Mu Yinzhua's opinion, with Lin Ming's current talent and strength in addition to Mu Fengxin's support, it was impossible to pose a threat to Lin Ming even if he joined with Mu Qihua. Brother Yinzhua, there is no need to worry. There is always a way. Brother Yinzhua, how about we return to my Fire Soul Palace and then slowly discuss this matter? Mu Yinzhua nodded. He simply had no choice left. On an island 1,000 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, the reef was rugged and the waves surged against the beach. A squad of Divine Phoenix Island disciples were carrying out a routine patrol. Just before noon, the Xiantian leader of this squad suddenly saw a bright flame in the distant skies. His eyesight was exceptional, so he was the first one to see that it was a vermilion bird, and also a fully grown vermilion bird. Divine Phoenix Island only had a few grown vermilion birds. Those that could ride a vermilion bird out to travel were most likely elders. The disciple immediately lit a sound transmitting talisman. In the center of a small island, in an elegant small building, Mu Qinyu was watering flowers. These past days, Mu Qinyu had been in a very good mood. When she had spare time, she would plant some flowers and plants. Mu Qingshu was standing in the courtyard, silently looking at Mu Qinyu watering flowers. These days, Mu Qinyu's attitude towards him was much better than before, but this sudden change in attitude did not make Mu Qingshu happy. Since Mu Qingshu had learned that Lin Ming was still alive, he had a very poor complexion. It wasn't that Lin Ming was still alive, but because his cultivation had already reached the late Hotian realm. A 17-year-old with a late Hotian realm cultivation had already surpassed Mu Qinyu when she was at this age. This caused Mu Qingshu to feel a deep sense of crisis. If this speed continued, then perhaps in a few years Lin Ming's strength would outstrip his own. When that time came, he would not have the slightest advantage. These next few years were his last chance. Mu Qingshu already has his grandfather try to make final effort. Although the chances weren't great, he still had a glimmer of hope. That was because he had an enormous advantage over Lin Ming, and that was that his last name was Mu. At this moment, a flame suddenly shone in front of Mu Qingshu. Some people are coming here on a vermilion bird? Chapter 432, I'll compensate. Chapter 432, I'll compensate. Chapter 432, I'll compensate. During these chaotic times of war, Those that rode a vermilion bird to travel were most likely elders. Could there possibly be news from grandfather's side? As Mu Qingshu thought of this, he was conflicted. The Council of Elders within Divine Phoenix Island was mainly composed of conservative old hypocrites. It wasn't necessarily true that they would allow Lin Ming to become a leader of power in the future, so the situation wasn't hopeless for him. As Mu Qingshu was lost in his thoughts, he heard the high-pitched phoenix cry of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was extremely fast. Just a few breaths of time after Mu Qingshu had received the sound transmitting talisman, it had already flown over the island's skies. Mu Qianyu was momentarily startled. She lay down the flower pot in her hands and looked towards the skies. The vermilion bird landed on the ground, setting off a wild wind that blew away the surrounding greenery. There was a man and a woman standing on top of the vermilion bird. The young man was a handsome youth. As he smiled, his eyes were soft, but they contained an inexplicably fierce will. The girl that stood behind him was delicate, but her attitude was a bit cautious. They were Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming didn't return straight to Divine Phoenix Island. Instead, as he was crossing a South Sea transmission array, he asked a disciple who was stationed there where Mu Qianyu was and came to look for her first. Lin Ming had an exceptionally warm feeling towards Mu Qianyu. In a way, it could be said that Lin Ming was willing to contribute to Divine Phoenix Island, mostly because of Mu Qianyu. When Lin Ming had first left the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, if it wasn't because he was frantically trying to rescue Qin Xingxuan, he would have looked for Mu Qianyu first. As Mu Qingshu saw Lin Ming appear, the smile on his face instantly froze. Lin Ming. It was actually him. As Mu Qingshu saw Lin Ming's smiling face, he felt like he had eaten a fly. For now, he had to consider protocol. He could only hide the disgust and loathing he felt in his heart and keep on a fairly calm expression. Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu lightly breathed out. She looked as she usually did, but it was hard to conceal the joy shining in her eyes. Senior apprentice sister Mu. Lin Ming hopped off the back of the vermilion bird. Qin Xingxuan also followed him, carefully jumping off Fireshine, and then politely standing behind him. She was still a bit stiff and unsure. She had already heard that Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu were very close. As Qin Xingxuan came down, Mu Qianyu's vision also fell onto her. After several breaths of time, she began to see Qin Xingxuan squirm a bit, like a cat on a hot floor. At this moment, Mu Qianyu faintly smiled and said, "Is this Miss Qin? I've just recently heard of Miss Qin's problems. Since the Qin family was in distress, that is also an oversight on my part. I'm really glad that Miss Qin is safe and sound." "Your Highness Saintess is too kind." Qin Xingxuan respectfully bowed. This was the first time that she had seen Mu Qianyu. She had already heard that the Saintess of Divine Phoenix Island was a divine fairy maiden of the world. When Qin Xingxuan saw her today, there was inevitably a small part of her self-esteem that felt inferior. No matter how she saw it in terms of status, strength, or anything else, she was simply unable to compare with Mu Qianyu. This caused Qin Xingxuan's aura to weaken by several degrees. Lin Ming turned his eyes to Mu Qingshu. "I am Mu Qingshu. I've heard Junior Apprentice Brother Lin's great name already. I'm glad to meet you." Mu Qingshu cupped his fists together, keeping a neutral tone. "So it's Senior Apprentice Brother Qingshu." Lin Ming politely greeted him in return. But at this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Be careful of Mu Qingshu. Because of some reasons, he might harbor some hostility towards you." Have I done something to offend him?" Lin Ming asked, slightly startled. Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say, so she vaguely said, "Just be careful." "Got it." Lin Ming marked this down. "Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, since you've been within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm for such a long time, you must have gotten some great lucky chance, right?" Mu Qingshu indifferently asked. I found some lucky chances. That's why I was stranded in there for so long and caused everyone to worry. Worry, Mu Qingshu sneered in his heart. What I worry about is how you didn't die. As Mu Qingshu thought this, he turned away. He feared that if he kept facing Lin Ming, he wouldn't be able to continue suppressing the hatred he felt in his heart. Mu Qinyu heard Lin Ming's words and said, "It's been a full 10 months. It's truly been a long time. Fortunately, you still managed to come out in time. Otherwise, there would have been a tragedy." As Mu Qinyu spoke, her eyes turned to Qin Xingxuan. "Miss Qin, the truth is, if the Qin family had met with any troubles, you could have sent a letter to me. If I knew that any of this was happening, I would have immediately come to help in any way I could have. Miss Qin, there is no need to be a stranger." Qin Xingxuan frowned. She naturally knew of the letters that Qin Zia had sent to Mu Qinyu. As she listened to Mu Qinyu's tone of voice, she didn't know what to take from it. Looking at her sincere and honest expression, it didn't seem like she was lying. Qin Xingxuan bit her lips and wasn't sure if she would say anything. At this time, Lin Ming said, "Miss Mu, when the Qin family was in dire trouble, my elder wrote 2 letters to Miss Mu. But it seems as if these letters disappeared somewhere, and there was never a response." At these words, Mu Qingshu's eyebrows jumped. He felt weak at heart, but he continued to maintain his tranquil expression, casually standing by the side. Mu Qinyu frowned. "You've written 2 letters, and they disappeared." "Yes, they might have been lost in the chaos of war," Mu Qinyu thoughtfully said, not even glancing at Mu Qingshu from the corner of her eyes. "Is that really so?" Lin Ming didn't really believe Mu Qinyu's assumption. The truth was that transmission arrays that passed on letters weren't really affected by the conflict of war. Not just that, but for 2 letters to be completely lost seemed a bit unjustified. It should be like that. As Mu Qinyu spoke, she also sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. "I'll investigate this matter. Junior apprentice Brother Lin shouldn't worry. I will give Junior apprentice Brother Lin a full account of what happened." Lin Ming was stunned. There could only be one reason that Mu Qinyu had spoken to him with a true essence sound transmission, and that was to guard against a person. That person could only be Mu Qingshu. Lin Ming was doubtful. "I've offended Mu Qingshu?" Mu Qinyu was speechless. How could she possibly speak of what happened? Should she tell Lin Ming that the elders wanted her to marry Mu Qingshu, and that was why Mu Qingshu's envy was aroused? And that even later, this engagement was postponed? Wasn't that implying that Honorable Master Yu Huang was trying to facilitate a marriage between her and Lin Ming? As Mu Qinyu thought of marriage, her heart was a mess. Her personality deviated towards being independent and free. She did not desire the emotions that lay between men and women, and only wished to pursue the peak of martial artists. As for what she felt towards Lin Ming, even Mu Qinyu wasn't clear of it. Between her and Lin Ming, from the curiosity she felt towards him that became admiration, the 2 of them should have become close friends and confidants. However, because of those ambiguous experiences within Thunder Crash Mountain, a great deal of confusion had been mixed in with these feelings. Mu Qinyu had followed Mu Yuhuang ever since she was a little child. From then until now, she had very little contact with men, much less having a man touch her body. Mu Qinyu also couldn't help but acknowledge that when she had learnt of Lin Ming's death, she was extremely heartbroken, as if she had lost her soul, and everything was gone. Thinking of this, Mu Qinyu unconsciously glanced at Qin Xingxuan. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but eventually didn't speak at all. As for Lin Ming, ever since he learned that someone may have sabotaged the sent letters, his expression had sank. Regardless of who it was, once he learned of it, he would never let this matter go. "Lin Ming, let's go back to Divine Phoenix Island together. Honorable Master is probably impatient." All right. Divine Phoenix Island, Vermilion Bird Palace. The front door of the elders' meeting hall was crafted by 1,000-year parasol tree wood. Within the meeting hall, there was a 30-foot-long table with 10 parasol tree chairs. 9-year flame flowers filled the room. These flowers blossomed after 9 years, and after blossoming, they were able to absorb fire origin energy. They were extremely rare, fire-attribute spiritual plants. These flowers were very beautiful and were mainly used for decoration around the rooms in Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yuhuang sat at the seat of honor, and Mu Qinyu sat beside her. There was also 7 or 8 individuals gathered in the surrounding wooden chairs. Of these 7 or 8 people, Lin Ming had only seen one before, and that was revered Master Tianguang, Mu Tianguang. Beside Mu Tianguang was an old woman dressed in red. Her 2 eyebrows were over a foot long, and all her hair was red. She looked somewhat similar to ancestor Qi Yan. Lin Ming's soul force was much more formidable now than it used to be, so he was able to faintly feel the level of her cultivation. This old woman was at the middle revolving core realm, within Divine Phoenix Island. Most of the elders were at the early revolving core realm. Someone at the middle revolving core realm was considered quite strong. As the old woman saw Lin Ming look at her, she smiled and nodded. Lin Ming smiled back in return. During this time in front of the Council of Elders, Lin Ming had suppressed his own energy as much as possible in order to show his respect and humbleness. Besides this long eyebrow old woman, most of the others here were also women. As they looked at Lin Ming, their expressions varied. Some appeared appreciative, and some weakly smiled. There were also a few that completely ignored Lin Ming, not bothering to acknowledge him at all. The Council of Elders was the highest authority center within Divine Phoenix Island. All of these elders were truly powerful characters within Divine Phoenix Island. As long as any 4 or 5 of them joined together, that was enough to place sufficient pressure onto Mu Yuhuang. Mu Tianguang was actually extremely friendly to Lin Ming. After he sat down, he began to look of Lin Ming. As he sensed the profound, true essence fluctuations within Lin Ming's body, he was very surprised. It was simply hard to imagine that these were the true essence fluctuations that could come from a Hotian realm martial artist. However, as he looked over Lin Ming's dantian, he was able to see that the true essence hadn't yet formed a cyclone there, and was still scattered. Evidently, he still hadn't set foot into the Xiantian realm. Lin Ming, during your time within Divine Phoenix Island, you must have greatly benefited. Mu Tianguang smiled as he spoke. Disciples' luck has been good, and I've managed to obtain some lucky chances. That's also why I was stranded there for so long. Good. If you can grow up faster, then that will be another great war force added to our Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Tianguang chuckled. Of course, he was only speaking thoughtlessly. He didn't really believe that Lin Ming would be able to play any significant role in the war between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region. In a fight of this level, even an early revolving core powerhouse was limited in what they were able to accomplish. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation was far below that. As the elders began to arrive one after another, with the Vermilion Bird faction and the Blue Wand faction added together, there were around 20 elders in this Divine Phoenix Island Council in total. At this moment, the meeting hall doors swung open, and a tall, vigorous-looking old man walked in. Behind this old man, there was a very diminutive-looking old man with calm eyes who was walking and using a 10,000-year-old parasol tree cane. These 2 were Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird faction Great Elder Mu Qihua, as well as Third Elder Mu Yanjua. Mu Qihua swept his eyes over everyone present. He finally glanced at Lin Ming and then smiled a bit before heading straight to his seat. Mu Yuhuang coldly looked at these 2 old men that sat in their seats, and then calmly said, during this conference of elders, there are 3 matters that will be discussed. First, there is the announcement of a new appointment. Second is the war plan against the South Sea Demon region that will occur next month. And third is that Lin Ming will narrate his experiences within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The Divine Phoenix mystic realm was vital to the existence of Divine Phoenix Island. However, Divine Phoenix Island only had an extremely limited understanding of just what the Divine Phoenix mystic was. Every time a disciple returned from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, they would reiterate their experiences for future reference and information. This time, Lin Ming had been stranded within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm for almost an entire year. Naturally, the information of what he had experienced inside was extremely significant. It would allow Divine Phoenix Island to deepen their insight into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Therefore, Mu Yu Huang had especially convened the Council of Elders in order to allow Lin Ming to narrate his experiences. Of course, this meeting of elders also had another meaning behind it, and that was to allow the Council of Elders to affirm Lin Ming's value. First, I will speak of the new appointment. I propose that Lin Ming be appointed as the new Vermilion Bird Envoy. I wonder what everyone thinks about this. Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird Envoy was usually aimed at Xiantian disciples. There were extremely few cases in which Hotian disciples were appointed. The appointment of a Vermilion Bird Envoy meant that the disciple was a future candidate for an elder. If one became a Vermilion Bird Envoy, not only would they have true authority, but they would also enjoy rich resources. Since Mu Yu Huang said these words, that was equal to appointing Lin Ming as an elder ahead of time. Regarding this matter, nearly half of the elders reacted calmly. This was already within their calculations. Everyone could see just how much Mu Yu Huang valued Lin Ming. However, there was a section of elders that frowned. If Lin Ming became an elder with real power that didn't share their last name, then that was similar to a foreign official serving at one's court. It normally would mean too much, but now, with how much Mu Yu Huang and Mu Fengxian valued Lin Ming, along with his amazing talent, it wouldn't be as simple as just being an elder with a different surname. Divine Phoenix Island was a sect that was very similar to a family clan. Most of the elders shared the last name Mu, and it was very difficult for those with a different last name to become an elder with true power and authority. 1,000 years ago, there was an elder who appeared that was not from the Mu family. He had betrayed Divine Phoenix Island, causing them to suffer massive losses. Divine Phoenix Island had never forgotten this. With Lin Ming's talent, in the future his authority would only grow. This was equal to handing over the entire Divine Phoenix Island to Lin Ming. It was difficult to say just what Lin Ming's character was. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After several breaths of time, the great elder slowly stood up and said, "This old man does not have an opinion on the sect master's decision to appoint Lin Ming as the Vermilion Bird Envoy. However, this old man only wishes to ask Lin Ming some questions about a matter." Mu Yu Huang's expression was cold. She had a very poor relationship with Mu Qihua. What matter? The great elder stood up and smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. He slowly said, "According to what this old man knows, when you were stranded within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm and news of your death spread, there was an enemy of yours who wished to take revenge and retaliate against your family and friends, and even forced a girl that you are very intimate with into a hopeless situation where she would die. When you broke through the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, you hurried to rescue this girl. This girl's life was near its end, and she was about to die. Thus, you took 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence as a price in order to revive this girl's blood essence and revive her. This girl is a medium 6th grade talent, and her cultivation is at the pulse condensation period. Besides her appearance being simple and beautiful, she has no other strong points. Also, she has no relations to my Divine Phoenix Island. I wonder if anyone knows of this matter?" The great elder's words were extremely vicious. Besides her appearance being simple and beautiful, she has no other strong points. That was simply saying that Lin Ming drooled and lusted over Qin Xingxuan's beauty, and that was the reason that he took out 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence to save her. With just these few words, the expression of all the elders present changed. Their eyes all turned to closely look at Lin Ming. For a time, the vision of all these revolving core masters was completely concentrated on a single person. The pressure could be imagined. Even Mu Yuhuang's willowy eyebrows were pinched together. If this was true, then this would really lead to massive outrage. Vermilion bird blood essence was beyond precious. Just 1 or 2 drops of his blood essence was able to create a revolving core Supreme Elder. Divine Phoenix Island had countless disciples and many lower-level elders that dreamed of being able to obtain just a single drop of vermilion bird blood essence so that they could cultivate the core parts of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. However, there was a limited supply of vermilion bird blood essence. Mu Yuhuang had defied the pressure of everyone and given Lin Ming all the vermilion bird blood essence. This had already caused dissatisfaction among many elders. Yet Lin Ming had wasted away 10 drops of this vermilion bird blood essence in a single go. Because of the deep and private love between a man and a woman, Lin Ming had rescued this girl's life with this high price. This would inevitably cause anger among many elders and touch upon their point of rage. Even Mu Yuhuang, who favored Lin Ming to the extreme, was disgruntled by this act. Everyone waited for Lin Ming's reply. At this time, the atmosphere was filled with a terrifying silence, as if the air itself was condensed into essence. All of the elders, including the long-eyebrowed old woman who had been friendly, were currently glowering at Lin Ming. Only the great elder was still faintly smiling as he smirked, calmly looking at Lin Ming. Against such an enormous pressure, Lin Ming was still as calm as before. He looked at everyone present, and then after several breaths of time, he deeply said, "Everything that the great elder said is true." With just these words, all of the elders present were thrown into a boiling rage. Several elders that were already skeptical of Lin Ming's character immediately stood up. "Lin Ming, you've got guts. Who gave you this authority? For just your own affairs, you wasted away 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence. To trade the life of some young girl for 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence. Lin Ming, you have really opened this old woman's eyes. If you used 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence to trade for a girl's life, then another day, after you become a truly powerful elder of Divine Phoenix Island, won't you even give away the entire Divine Phoenix Island as a gift to some demonic sect? As this old woman knows, the current spiritual leader of the South Sea Demon region is an extremely beautiful woman." The long eyebrow woman shook her head as she looked at Lin Ming with disappointment. "How great of you! As long as he had 2 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, this old woman's grandson would be able to practice the core sections of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. He diligently practices, is not bitter, and yet he still cannot obtain any. Unlike you, you actually used 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence to rescue a piece of trash." The old woman's voice was very shrill, and her words were sharp and cruel. In the eyes of these elders, a 6th-grade talent that didn't have the vermilion bird bloodline still couldn't be considered trash, but even if several hundred of these people were added together, they would still be unworthy of a single drop of vermilion bird blood essence. To even use half a drop on her was a waste. Of all the elders present, their words were all one-sided scolding. Mu Qinyu sighed. She was the only one here that understood Lin Ming. It could only be said that Lin Ming was swayed too much by his emotions and feelings of righteousness. However, what he did was hard to explain. Lin Ming was willing to take the criticism of all these elders in his stride. That was until someone labeled Qin Xingxuan as a piece of trash. Then Lin Ming's eyebrows rose up in anger. He coldly said, "I, Lin Ming, will compensate for these 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence." "Compensate? Ha ha!" The great elder savagely smiled. This old man has really heard the funniest joke. 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence is equal to 10 revolving core masters. Just what do you have to compensate? Chapter 433 Blood Red Jade Slip. Chapter 433 Blood Red Jade Slip. Chapter 433 Blood Red Jade Slip. After hearing that Lin Ming would compensate for the 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, not only did Great Elder Muchiwa laugh, but all the other elders thought this was farcical. A red-robed old man coldly snorted and said, "The value of a single drop of vermilion bird blood essence is inestimable. This old woman wants to see whether or not you have anything worthy of compensating for it." This red-robed old woman was the one that had just called Qin Xingxuan a piece of trash. The reason that Divine Phoenix Island gave you the vermilion bird blood essence was not for you to give it to others, and especially not to waste it to court some random hussy. Exactly what qualifications do you have to do this? This red-robed old lady spoke aggressively, and also recklessly sent out her aura, directly pressuring Lin Ming. If it wasn't for her grandson lacking some vermilion bird blood essence, he would have absolutely been able to break through to the revolving core realm. This caused the red-robed old woman to feel a deep resentment. Now, with Lin Ming's words, she used her aura to pressure Lin Ming. For a middle revolving core supreme elder to send out an aura to oppress a Hotian master, it would be able to frighten him out of his wits. But this red-obed old woman knew that Lin Ming wasn't an ordinary Hotian master. She wouldn't be able to kill him with her aura. The most she could do was embarrass him and make him wet his pants. Thus she did not lighten her hand at all, releasing her aura with full force. As soon as Mu Yu Huang saw this, her complexion changed. She immediately wanted to stop this, but as she raised her hand halfway, she noticed that Lin Ming had induced too much onto himself. She simply couldn't resist the outrage that had been stirred up in order to protect Lin Ming. Not just that, but Mu Yu Huang was also very dissatisfied with what Lin Ming had done this time. As for the great elder, he wasn't bothering to hide his smile. He was waiting for Lin Ming to make a fool of himself. However, Lin Ming sat still tightly in his seat. His face was not red, and his heart wasn't palpitating. He didn't even look troubled. It was as if the red-robed old woman's aura was just like the air. The red-robed old woman was shocked. She had released her full aura in order to suppress a junior, but now she was being completely ignored? How was this possible? It had to be known that even within the boundaries of the revolving core elders, if an early revolving core master was being suppressed by a middle revolving core master, they wouldn't be able to be so relaxed. She thought that Lin Ming would be overwhelmed, unable to withstand the pressure, and begin to grit his teeth and sweat. But she didn't expect that he would simply ignore her. What face did she have left? Unable to stop from embarrassment, the red-robed old woman revolved all of her true essence and began to galvanize her aura to the extreme. 7 of the fire flowers near her had their petals blown away by her momentum, but Lin Ming only coldly looked at her, remaining completely unmoved. All of the elders present were awed. The red-robed old woman was a top-ranked elder among those present. Lin Ming was strong, but there was no way he was strong to this degree. How was this possible? Lin Ming calmly stood up, his eyes coldly glaring at the old woman. He slowly said, "I, Lin Ming, have truly used the vermilion bird blood essence to save a girl. This girl was forced into a desperate situation because of me. She was alone and in despair. Not only that, but I also owe her graciousness for her kindness to me in the past. Even if it wasn't so, I would still not sit idly by and do nothing at all. If it's as Senior says, then in the relationships between people, is the only important factor how valuable they are, is the only measure in which they can be evaluated how much they can be used." Lin Ming's words were combative. As he spoke, the ancient phoenix bloodline from within his eyebrows naturally emitted, releasing a pulsing aura that caused everyone's hearts to quicken. The woman in red bore the brunt of this momentum, and her heart suddenly stopped for a moment. She didn't know why, but at the time, she felt the very depths of her being tremble. It was as if this was bloodline suppression. Who dash? An incredible scene took place. The red-robed old woman's aura was like late winter snow. In just a few breaths, it completely melted away. All of the elders present turned to Lin Ming, the look in their eyes changing. Lin Ming calmly stood in front of the table as before. He indifferently said, "Divine Phoenix Island has been kind to Lin Ming. I was originally planning to freely offer something to Divine Phoenix Island, but since everyone intends to be so calculating about worth and value, I shall offer this object to Divine Phoenix Island as per the rules. Great Elder, if Lin Ming is not wrong, then the rules of Divine Phoenix Island state that after entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, any treasures obtained belong to whoever obtained them, and they could also be exchanged with Divine Phoenix Island for resources of an equal value. Am I correct?" "That's right." Mu Chihua's eyes jumped. He was still startled thinking about the scene where Lin Ming so easily broke apart an elder's aura. "Since that's the case, I shall hand out part of this object in exchange for 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence. As for the rest, we shall negotiate further." "What?" With these words, everyone was shocked. Hand out part of an object in exchange for 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, and then negotiate for the rest. Listening to Lin Ming's words, he seemed to think that whatever he had to offer was actually equal to at least 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence. The great elder's expression sank. "Lin Ming, this old man wants to see just what you can take out. Then I shall have to ask Honorable Sect Master to take a look." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a blood-red jade slip from his spatial ring. This jade slip was twice as large as a normal jade slip, and the face of the jade slip was crisscrossed with crimson lines. It looked extremely mysterious. Jade slip, cultivation method. All of the elders present were startled. As for the great elder Mu Chihua, his eyes were riveted to the jade slip. No matter how he looked, he didn't know what to think. This jade slip was obviously from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. What could it be? Cultivation method? Martial skill? Mu Yu Huang deeply looked at Lin Ming before she took hold of the jade slip. As she held it, she felt as if she were holding on to an object from ancient times. Brilliant flames shined on the jade slip, and it emitted a very ancient and profound energy. This was certainly an extraordinary object. Mu Qianyu was sitting beside Mu Yu Huang. As she looked at this jade slip, she turned to look at Lin Ming, her heart racing. She silently waited for Mu Yu Huang to reveal the results of her investigation. As Mu Yu Huang slipped her sense into the jade slip, her heart suddenly shook. The beginning of the jade slip was the first layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Could it be? Mu Yu Huang suddenly realized a possibility, and that was that this jade slip Lin Ming had brought back was able to fill in the flaws of the current vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. If this was so, the value of this jade slip was difficult to imagine. As she silently looked down, Mu Yu Huang swept past the 5th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. As she saw the 6th layer, she gasped, her eyes flickered, and her breathing became rapid. With Mu Yu Huang's understanding of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, she was certainly able to determine whether this cultivation method was real or fake. The founder of Divine Phoenix Island had obtained only the first 5 layers of the cultivation method, but even with so many flaws, the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle was not inferior to any cultivation method of a 5th grade sect, or even a holy land. It was only that one needed the vermilion bird bloodline in order to practice this cultivation method. Thus, this cultivation method was not coveted by 5th grade sections. The higher this cultivation method went, the more terrifying its might was. With the first 6 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, it would become a top cultivation method capable of creating an emperor-level powerhouse. If this cultivation method was obtained by Divine Phoenix Island, then there was a possibility that they could become a holy land. This was certainly not something that several drops of vermilion bird blood essence could compare with. Even if it were a few dozen drops or even 100 drops, it simply could not compare. However, at this moment, the unbelievable occurred. After the 6th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, there was actually the 7th layer. Heavens, the 7th layer of the cultivation method. Mu Yuhuang's hands actually began to slightly tremble. As the elders present saw this, their eyes began to change. They looked at the jade slip in Mu Yuhuang's hands. Just what did Lin Ming bring back that could cause her to have such a violent reaction? Then, after she looked at the 7th layer of the cultivation method, Mu Yuhuang's heart nearly stopped for a moment. After the 7th layer of the cultivation method was, shockingly, the 8th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. 8th layer. Mu Yuhuang felt cataclysmic waves going off in her heart and mind, as if the world itself were overturning. How powerful the 8th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle was, she simply could not imagine. Mu Yuhuang's fingers trembled, and she had to use her hand to support herself on the table. She looked at Lin Ming with absolute amazement in her eyes. Sect Master, just what is in that jade slip? The red-robed old woman who had been arguing with Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, as she saw Mu Yuhuang's violent reaction. Mu Yuhuang laid down the jade slip and closed her eyes in order to restore her tranquil mood. After a long time, she handed over the jade slip and said, "See for yourself." As the red-robed old woman received the jade slip, she was already able to faintly guess what it was. There was probably only a single situation in this world that could cause Mu Yuhuang to react like this. Her sense swept down. Suddenly, the red-robed old woman's heart shook. It was true. However, as she continued, her expression became increasingly stunned, shocked, and awed. Finally, she felt completely slack-jawed. Although she had prepared in advance, she had never imagined that this jade slip would contain the 8th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. What is it? The surrounding elders asked together. The vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, the red-robed old woman whispered. She turned to look at Lin Ming, and then after several breaths of time, she haltingly said, "The first 8 layers of the cultivation method." What? First 8 layers? All of the elders were shocked beyond measure. When they had seen Mu Yuhuang react like that, they already had some faint guesses in their heart. But when the red-robed old woman spoke the truth, they finally realized that they had far underestimated just how terrifying this jade slip was. Third Elder Mu, Yanjua looked completely befuddled. He looked at Lin Ming and felt an increasing amount of awe in his heart. When the founder of Divine Phoenix Island had first entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, she had found a great lucky chance and obtained the first 5 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle cultivation method. After that, she had founded Divine Phoenix Island. But now, Lin Ming had taken out the first 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. How? He simply couldn't imagine the circumstances. The great elder also looked gloomy. As he looked at the blood-red jade slip in Mu Yuhuang's hands, his fists clenched together. He didn't know just what to think. The other elders had various looks. If it was just the complete first 5 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle cultivation method, then they would already be delighted. It had to be known that they had all reached the 5th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. However, many of them were still stranded at the early revolving core realm or middle revolving core realm. If they wished to break through to a higher step, they had to reconsolidate the 5th layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle in order to purify their understanding of this cultivation method and try to make a breakthrough. This was all because they did not have the 6th layer of the cultivation method. Chapter 434, Sitting and Gathering Treasures. Chapter 434, Sitting and Gathering Treasures. Chapter 434, Sitting and Gathering Treasures. If they had the 6th layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, they would be able to directly cultivate to the 6th layer. Even if their foundation was bad, it was still far faster than repeatedly consolidating and building up the first 5 layers. Anyway, these elders no longer hoped or expected to become an emperor-level powerhouse. What did it matter to them if their foundation was bad? To achieve the late revolving core realm, or even the extreme revolving core realm, was already their life's greatest goal. Thinking this, everyone's eyes became eager and ardent. Some people were extremely regretful that they had tried to argue with Lin Ming a moment ago. In the end, the struggle for Vermilion Bird blood essence was a matter of juniors. If they could make a breakthrough, increase their strength, and also extend their lives by a few hundred years, then whatever struggles the juniors went through were irrelevant. Compared to the 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence were simply nothing to speak of. Everyone's eyes unanimously focused on Lin Ming, their vision earnest. According to the rules of Divine Phoenix Island, everything that was obtained from the Divine Phoenix Island smelting trials fully belonged to the one who obtained it. Not only could they exchange it to the sect, but they could also exchange it to the elders as long as both sides were satisfied with the term. Of course, these elders didn't expect to solely own this blood-red jade slip. It was already enough to be the first one to enjoy it. As for the jade slip, there was only one. Meanwhile, there were over a dozen Vermilion Bird faction elders. If an elder meditated over a jade slip, it would at least take a month or 2. For all of them to have a look, it would take 1 or 2 years. All the elders that had been glaring at Lin Ming seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassing scene from a moment ago. A white-haired old woman asked, "Nephew Lin, what are you planning on exchanging that jade slip for with the sect?" "This old man has a 900-year-old sunfire flower. I wonder if Nephew Lin is interested?" As another elder butted in, everyone looked at him with contempt. A mere 900-year-old sunfire flower? Really? This old man actually had the gall to bring up something like that. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly fiery. Even great elder Mu Chihua had an extremely ugly expression. Of course, he greatly desired to study the 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle too, but how could Lin Ming possibly give it to him? Mu Chihua grit his teeth and said to Lin Ming, "Lin Ming, what do you want in exchange?" Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Before, I was planning on freely offering this as a gift to Divine Phoenix Island. But now, I have changed my mind. I will lend this jade slip to Divine Phoenix Island for 100 days, and that should be sufficient for the value of 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence." What? Mu Chihua's complexion sank. Lin Ming was actually only lending the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle jade slip to Divine Phoenix Island for 100 days. Pondering a jade slip through meditation was an extremely slow process. In order to understand it, meditating over it for 1 or 2 months was nothing strange. If Lin Ming lent this jade slip out for 100 days, at most, there would only be enough time for 3 people to study it. However, even having said that, before Lin Ming had obtained this jade slip, if the elders present knew that they could exchange 3 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence in order to study the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle for a month, they would have been tripping over themselves to rush for this chance. But now that Lin Ming had brought the jade slip back, the elders had regarded this jade slip as property of Divine Phoenix Island. To trade 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence for 100 days, How could they possibly agree to that? Lin Ming didn't seem affected. He unhurriedly said, "I'm not done speaking. After this 100 days, for the rest of the time, if any elders wish to study it, we can continue to discuss terms. If both sides are satisfied, then the jade slip can be continued to be lent out, and also discuss terms." With these words, all of the elders present wanted to cuss out Lin Ming. This move of his was just too black-hearted. He wasn't exchanging the jade slip, he was lending it out. From now on, if an elder wished to meditate over this cultivation method, they would have to pay a massive price. The great elder coldly snorted and said, "You've really thought this out well. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is part of my Divine Phoenix Island. For my Divine Phoenix Island to exchange for the jade slip that you took out of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is already showing great tolerance and doing everything possible to accommodate you, and yet you are insatiable. After being given an inch, you want to take a yard? You think you can just sit there and gather all the treasure?" Lin Ming coldly smiled and said, "According to what I know, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was a smelting trial land laid down by the ancient Phoenix clan. But the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island are not the subjects of the ancient Phoenix clan. In comparison, when I entered into the ancient Phoenix main hall, I managed to obtain the approval of the palace spirit. Thus I was granted this jade slip with the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. It's difficult to say just who is the owner of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. To say the least, even if the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm belongs to Divine Phoenix Island, I still want to ask a question. When Great Elder was young, did Great Elder also enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm? And just what did the Great Elder obtain?" As Lin Ming calmly spoke, it was like stabbing with needles until they were bloody. Especially that last sarcastic question. It caused the Great Elder's face to turn liver red. When the Great Elder had entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he also had a lucky chance. But when compared to the first 8 layers of Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, it wasn't even worth a fart. The first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method have always been within the ancient Phoenix main hall for the last 3,000 years and have been guarded by the palace spirit. Those who have the ability to do, so many take it away. If anyone thinks they can just take this jade slip, then they are nothing but idiots spouting nonsense. Since the Great Elder said that the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm belongs to Divine Phoenix Island, I wonder if Great Elder has any personal disciples that can enter into the ancient Phoenix Mystic Realm and obtain the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle? Lin Ming's refutation caused Mu Qihua to be bamboozled. All of the other elders stayed silent. They were still watching Lin Ming, obviously refusing to give up. Lin Ming sneered in his mind. In the presence of all these elders, he pushed the blood-red jade slip towards Mu Yu Huang. "Honorable sect master, this disciple is busy with practice, so this cultivation method will be temporarily placed with Honorable Master. Anytime anyone wishes to rent out this jade slip, Honorable Master may do so in place of disciple. Is this all right?" Lin Ming was well aware that the significance of this jade slip for Divine Phoenix Island was too great. According to the rules of Divine Phoenix Island, the jade slip should be controlled by Lin Ming. However, when it came to objects that were important, following this rule wasn't possible. Thus, Lin Ming had already planned to hand this jade slip over to Mu Yu Huang to deal with, and she could also decide what the terms would be. It was already enough that he would receive a portion of the exchange. Not just that, but this was equal to delivering a huge graciousness to Mu Yu Huang. If Mu Yu Huang controlled this jade slip, then she would have the authority over who could see it and also have the power that followed. This was equal to holding the weak point of all the elders. Who would dare to oppose Mu Yu Huang? As for the Great Elder, if he wanted to stir up trouble, he would have to deal with someone much stronger than himself in order to do so. Now that Mu Yu Huang had the jade slip in her hands, it would be extremely difficult for him to form an alliance to deal with her. Nobody would try to offend Mu Yu Huang at this time. Not just that, but if the Great Elder wanted to practice the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, he would also have to obtain permission from Mu Yu Huang and Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Mu Qihua felt sick to his stomach, like he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 4:35 Marriage Matters. Chapter 4:35 Marriage Matters. Chapter 4:35 Marriage Matters. Lin Ming, inform the fellow elders of just what you experienced when you entered into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, Mu Yu Huang gently said as she played with the jade slip in her hands. Mu Yu Huang was in an exceedingly good mood. Originally, Lin Ming's background had been a major problem, but now, after Lin Ming took out this jade slip and gave it to her, no one could question anything about Lin Ming anymore. If his background was questioned, one would first have to contrast just who had a greater contribution towards Divine Phoenix Island. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. There was no point in hiding anything that he had experienced within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. He might as well tell these fellows. After all, they could only look and couldn't obtain anything from it. Lin Ming reiterated his entire experience from when he first entered all the way to the complete process of the final general level smelting trial to these elders. The 10-month-long experience, as well as the 6 different smelting trials. Lin Ming told these elders everything besides the fact that he had obtained the blood of the ancient phoenix. After the elders listened to Lin Ming's story, they all fell into silence. There was a general level smelting trial, as well as a king level smelting trial. That meant that the smelting trial they had participated in before was just for little ground soldiers. All of the elders present were characters who could stamp their feet and cause huge waves within the entire Divine Phoenix province. But now, if they were placed with the ancient Phoenix clan, they were actually just little soldiers. This was difficult for them to psychologically accept. After Divine Phoenix Island had obtained the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it was like obtaining a massive hidden treasure. However, they now knew that whatever they had uncovered was just an insignificant little portion. If the rewards for completing the general level smelting trial were so luxurious, then what would it be like for the king level smelting trial? It was unimaginable. The 6 smelting trials, how difficult were they? An elder couldn't help but ask. Her grandson was already 12 years old. Although he hadn't yet been announced as a direct disciple, he was surpassingly talented. Perhaps he might too have the chance to participate in the general level smelting trial. Although they knew the chances were low, people always harbored a bit of hope. Lin Ming said, "When I faced the last and final 6th smelting trial, my opponent was equal to a martial artist with an extreme Xiantian cultivation. Not just that, but a powerhouse within the extreme Xiantian realm that was not considered weak. At that time, my cultivation was at the late Hotian realm. A late Hotian realm martial artist facing off against an extreme Xiantian master." The old woman elder sighed, a bit depressed. To cross such a large gap in battle and succeed, she thought about it, and then directly eliminated this idea. "Lin Ming, you said that there was also a king-level smelting trial?" Mu Yu Huang asked. Yes. If one can complete the king-level smelting trial, it is possible to obtain the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Then will you be able to enter next time? Mu Yu Huang had a very eager expression. Every disciple was able to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm 2 times, but Lin Ming had only gone in once. Lin Ming shook his head. "My chances aren't too great." When he had left the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had asked the palace spirit about the rules for the king-level smelting trial. The age limitation was a bit more loose. One could enter as long as they hadn't reached 30 years of age. However, his bloodline concentration just wasn't high enough. As for the 9th layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, that didn't really hold much meaning to the elders present. One needed the bloodline of the ancient phoenix in order to cultivate that final layer. Even if it were Lin Ming, he would still be unqualified to practice it, let alone the 9th layer. Even if it were the 8th layer or 7th layer, the elders wouldn't bother with practicing it. To them, the 6th layer was already more than enough. If it wasn't for the fact that a jade slip couldn't be cut or duplicated, Lin Ming wouldn't have even bothered to take out the last 2 layers of the cultivation method. Everyone, the contents of this current Council of Elders meeting is very important. Everyone will have to ensure that they closely guard the secrets from today. Before we leave, I'll have to bother everyone. Mu Yuhuang took out a scroll from her spatial ring. This scroll was crimson-colored and looked as if it had been dyed red from blood. It's not that I do not trust everyone here, but the stakes are simply too high. If news of the 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle were to leak out, then Divine Phoenix Island would suffer an irreparable disaster. Everyone, please sign your name on this scroll. The crimson scroll that Mu Yuhuang had taken out was a form of a bloodstain contract. It was a contract based upon bloodline foundations. All of the elders present were direct descendants of Divine Phoenix Island and had either the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or the Blue One, so they would be restricted after they signed this contract. If they dared to violate the conditions of this contract, their bloodline would be obliterated. Of everyone present, their cultivation used either the Vermilion Bird or Blue One bloodline as the foundation. If their bloodline were to vanish, they would lose their cultivation method and everything else that came with it. This scroll was created by the founder of Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, only her descendants would be restricted by this. As for those others that had the bloodline implanted, they wouldn't be affected. This was also a reason why the elders who shared the same last name excluded those who didn't. As the great elder saw this bloodstain contract, his lips twitched. In truth, this bloodstain contract had been prepared for him. When Mu Yuhuang had spoken, she was mentioning that she didn't trust him. In order to break out of the limits set by this bloodstain contract, one needed to have a cultivation at the extreme revolving core realm. However, of all the elders present, no one had a hope to reach that realm besides Mu Yuhuang. As for the others, no one dared to even think of it, unless they were able to meditate and understand the last 3 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and make their breakthrough with that. However, that jade slip was now in Mu Yuhuang's hand, and she controlled the power. Thinking of this, Mu Qihua clenched his fists, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. Mu Yuhuang was the first one to cut her palm and write her own name down on the bloodstain contract. As the characters Mu Yuhuang were written onto the bloodstain contract, it strangely began to burn. After several breaths of time, a vermilion bird design appeared on top of the bloodstain contract. Within the image of the vermilion bird was the sealed character of Mu. Then, Mu Qinyu also calmly wrote down her name. Then it was Mu Qihua's turn. "Great Elder, if you may," Mu Yuhuang coldly said. Mu Qihua coldly snorted, cut his finger with his nail, and waved his sleeves as he signed his own name down. After Mu Qihua, the 2nd elder and 3rd elder signed their names one after the other on the bloodstain contract. If anyone leaked information about the last 3 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle in any way whatsoever, the curse of the bloodstain contract would attack them, and their bloodline would melt away along with their cultivation. Finally, the only one who hadn't signed their name was Lin Ming. Even if he signed it, it still wouldn't work. Also, he had no reason to spread this news, as he was the one who had taken this jade slip out from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. "I apologize for hassling everyone." Mu Yuhuang swept up the bloodstain contract and calmly put it away. "Now, we shall discuss the war with the South Sea Demon region that has been occurring for the past several months." As Mu Yuhuang spoke, A flame lit in front of her. It was a sound transmitting talisman. As Mu Yu Huang heard this message, her heart stirred. You are Lin Ming, the High Ancestor wishes to see you too. You may leave now. Mu Qinyu's heart jumped. Mu Fengxian wanted to see her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly thought of a possibility. It shouldn't be. All right. Lin Ming turned to leave, departing together with Mu Qinyu. For the entire time on the way over, Mu Qinyu felt butterflies fluttering in her stomach. Finally, they arrived at the end of a bamboo grove trail where the Emerald Bamboo Pavilion was located. This was where Mu Fengxian lived in seclusion. Lin Ming, come in. Yes, Master Ancestor. This was the second time that Lin Ming had stepped foot into Mu Fengxian's residence. The simple arrangement inside the bamboo house hadn't changed since he had last been here. There were several planned wicker chairs, and also a wooden table. As he walked in, he could hear his footsteps, causing the bamboo floor to creak. As Lin Ming entered the residence, Mu Fengxian didn't speak. She only smiled as she looked at Lin Ming. Like this, around half an incense stick of time passed. Finally, Lin Ming wasn't able to stand it. He tentatively asked, Master Ancestor, what is the matter that you wanted me for? Mu Fengxian laughed. I've heard the content of the meeting already, creating a short-distance sound transmission array with the meeting room of the Council of Elders and synchronizing it so that it could be heard was very easy. Although Mu Fengxian had slowly faded away from managing the matters of Divine Phoenix Island, if there was a meeting that involved significant matters of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, she would still be concerned about that. This time you have brought back the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method to my Divine Phoenix Island. That is simply a great graciousness. Master Ancestor is too kind. Lin Ming's attitude was very polite and low-key. If someone treated him with courtesy, then he would return it. However, if someone tried to suppress him, he wouldn't object to brutally slapping them back in the face. Mu Fengxian smiled. She continued, Lin Ming, this time when you entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, was the only reward you obtained the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method. As Mu Fengxian spoke, her eyes shifted towards the light flame mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. As soon as he had entered the room a moment ago, Mu Fengxian had been able to feel the energy of a very pure and powerful ancient bloodline coming from Lin Ming's body. But this sort of energy was obviously different from the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. Before Lin Ming had entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he didn't have this aura. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. When I went into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, I managed to obtain a bloodline through a stroke of luck. I see. Mu Fengxian's eyes lit up, and her heart immediately filled with emotion. Lin Ming's rise was now unstoppable. As long as he didn't fall, he would absolutely become an emperor-level powerhouse. But she just didn't know if Divine Phoenix Island had the destiny to follow him and become a holy land. Lin Ming, this old woman has a question to ask you. You must answer me truthfully. Mu Fengxian's voice was suddenly serious. Master Ancestor, please ask. The truth is that I had this idea a while ago. It's just that you are too young, so I had placed it aside for the moment. But now, I think it's best for both of us if we can clarify this matter as soon as possible in order to avoid any future misunderstandings or accidents, instead resulting in one of us outplaying ourselves. As Mu Fengxian spoke, she looked Lin Ming deep in the eyes and slowly and clearly said, I want to ask you, are you willing to marry Qinyu and take her as your wife? Every single word of my Fengxian's final sentence was clearly articulated. As Lin Ming heard this, he became petrified, marry Qinyu and take her as his wife. It's not too late for a martial artist to be married even when they are 100 years old. I don't need you to answer me now. I just wanted to ask you this question earlier, so this issue doesn't drag on for too long and give birth to misunderstandings. Mu Fengxian watched Lin Ming's expression as she slowly spoke. To her, this matter of marriage was extremely significant. Lin Ming's status was becoming increasingly important. However, Lin Ming was not from the Mu family. Even Mu Fengxian, who favored Lin Ming, was concerned about this point. After all, Lin Ming had joined Divine Phoenix Island just over a year ago. Although he had a very upstanding and kind moral character, she didn't know just how much of a sense of belonging Lin Ming felt towards Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 436 Slaughtering Path of the Battlefield. Chapter 436 Slaughtering Path of the Battlefield. Chapter 436 Slaughtering Path of the Battlefield. The vermilion bird blood essence was a kindness that was given to Lin Ming, but after he had returned from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm and taken out the first 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle, he had returned this kindness dozens, if not hundreds of times over. Now Lin Ming no longer owed Divine Phoenix Island anything, but rather it was Divine Phoenix Island that owed Lin Ming. If this was true, then what sense of belonging did Lin Ming feel for Divine Phoenix Island that still remained? Even if he left now, no one would say anything. Why would Lin Ming stay at Divine Phoenix Island, or even help Divine Phoenix Island rise to the level of a holy land? Mu Fengxian had thought that Lin Ming and Qinyu were very intimate with each other, and she wanted to let this relationship between them naturally develop instead of trying to interfere ahead of time. But this time, Lin Ming had killed his way into Blood Demon Island and rescued a young girl called Qin Xingxuan. This left Mu Fengxian no choice but to shift the inquiry of this matter to an earlier date. After all, this sort of scene in which a man desperately gave his all to save a woman like a shining knight would cause most girls to be moved. Like this, that girl would absolutely fall in love with Lin Ming. Once the two of them were together for enough time, the girl would take initiative and show meticulous care for Lin Ming. If the result of this was that the two of them developed extremely intimate relationships together and even made love together, that wouldn't be strange at all. Mu Fengxian could see that what was between Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu went beyond a casual or even close friendship. However, the problem was whether or not Mu Qinyu could be like Qin Xingxuan and pursue Lin Ming. This was clearly impossible. If matters continued like this, then several years from now, Lin Ming might marry Qin Xingxuan. When that time came, what would Mu Qinyu do? Lin Ming stood there, frozen, not knowing just how to answer. Lin Ming certainly felt something towards Mu Qinyu. It was just that he didn't want to consider something like marriage currently. In the future, he didn't know just where he would go, whether it was the South Horizon region or even the Sky Spill continent. Neither of these places would where he stopped. Once a marriage was set down, he would have another responsibility. In the future, he would adventure all over, and might even face death many times. With another bond tying him down, he might always feel some qualms in his mind. Lin Ming thought about this for a very long time. Finally, he said, reporting to Master Ancestor, this disciple would not like to consider the matter of marriage before 40 years of age. Lin Ming said 40 years of age in order to give himself some time. 20 years was more than enough time for many things to change. At that point, he might have the power to affect the Sky Spill continent. Mu Fengxian hesitated. Lin Ming was obviously trying to find an easy way out and avoid the question. How could she be satisfied with an answer like this? Suddenly, Mu Fengxian's mind jumped as she remembered something. She slyly smiled and said, "All right, then I shall not you ask about that. Instead, let's talk about something else. I'm not sure if you know this, but recently the Vermilion Bird faction's third elder has been wanting to discuss matters of marriage with me. He wishes to have his grandson Mu Qingshu marry Qinyu. He thinks that they should be engaged this year, and 10 years from now, they can share intimacy with each other. Lin Ming, I wonder just what your opinion on this is?" Lin Ming's words died in his throat. He helplessly looked at Mu Fengxian. The third elder wanted to discuss marriage matters with Mu Fengxian, but now Mu Fengxian wanted to ask him about this instead. As he thought back to a few days ago when he met Mu Qingshu on the island, he was able to feel the man's hostility. At that time, Mu Qinyu had a very difficult and awkward expression. Suddenly Lin Ming became aware of what had happened. So that's how it was. Mu Qingshu had regarded him as a rival in love. No wonder Mu Qinyu had been so embarrassed to explain the reason, and had even needed to use a true essence sound transmission to warn him of Mu Qingshu. As soon as Lin Ming thought of Mu Qinyu's reddened face that was a bit embarrassed, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, like warm and tender waves filled with sweetness began to surge through him. Lin Ming thought back to that dubious night in the forests of Thunder Crash Mountain. He even thought about how after Mu Qinyu arrived to the 7 profound valleys, she had helped him forge a spear and had given all sorts of precious materials without holding anything back or having any ulterior motive. As these scenes flitted through his mind, he also thought about what might happen 10 years from now. Mu Qinyu would have to accept marriage with someone she didn't like, and would be forced to have intimate relations with someone whose actions almost killed Qin Xingxuan. Thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly felt his heart stop. Lin Ming looked up to see Mu Fengxian smiling at him. That smiling expression of hers was somewhat like a wily old fox. Mu Fengxian had lived for many years. Naturally, she was very familiar with human emotions and desires. She was able to approximate just what Lin Ming was thinking. You want to play with this old woman? Hee, let's place the option of Qinyu and Mu Qingshu's marriage on the table, and I'll see just how nice you'll be. Lin Ming, so what do you think about this matter? Mu Fengxian amicably asked again. The smile on her face only grew wider. As Lin Ming saw Mu Fengxian's cunningly bright smile, he was simply left speechless. Master Ancestor, please don't play tricks on this disciple. Play tricks? Do you think this old woman will take something so important like Qinyu's marriage to play little tricks on you? I just want to ask you, if you think it's acceptable, I will decide Qinyu and Qingshu's marriage. At this time when Mu Fengxian asked again, Lin Ming had called down, I do not wish for that to happen. Mu Fengxian let out a long breath, and she lovingly smiled at Lin Ming. All right, as long as I have your word, it is fine. As you said before, it's all right not to consider marriage before 40 years of age. I am also in favor of this. In fact, it isn't considered too late if a martial artist marries at 100 years of age. You have a will focused on the martial arts, but so does your, so it's even better. Unless you have some double cultivation method, prematurely releasing your primordial essence doesn't help anyone. Ooh. As Mu Fengxian spoke to hear, she also said, oh, you also seem to be planning on having that girl you brought back enter into Divine Phoenix Island. Yes, Lin Ming honestly said, all right. However, that girl's talent could only be considered ordinary. She will only be relying on the transplanted vermilion bird blood essence to have the opportunity to practice the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. You should also know what vermilion bird blood essence means to other disciples. 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence. Well, that's something that every disciple has longed for in their dreams. But now it's been used by you on a girl whose talent is only ordinary. These disciples will not dare to oppose you, but to Qin Xingxuan, I'm afraid that they will inevitably be hostile to her. Lin Ming could imagine just how true Mu Fengxian's words were. A woman's jealousy was much stronger than a man's. There were many areas in which women were much more manipulative, and there was often serious infighting. If Qin Xingxuan were to become an inner court disciple and be placed into this gaggle of girls, it was possible that she would be isolated or even bullied. She had a different surname, and her talent came from having 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence transplanted into her. Any one of these reasons was enough for Qin Xingxuan to be isolated. When that time came, They would use arguments such as that she was depending on her man to get a foot up in life. This opinion might spread, and with Qin Xingxuan, she might not be able to stand up to the criticism behind these arguments. No matter how strong the deterrent of Lin Ming was, it was impossible to control just what these girls said in private. Mu Fengxian said, "How about this? Let's have that girl be a maid disciple, and she can accompany you around. You should already be well aware of Yuer's personality. Yuer will not mistreat her or be unkind to her. As for cultivation methods and resources, she will be assigned treatment equal to a core disciple." As Mu Fengxian spoke, a smile hung on her face throughout. It was best to have Qin Xingxuan together with Mu Qinyu to avoid her following Lin Ming around, in which case something could occur between the two too fast. Not just that, but after Qin Xingxuan followed Mu Qinyu around, and they became familiar with each other, she might be too embarrassed to compete with Mu Qinyu. Lin Ming didn't think too much on this. He nodded and said, "That would be great. As for this South Sea Demon Region war, would you like to go out to battle with Yuer?" Mu Fengxian was planning on having Lin Ming go out for some experience and a little adventure. If he was together with Yuer, it would be easier to protect them, and it would also be easier to promote the personal feelings between the two. However, Lin Ming actually said, "Master Ancestor, this disciple wishes to be alone while participating in the South Sea War." Alone? Mu Fengxian was a bit surprised. She shook her head and said, "Alone is not good. It's just too dangerous. Also, if you are recognized, and the South Sea Demon Region finds out, the consequences will be dire." Lin Ming said, "I will be careful. I have an appearance-changing technique that I can use to disguise myself. Only someone who is much stronger than me will be able to see through it. Otherwise, they won't be able to. As for those middle and late revolving core masters, they will not appear randomly in these early skirmishes. Even if they do show up, they won't necessarily be able to recognize me." On both sides of this war, there weren't many times when revolving core masters personally acted. Even if they did, it was often in fights on the same level. When they fought, the skies would darken and the earth would shake, but the truth was that it was rare for any of them to fall. The true main forces of this war were the Xiantian masters. Lin Ming already intended to participate in this great war against the South Sea Demon Region. What he needed the most right now was spear arts. Lin Ming knew very few, and of those he knew, they were quite weak. Only the Great Desolate Halberd art was the best fit for him. The Great Desolate Halberd art was a cultivation method from the demonic path. Walking down this road meant walking down the road of death. In order to practice it, he would need to slaughter many enemies. For this, the best and most suitable place was the South Sea battlefields. But if he went with Mu Qinyu and had the protection of a revolving core master, it would be hard to find many opportunities to engage in combat. Not just that, but those he would fight in would be easy, superficial skirmishes. This was not what Lin Ming wanted. He wanted to experience the true depth of fighting on the front line. As Mu Fengxian saw Lin Ming's insistence, she slightly frowned. Although his strength would grow much faster if he fought on the front lines, the danger level would double or even quadruple. "You've already decided this?" "Yes." "All right." Mu Fengxian sighed. Then she took out a small bottle from her spatial ring and also a silk sack. "Here is 1 scarlet blood pill, 2 yang reversion pills, and also an escape symbol. If you encounter true danger, use them. Don't try to be brave and show off. Coming back safe and alive is what is most important." Lin Ming received the pills and escape symbol, and also a jade slip that described how to use them. The scarlet blood pill was able to greatly enhance one's strength for a short period of time. There were many similar pills, but the side effects were serious and often deadly. This scarlet blood pill had very few side effects, and after using it, one would only be weakened for a period of time. This was the reason why the scarlet blood pill was so expensive. As for the yang reversion pill, it was a wonderful life-saving pill. No matter how grievous a wound was, as long as it wasn't a soul wound, the Yang reversion pill could help one recover in a short period of time. It could even restore damage done to meridians and could restore exhausted true essence. Compared to the scarlet blood pill, the Yang reversion pills were much more precious. Not just that, but they weren't something that was simply purchasable with true essence stones. Finally, the escape symbol was the rarest and most expensive of the three gifts. As Lin Ming took the escape symbol, he saw many simple lines on it. These were actually an ancient array formation. Ancient array symbols. Lin Ming was stunned. Once activated, this escape symbol could transfer one several hundred miles away. It was truly a life-saving tool. Without a doubt, this was obtained from some ancient ruins somewhere. With the Sky Spill continent's current level, these were impossible to produce. Every single one of these was extremely precious. Chapter 437 Life Destruction. Chapter 437 Life Destruction. Chapter 437 Life Destruction. Lin Ming silently accepted these three treasures. Mu Fengxian had treated him very well. Whether this stemmed from sincere affection in her heart, or whether it was because she valued his future contributions, the truth was that she had helped him out a great deal. These three treasures she had taken out were treasures that he sorely needed. Thank you, Honorable Master. This disciple will be sure to return alive. Mu Fengxian sighed. She already had a faint understanding of Lin Ming's personality. When he was at Thundercrash Mountain, he dared to entire the Flood Dragon's Cave with just a mere bone-forging stage cultivation, much less take the risks he did now. However, she knew that if it wasn't for this character of his, he never would have reached this step at a mere 17 years of age. If she wanted to restrict him because of his safety, it would only imprison Lin Ming's potential. A dragon that was locked in chains would never be able to fly up to the 9 heavens. Lin Ming, you'll be able to do it, I believe. Lin Ming nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He said, Master Ancestor, I have a matter I would like to inquire about. What is it? Disciple has discovered that a first-grade family clan or sect would take a post-condensation period martial artist as an elder. A second-grade sect would take a Hotian realm martial artist as an elder. A third-grade sect would take a Xiantian realm martial artist as elder. And a fourth-grade sect would take a revolving core realm master as an elder. Every increasing grade corresponded with a higher standard of strength in their elders. According to this logic, a fifth-grade sect would take an emperor-level powerhouse as an elder. But from what Disciple has discovered, the disparity between a fifth-grade set and a fourth-grade sect doesn't seem too great. Only a top fifth-grade sect, or even a sixth-grade sect, might have an extremely rare few emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Ming had always had these doubts. When he had inherited the fragmented memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elders, their memories of different boundaries, and their strengths were very fuzzy. In addition, there might be differences in the situation of the realm of the gods and the Sky Spill continent. Thus, Lin Ming had asked this question. Mu Fengxian said, That is indeed true. The difference between a revolving core master and an emperor-level powerhouse is just too great. This is because from the revolving core realm to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse, one has to pass through stages of life destruction. Life destruction is extremely dangerous. Any failure will result in death without even an intact corpse. As for those truly powerful fifth-grade sects, their elders are mostly stranded within the life destruction stages. Life destruction? Lin Ming asked, curious. He had never heard of this term before. Mu Fengxian smiled and said, This so-called emperor-level powerhouse is only a title. It is not a boundary or anything like that. The realm that an emperor-level powerhouse is at is called the Divine Sea. Since ancient times, A peerless emperor powerhouse has nearly always had a cultivation at the divine sea realm. Nearly always? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Yes, there are a few who haven't yet stepped into the divine sea realm. These individuals are still in the life destruction stage, but because their individual strength is so great, they are also labeled as emperor-level powerhouses. What is this life destruction? Mu Fengxian said, from the extreme revolving core to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse, there is only a single step, but the truth is that this step is too distant a dream. After the Xiantian realm, there are two more boundaries, revolving core and divine sea. A revolving core martial artist has their true essence condensed into a core within their dantian. If one day they could shatter this core again and again until it turned into a sea, changing the world of their dantian into a vast expanse of water. This is the divine sea realm. A divine sea realm supreme elder is also known as an emperor-level powerhouse. Step into revolving core before 30, reach extreme revolving core before 50, and becoming a peerless emperor before 100. From extreme revolving core to the divine sea, one would need to use at least a full 50 years. In order to step from extreme revolving core to the divine sea realm, one has to experience several stages of life destruction. But every time one undergoes life destruction, there is a high risk of death. This is the same as a top-level vicious beast crossing through their heavenly tribulation. Every time one undergoes life destruction, one has to break apart their core and even shatter their very body, undergoing a brutal transformation and being completely reborn. This is why an extreme revolving core master can live for 800 years, but a divine sea supreme elder can live for 1,000 years, or even up to 10,000 years. As Mu Fengxian spoke, Lin Ming's mind shook. This was a right. 1,000-year sect, 10,000-year holy land. The reason that a holy land could exist for 10,000 years was because they had an emperor-level powerhouse that could also live up to 10,000 years. With an emperor-level powerhouse guarding the holy land, that holy land would never be destroyed for that full 10,000 years. As for the sorcerer and demon emperor that had flown up to the realm of the gods, they could even live for tens of thousands of years. Has Master Ancestor experienced life destruction? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Mu Fengxian slowly nodded. I have undergone a life destruction. I will never forget the agonizing pain and suffering of being on the verge of death. That enduring memory will never fade. Speaking of this, Mu Fengxian heavily sighed. During every life destruction, one's flesh and bones would shatter, their meridians would break, and even their soul would be torn. That sort of pain was simply unimaginable. And in the process of life destruction, one's awareness would teeter on the brink of life and death. They would lose all concept of time. It was truly enough to make one go utterly insane. Mu Fengxian had only experienced a single life destruction. Because of that, she had nearly perished. She didn't expect that she would be able to undergo another life destruction, and that was why she decided to remain within the extreme revolving core realm for the rest of her remaining life, and not try to step into the fabled divine sea realm. Lin Ming asked, how many life destructions did the founder of Divine Phoenix Island experience? 3 times. During that third life destruction, she failed to condense her core again and died. In order for a revolving core master to try and step into the divine sea realm, one needs a tremendous amount of courage, because one has to undergo life destruction several times. There are very few who have managed to fully step into the divine sea realm. In fact, most revolving core powerhouses are like this old woman. We live a life of mediocrity, and after several hundred years we return to the earth. Mu Fengxian spoke with a bit of self-deprecation as she smiled. For a revolving core master who had an unsteady foundation, trying to undergo life destruction was simply suicide. Even if one's foundation was stable, there was still a high chance of dying during life destruction. In order to become an emperor-level powerhouse, one not only needed a heaven-defying talent, but also a great destiny to fall upon them. From the revolving core to divine sea, this was only a single boundary, but one's life would increase by 10 times. The temptation of this was just too strong for many. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Even the founder-master ancestor of Divine Phoenix Island had perished during life destruction. Even though she had such a great lucky chance, she had still died. Obviously, stepping into the divine sea realm was an incomparably difficult task. No wonder almost the entire Sky Spill continent only knew of a mere 10 or so emperor-level powerhouses that existed. Even if those unknown ones were added, there might not be more than 100. Lin Ming asked, Master Ancestor, from the extreme revolving core realm to the divine sea realm, how many life destruction stages does one have to undergo? It's different for every person. Some only need to experience life destruction 4 times, some 5 times, and there are even those that need 7 times, 8 times, or the fabled 9 stages of life destruction. Every life destruction is a trial of life or death. With every stage of life destruction, true essence becomes thicker, blood vitality becomes more vibrant, and meridians become more tenacious. Thus, the more times one experiences life destruction, the more powerful they will become. When I said that there are life destruction supreme elders that are already peerless emperors, that is because that have experienced many stages of life destruction. Once they reach the divine sea realm, these characters would have an extremely terrifying strength. But even so, most martial artists only hope to go through 4 stages of life destruction and reach the divine sea realm. As for 9 life destructions, just thinking about it is a frightening prospect. I understand. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Sooner or later you will personally experience the life destruction stages. My own life will soon come to an end. I only wish to see you become an emperor-level powerhouse someday. As Mu Fengxian spoke, her face revealed an endearing and affectionate smile. Lin Ming solemnly nodded. Reaching the divine sea boundary was his first step into entering the realm of the gods. If he couldn't even accomplish this, then there was no point in him thinking of reaching the pinnacle of all martial arts. All right, when you go out, tell Yuer to come in. Of course. As Lin Ming left, he called Mu Qinyu to enter. Mu Qinyu was inside speaking with Mu Fengxian for nearly an entire incense stick of time. Afterwards, Lin Ming heard the light footsteps of Mu Qinyu as she walked out. However, the sound of those footsteps paused at the entrance of the bamboo house, as if she were hesitating behind the door for a long period of time. Finally, she slowly pushed apart the leaf door. As she saw Lin Ming looking at her, Mu Qinyu actually blushed red, her expression somewhat awkward. I thought you might have already left. Mu Qinyu incoherently babbled. Lin Ming was stunned. He understood just why Mu Qinyu felt a bit awkward in facing him. He tactfully said, I'll go and pack my things to prepare for the South Sea. South Sea. Mu Qinyu was in a trance for a moment. She had already heard from Mu Fengxian that Lin Ming was going to head to the South Sea alone. Regarding this, she certainly didn't wish for it, but she also knew that it was impossible for her to persuade Lin Ming otherwise. She lightly sighed and quietly mumbled, take care, okay. If you go to the South Sea, make sure you send a letter every once in a while so I can know you're safe. Mu Qinyu hesitated for a long time before biting her lips and speaking. Lin Ming nodded. I will. 10 days later, South Aurora Island. South Aurora Island was one of the larger islands of the South Sea. It had a diameter of 4,000 or 5,000 miles. On South Aurora Island, there were 2 treasure locations. The first was a medium-grade true essence stone vein deposit, and the other was a spiritual forest. There was no need to explain the medium-grade true essence vein deposit. it was very valuable for a fourth-grade sect. As for the spiritual forest, because of the features and energy of the land, it was rich in all sorts of precious medicines that grew there year-round. It was no less valuable than the true essence stone vein deposit. South Aurora Island was within the territory of Divine Phoenix Island. This island was quite far from the South Sea Demon region, so it was considered safe. But in the last several months, because of changes in the war, the fires of war had already made their way here. Now, South Aurora Island had become the front line of the battlefield. On this day, a black-clothed youth wearing a bamboo hat rode an ordinary heavenly winged eagle to land on South Aurora Island. This youth stood tall and straight. He had plain, regular-looking features, and his cultivation was at the late Hotian realm. He carried a 9-foot-long weapon on his back, and this weapon was wrapped in cloth. The sharp half-moon blade of this weapon stuck out. It was possible that this weapon was a halberd. This youth was Lin Ming, who had changed his appearance. Lin Ming didn't know in which ancient ruins or cave mansion he had found this technique, but the contents of the jade slip were incomparably exquisite and useful. Once used, he would be able to completely mimic the appearance, temperament, and odor of another person to the point where even a dog wouldn't be able to distinguish between them. In fourth-grade sects, there were many high-level cultivation methods. However, this sort of useful and strangely crafty unorthodox technique was hard to find. Even if they did, it would be much worse than what Bai Luo had found within some ancient ruins. With this appearance-changing technique, even a middle revolving core master wouldn't necessarily be able to see through Lin Ming's disguise. This greatly reduced the degree of danger for Lin Ming. Chapter 438, South Sea Wartime Alliance. Chapter 438, South Sea Wartime Alliance. As Lin Ming asked people along the way and compared his location with his map, he began to move and finally determined where he needed to go. He tipped down his bamboo hat and immediately began to move towards a town. Within this town was a very prominent building. It was over 200 feet high, and on the gate was a large signboard with the words, South Sea Wartime Alliance. This was an organization that had just been established in the last half year. After all, the South Sea Demon region qualified as a fifth-grade sect. It had gathered the reluctant support of some deep islands within the South Sea, and it had a very great influence. Even though Divine Phoenix Island had the joint help of some sects from the five-element region, it was still difficult to defend against the South Sea Demon region. This was mainly because the five-element region sects were only passively and lightly assisting Divine Phoenix Island. It was impractical to expect them to be the main force of the war. Divine Phoenix Island could only count on itself. However, as the war continued for nearly a year, the outer court disciples were seriously damaged, and a great deal of inner court disciples were also used. In this situation, Divine Phoenix Island had no choice but to seek another alliance. During this dire time, the South Sea Wartime Alliance was formed. Divine Phoenix Island had created an alliance of all the influential martial artists within the South Sea horizon. There were even several free martial artists from nearby lands that had come to join in on the South Sea battlefield. According to one's military exploits, they could obtain true essence stones, or even other rewards. Of all free martial artists that had come, 60 to 70% either did not have a sect or came from a first-grade or second-grade sect background. Of course, the rest were martial artists of large sects that had come out for adventuring. The rewards that Divine Phoenix Island offered were quite rich. There were many free martial artists that were willing to enter the South Sea battlefield in for them. They would accumulate military exploits and then exchange them for goods. Lin Ming intended to disguise himself as one of these free martial artists. His status was just too sensitive at the moment, not mentioning that he was currently the top talent within Divine Phoenix Island, but just the fact that he had killed the demon region's saint son, Lei Mubai, was enough for the South Sea Demon region to expend any and all efforts to kill him. Lei Mubai was the saint's son that the South Sea Demon region had raised with every resource at their disposal. His talent had far surpassed anyone else in the South Sea Demon region, and he was even a direct descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. For this sort of existence to be killed by Lin Ming, the hatred that resulted because of this could be imagined. It could be said that if Lin Ming's identity was found out, it would cause all of the nearby revolving core masters to arrive. In this situation, Lin Ming had to be extremely cautious of his actions. During this sojourn to the war against the South Sea Demon region, news had been spread that he would be going into seclusion and studying the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle. Only Mu Fengxian, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Qinyu knew the truth that Lin Ming had gone to the South Sea battlefield. Once he disguised himself as a free martial artist and changed his weapon from a spear to a halberd, it was unlikely he would attract much attention. As Lin Ming entered into the town, he found that the crowded streets were dotted with brand new buildings that looked like they had been constructed just a few months ago. There were simple stone houses and also large halls and pavilions. There were also many streets around the town square, where people had set up booths. Most of these vendors were martial artists, and their cultivation wasn't low either. The lowest were at the pulse condensation period, and the majority of them were at the Hotian realm. There were even some at the Xiantian realm. Of course, whatever items the Xiantian martial artists were selling would certainly be expensive. These Xiantian martial artist vendors had very high sights and would basically not bother to respond to martial artists that weren't on the same level as them. In these stalls there were all sorts of pills, poisons, charms, cultivation method jade slips, treasures, and everything else that could be expected to be found. Without a doubt, most of these things were spoils of war obtained from the battlefield. When these free martial artists killed their enemies on the battlefield, not only would they be able to accumulate military exploits, but they would also be able to amass wealth in another way, and that was taking the belongings of their enemies. This was a way to make windfall. As for what one obtained, that all depended on luck. Thus, on the battlefield, there were even naked corpses. In these situations, it was mostly because the enemy was wearing flexible armor, and as a result, after they died, even their clothes would be torn apart. For these martial artists that were incomparable beings among mortals, to die in the wilderness with just a naked corpse left made one sigh. As Lin Ming walked through the streets and glanced at the stalls, he was able to see what items were being sold. There were many good things to buy, but these were most useful to lower-grade martial artists. To Lin Ming, they basically didn't have any appeal. War was a chance for one to gain riches. By gaining military exploits and taking the belongings of those that died, a poor martial artist could suddenly become wealthy overnight. This was why so many free martial artists had joined the Wartime Alliance in this last half year. In this town, besides high-level martial artists, there were still many low-level martial artists in the body transformation stages. These martial artists were mostly here to provide services. In this place where there were so many people, and where nearly all of them were wealthy, it was naturally easy to have thriving businesses. There were restaurants, inns, tea houses, and even brothels. The battlefield was a place where a tremendous amount of pressure was placed on soldiers. Every day, one would have to risk their life, and their spirits would be tense. When they returned to their quarters, there were many martial artists that chose to visit the brothel in order to vent their pent-up emotions. Within this town, there were 2 big brothels, and both were very prosperous. Lin Ming quickly walked over to the Wartime Alliance building, not raising anyone's attention along the way. Lin Ming was currently a late Hotian realm martial artist. His energy was hidden within his body, and his appearance was also ordinary. In this small town where there were Hotian realm martial artists everywhere, he simply didn't seem like anything special. Lin Ming walked into the main hall. It was over 200 feet high, and the space inside was very broad. Around this main hall, there were many tea houses and also soldiers sitting and drinking together. There were over a dozen people in front of the main hall looking in, sympathy and compassion on their faces. Lin Ming had just entered the gate when a burly bearded Xiantian martial artist lazily stretched his limbs and sized up Lin Ming. He asked, "Are you here to enter the war?" "Yes." "Name?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, "Wild Halberd." Wild Halberd was a code name that Lin Ming had chosen for the battlefield. There were many martial artists that had taken a code name. One reason was that it was easier to remember, and the second was that many people didn't want to reveal their real names. The large Xiantian fellow didn't care. He took a registration form and placed it on the table, then pushed it towards Lin Ming. He said, "Fill this out and return it. Then wait a bit, and you'll go through the strength test. Afterwards, we'll arrange you in a squad." The most basic combat units of the South Sea War were squads. These squads had different occupations, and they were also able to look after each other. Otherwise, after battle, one would often be severely wounded. Without someone backing them up, the survival rate would be too low. Lin Ming filled out the form and was then brought out to the square behind the main hall. The surroundings were a dark, misty gray. It was hard to see anything. In the center of the square, there were over 10 free martial artists already milling around. Their cultivations were all at the Hotian realm, and they were also waiting to participate in the strength test. Of these 10 or so individuals, there were men and women and old and young. As they saw Lin Ming join them, most of them didn't have any expression. Some of them were sitting in meditation, adjusting their conditions, and some of them looked tense. Although these people had been martial artists for many years, this was the first time that they were participating in a massive battle on this scale. Lin Ming swept his eyes through his surroundings. He looked calm, but he scoffed in his heart. These surrounding martial artists didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but Lin Ming had discovered that they were already trapped within an illusory magic array. Outside of the illusory magic array, there were 4 Xiantian martial artists standing around. They were pointing at the people within and commenting on them. Because they were behind the shield of the illusory magic array, they didn't hold back anything in their words. Of these 4, 2 of them were at the late Xiantian realm, and 2 of them were at the middle Xiantian realm. "Senior apprentice Brother Zhou, what do you think about the people this time?" A middle Xiantian martial artist who looked around 40 years old asked. In a 4th grade sect, a man with a middle Xiantian realm cultivation in his 40s could only be considered a poor outer court disciple. In his life, unless he came across a heaven-defying lucky chance, it would be impossible for him to ever set step into the revolving core realm. The man called Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou stroked his beard. His face was long and thin, and his eyes were deep. He glanced at everyone that was about to be tested and said, "These are all cannon fodder. War is a good way to get rich, but one also needs their life in order to enjoy whatever riches they have. Of these people, I think that 80 to 90% of them will die." Free martial artists, you really think that they will be strong? Besides a few of them that come from large sects for adventuring, most of them are martial artists from the mortal world. Whatever inheritances or legacies they have are utter garbage, and they also lack resources. Their foundation is a mess too. Of course they can't be compared to a sex martial artist. Of these people, I only think that the woman and the man with the halberd will be SO. I think they might be able to compare to a second-rate martial artist from a 4th grade sect. That senior apprentice brother, Zhou, pointed to Lin Ming and another woman. Obviously, he was referring to them. As these 4 individuals spoke, every single word fell onto Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming smiled, not minding what they said. These people were not from Divine Phoenix Island, but rather part of the Martial Artists Alliance. The Martial Artists Alliance was located within the Supreme Mystery Nation of the South Horizon region and was a very loose and broad organization. When some individuals or forces encountered trouble, they would often come to the Martial Artists Alliance to take on missions. The Martial Artists Alliance would hand a martial artist a task and then take half of the commission. In addition, the Martial Artists Alliance provided a training platform and also gave a regular stipend to strong powerhouses. There was no conflict in participating in the Martial Artists Alliance and joining a sect. Currently, these 4 Sciention martial artists were all outer court disciples from Supreme Mystery Temple. After another 2 hours passed, there were 20 people gathered altogether. The man surnamed Zhou lazily stood up and removed the illusory magic array. Who? The surrounding scene suddenly changed, and the gray mist dispersed, showing the back of the main hall. Currently, 4 men stood in front of the main hall and looked down with condescension on these 20 free martial artists. The sudden transformation startled everyone. They hadn't expected that they had been within an illusory magic array. All right then, you 20 people come up. We're about to start the strength test. First, I will say that the mortality rate for participating in the war is very high. If you want to quit, there is still time. The man surnamed Zhou slowly said, as he closely observed everyone present, his eyes stopping for a moment on Lin Ming and a woman. Chapter 439, First Class Soldier. Chapter 439, First Class Soldier. After arriving at this point, naturally there wasn't anyone who would quit. The man surnamed Zhou nodded with satisfaction and said, "If that's the case, then you may enter the 10,000 killing array, and we shall judge the level of your strength based on your points. Afterwards, you will be enrolled in squads corresponding with your strength. I fully urge you all to display your full strength so that you can join a squad with a higher combat strength. It will be easier for you to accumulate military exploits as well as increase your chances of living. Now, all of you come up one at a time. You come up first." The man surnamed Zhou casually chose someone. As he spoke, a man beside him activated the 10,000 killing array. The 10,000 killing array appeared in the square behind them. Most of those here had experienced this array before. This was the most common illusory killing array within the South Sea Horizon region to test a martial artist's strength. Anyone who can reach 100,000 points is a first-class soldier, 50,000 points is a second-class soldier, 20,000 points is a third-class soldier, and as for anyone below that, I advise you to go home, lest you just go to the battlefield and die before you can accomplish anything. Anyone who obtained less than 20,000 points would be the weakest sort of Hotian martial artist. They would be in trouble even if they faced a third-grade sex pulse condensation period disciple. If they went to the battlefield, they didn't even have the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. As the first man entered the 10,000 killing array, a martial artist on the side lit an incense stick. As the incense stick burnt down, the martial artist's complexion turned white, and then he drew back from the 10,000 killing array. 36,000 points, third-class soldier, the man surnamed Zhou impassively announced. As the man who was just tested heard this score, he was a bit surprised for a moment. It was hard for him to accept this momentarily, because many free martial artists rarely met other martial artists of the same level. They were always very confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would never have come to the South Sea battlefield that had such a high mortality rate. But now that the result of this test was announced, he was only a third-class soldier. It was unavoidable that his confidence would be attacked. Next, the man surnamed Zhou casually swept over to another man, continuing down the line. A second man entered, and after an incense stick of time passed, he left. 28,000 points, third-class soldier. 33,000 points, third-class soldier. 40,000 points, third-class soldier. 19,000 points, you are unqualified. As 10 people were tested, none of them actually passed 50,000 points. They were all third-class soldiers, and there was even one that didn't qualify. That unqualified man took a major strike to his self-esteem. He left with an extremely depressed expression. The man, surnamed Joe, was still calm. He had already expected that something like this would happen. He pointed at the woman who he had mentioned earlier and said, Your turn." The woman wore all black and was thin with average looks. After she entered the 10,000 killing array, a man from the back lit an incense stick. This time, the incense burned for a much longer time. After the first stick of incense burnt down, even the second incense stick burnt down. When the third incense stick was almost burnt halfway, the woman gave a light cough and then left the 10,000 killing array. 96,000 points, second-class soldier. All the other martial artists in the room exclaimed in surprise. They didn't think that this black-dressed, ordinary-looking woman would actually be so strong. 96,000 points was over 2 times as much as the next highest-scoring person. The woman's expression didn't change. It seemed that she had already expected a result like this. "You're next. Come up." The man surnamed Zhou pointed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming slowly walked over to the 10,000 killing array. He turned his head and asked, "This senior apprentice brother, could you tell me how points are calculated?" Why are you asking? Just give it your best try." And that's the end. The man surnamed Zhou impatiently said, "I just want to know so that I can keep track." The man surnamed Zhou looked disgruntled as he said to Lin Ming, "Killing an extreme Hotian will net you 10,000 points. Late Hotian will net you 2,000 points, and middle Hotian will net you 300 points. "I understand." As Lin Ming spoke, he walked into the 10,000 killing array. A white light flashed in front of Lin Ming, and suddenly 7 or 8 martial artists appeared in front of him. Their cultivation ranged from the middle Hotian realm to the peak Hotian realm. These are probably the weakest sort of martial artists. They are about the same strength as when I first participated in the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. Lin Ming readily extracted a long halberd from the variety of weapons offered around him. The reason he had asked about scoring was because he was afraid that he would kill too many, causing people to pay attention to him. 3 or 4 martial artists rushed at Lin Ming together. Lin Ming swept out his halberd, and the 3 or 4 martial artists were instantly split in half at the waist, exploding into showers of bloody rain. This was simply an instant kill. Afterwards, a peak Hotian martial artist rushed at him. Lin Ming didn't bother to change his style and swept out with his halberd again. That peak Hotian martial artist was also cut in half. With Lin Ming's current strength, facing these low-level martial artists was simply a massacre. Outside of the 10,000 killing array, the incense was slowly burning away. The man surnamed Zhou crossed his arms across his chest and was playing with his mustache with a thoughtful smile on his face, waiting for Lin Ming's results. As the first incense stick burned out, the second incense stick was lit. Just as the second incense stick was burning, at this moment, a light flashed and Lin Ming left the 10,000 killing array. So fast? The man surnamed Zhou was a bit shocked. He had thought that with Lin Ming's strength, lasting through 2 or 3 sticks of incense definitely wouldn't have been a problem. But as he glanced at the score, the man surnamed Zhou smiled. This boy, he had quite the skill. The other free martial artists didn't really care about Lin Ming's score. That is, until the result was announced. 101,000 points. First-class soldier. Hua Dash. The head of every single martial artist instantly swiveled towards Lin Ming. This fellow was a first-class soldier? He was even stronger than that formidable woman. Most of the people present had already entered the 10,000 killing array and were fully aware of just how difficult it was to reach 100,000 points. This boy is good. He's about the same as me when I was young. The man surnamed Zhou traced his chin as he spoke, impressed with Lin Ming. For a late Hotian realm martial artist to have this strength. He should be about the same as an outer court disciple of a fourth-grade sect. He'll have a future. That is, if he manages to survive in the South Sea battlefield. Lin Ming calmly walked down. He had already calculated just what he would need to gather 100,000 points and be ranked as a first-class soldier. The wartime alliance used squads as the combat units. War intelligence, which included the location of the enemy, was distributed to the different squads for convenience. In that case, Lin Ming had to join as high-level a squad as he could in order to quickly familiarize himself with the battlefield and also gain more important information. As for the reason that he had been inside the illusory array for a whole incense stick of time, that was entirely intentional on Lin Ming's part. The truth was that he only needed a dozen or so breaths of time to reach 100,000 points. He could have done so sooner, but the refreshing rate of the 10,000 killing array was just too slow. As for the remaining time, Lin Ming had loitered within so that he could avoid, leaving early and shocking everyone. As Lin Ming returned to the group, the surrounding free martial artists all looked at him with awe in their eyes. Even that woman looked at Lin Ming for several seconds and then kept to herself. After Lin Ming, the rest of the martial artists also measured their strength. The highest remaining score was 45,000 points. They were all third-class soldiers. A third-class soldier was the lowest level on the South Sea Demon Region battlefield. You two, come with me. The man surnamed Zhou pointed at Lin Ming and the woman. The other 18 free martial artists watched as Lin Ming and the woman left together, sighing. Their eyes were a bit sad and also had a hint of envy. The gap between them was simply too great. Now I'll lead you to enter your squad. If you join a strong squad, you'll be much safer if you meet danger. Of course, there are also times when a strong squad will meet even stronger enemies. As for which one you want, just choose yourself. As the man surnamed Zhou spoke, he pushed open the door. Behind the door was actually a noisy and busy tavern. The entire tavern was built with gray tones. There were colorful true essence stone lamps hanging on the ceiling above. On a stage in the center of the tavern, a young woman with almost nothing on was dancing a hot and sexy dance that Lin Ming had never seen before, compared to the traditional martial arts of the South Horizon region. This sort of dance was just wantonly flaunting all of the sexy and private parts of a woman's body, sparking waves of cries and cheers from the surrounding martial artists. Hey, you like what you see? The man surnamed Zhou nudged Lin Ming, revealing a lascivious smile that all men understood. This is a dance that comes from the demon region. It has quite the style. That demon region really does have some good stuff. Ha ha. The man surnamed Zhou lewdly smiled, not noticing the disgusted look in the woman's eyes next to him. Everyone, stop, we have two newbies today. There is a 101,000 point first-class soldier and a 96,000 point second-class soldier. If your squad needs one of them, just say it. The tavern instantly quieted. Even the girl doing her sexy dance stopped mid-step. All of the martial artists that were enjoying the revelry shifted their vision onto Lin Ming and the woman, sizing them up. It was quite different from what Lin Ming expected. There wasn't anyone scrambling to pick him up. It seems like a 101,000 point first-class soldier isn't worth much here. Or perhaps these top squads don't really need someone with just 101,000 points. Lin Ming kept a composed smile as he thought this. Hey boy, how about joining us? After a few breaths of time, a large fellow called out. He held a big pot of wine in his hand, and he was shaking back and forth. Much of the wine was spilling out. As Lin Ming glanced at this big fellow, he saw that his cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm, and his true essence was abnormally thick. He was obviously a powerhouse of those within the same level. Our little squad has 3 Xiantian masters, and our squad captain is a middle Xiantian realm. Everyone is a first-class soldier that has been battle-hardened already. The rest are at the peak Hotian realm and half-step Xiantian realm. We're one of the top squads of the Wartime Alliance. If you join our squad, you will have the best chances to gather military exploits. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that we lost some people a few days ago, we wouldn't normally take a late Hotian martial artist. Many veteran squads were reluctant to take in new recruits. A recruit often lacked combat experience and would panic during a life or death situation, throwing everything into chaos. In the end, they would just become a burden to everyone else. On the battlefield where life or death could be decided in a split second, any burden on the squad could result in unimaginable consequences. In this man's opinion, Lin Ming was simply too immature. Within his squad, he would be of the lowest level. It was difficult to say just what his future performance would be like. Chapter 440, The Killing Hunt Begins. Chapter 440, The Killing Hunt Begins. After the big fellow spoke, the man surnamed Zhou said to Lin Ming, "This person isn't lying. They really are one of the top squads within the Wartime Alliance. It's a good idea to join them." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, not immediately answering. The big fellow saw Lin Ming's concern and said, "Come to my team lounge and have a look first. If you want, you can directly join in. But let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. We can help you out at the start, but don't think that you'll be able to always count on help from other members. If after several operations you still cannot adapt to life or death battles, don't blame anyone when you are kicked from the squad. Our squad will not support people that drag us down. Otherwise, when we are putting our lives on the line, it's possible that a single person's mistake could cause the entire team to suffer." Of course, Lin Ming calmly answered, "I want to ask this senior apprentice brother, how are the squad's intelligence channels? On both sides of this war, intelligence is the single most important factor. All top squads will enjoy intelligence as soon as it is found. Not only that, but we also have a very formidable member who has skilled perception and is responsible for investigating and gathering intelligence." "I understood. I'll join your squad. I'll have to ask this senior apprentice brother to look after me." "Oh." The big fellow looked at Lin Ming with surprise. It seemed as if this boy really cared about intelligence, but this wasn't too weird. He directly said, "I'll take you over to see the rest of the members." As the big fellow spoke, he laid down his pot of wine and brought Lin Ming through the tavern. After they passed through several corridors, they finally entered into a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't too big, but it had a very elegant interior. In the small courtyard, there was a purple-clothed woman sitting in meditation. A purple mass of air circled around her, with faint hints of electricity sparkling within it. She was clearly a Thunder Tribute martial artist. The woman's face was like a peach, and she had a slim figure and a refined appearance. As Lin Ming arrived, she opened up her beautiful eyes to look at him, nodded, and then continued to meditate. Besides the woman, there were two youths playing chess not too far away. These were actually a pair of twins, and their cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. "Hey, it's a new squad member." As the twins saw the big fellow walk over with Lin Ming, they laid down their chess pieces and greeted them. Introduce yourself," the bearded big fellow said to Lin Ming. "Wild Halberd, late Hotian realm, 101,000 points at the 10,000 killing array test. First class soldier, 101,000 points? That's great. Haha, you will have a bright future here. My name is Green Tree, and this is my little brother Green Forest." Green Tree, Green Forest, these were also nicknames that they had chosen before. Lin Ming could feel light would attribute origin energy fluctuations coming from these twins. They were most likely would attribute martial artists. If these sorts of martial artists also had some sort of special technique, they could be very skilled at healing others. These were very popular teammates to have on a battlefield. With a martial artist that excelled at healing others around, the chances of surviving would be much higher. "This is our vice captain. You can call her Violet Rain. Green Tree pointed at the purple-clothed woman. Her cultivation was at the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Senior apprentice Sister Violet Rain. Lin Ming greeted. Violet Rain faintly smiled. She had a very calm reaction. Our squad name is the Fire Axe Squad, and Fire Axe is also the name of our squad captain. We belong under the 3rd Squadron of the Wartime Alliance. Wild Halberd, you will be this squad's 9th member. We'll be going to the battlefield a few days from now. Wild Halberd, don't let me down. The bearded big fellow stretched out his limbs as he spoke with a grin. Lin Ming smiled. I'll try my best. Ha ha, don't be too nervous. The big fellow patted Lin Ming's shoulder. That's right, Wild Halberd, what attribute are you? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, Thunder. A Thunderfire dual attribute physique was extremely rare. Naturally, Lin Ming couldn't expose information like this. So, he chose to say that he was a Thunder attribute martial artist. If he said that he was a Fire attribute martial artist, he would inevitably need to use martial skills like Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky or 10,000 Flames Burning World. These were all martial skills that belonged to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. It would be very easy for others to associate him with Divine Phoenix Island. Thus Lin Ming simply chose to say Thunder. Although there were only a few Thunder attribute martial artists in Divine Phoenix Province, there were many of them within the 5-element region, as well as the Supreme Mystery Temple. It wouldn't draw anyone's attention even if he used a Thunder Soul. Thunder? That's the same attribute as Violet Rain. You can ask her for some tips later. Violet Rain is from the Violet Profound sect within the Supreme Mystery Province, so her Thunder attribute cultivation method is good. The Supreme Mystery Province that the bearded big fellow spoke of was a land under the jurisdiction of Supreme Mystery Temple, one of the 3 great 4th grade sects of the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region's 3 4th grade sects were Divine Phoenix Island, Supreme Mystery Temple, as well as the Dire Space sect. Divine Phoenix Island once had 19 3rd grade sects under it, but after the entire moon-seizing sect was destroyed, there were only 18 left. Supreme Mystery Temple also had 3rd grade sects under their control. The Violet Profound sect was naturally one of these. Violet Rain calmly said, if you have any questions on Thunder attribute techniques or control, then feel free to discuss them with me. Lin Ming gave a cursory nod. All right, well, you can go to your room for now. A few days later, we'll be going to the battlefield. During this free time, make sure to raise yourself to your best condition. The bearded big fellow threw Lin Ming a small badge with a room number written on it. Lin Ming glanced down at his room number. He had been assigned room 9. Thank you. That's right. Can you lend me a map of the enemy's forces and how they're distributed? The reason that Lin Ming had joined the squad was to a large extent because of the information they could offer. The South Aurora Island region was simply too great. It was thousands of miles in diameter, and it would be extremely difficult to determine where the South Sea Demon region's forces were located. If Lin Ming tried to search, he would be like a headless fly that searched everywhere for enemies to slay. Not only would it be extremely inefficient, but it would be extremely dangerous. A map of the enemy forces? The bearded big fellow was puzzled for a moment, but readily said, Okay, Green Forest, take out a jade slip copy of the enemy forces' locations. All of the military intelligence information as engraved into a jade slip. Of course, this information always lagged a bit behind reality, and there would be some discrepancies. Lin Ming received the jade slip and immersed his sense into it. He discovered that there was a massive map within the jade slip, and on this map were many red and blue dots of different sizes. What are these dots? Lin Ming asked. Those are the forces of the South Sea Demon region, and also our own. If you immerse your sense further, you can obtain greater information. Lin Ming did, and found that the information contained within was astonishingly detailed. There was a list of every base, along with a description of their corresponding strength. This included information on masters, as well as the possible size of the team. There was also information on array formations and just what sort and how strong those array formations were. As Lin Ming carefully looked through the jade slip, his eyes lit up. This was it, the third position, a squad with a middle Xiantian realm master leading it. It was a sentry point at the southernmost tip of South Aurora Island's true essence stone vein deposit. Lin Ming slowly locked his attention onto this small red point within the jade slip's map. I have absolute confidence that I'll be able to defeat a middle Xiantian master. Since it's my first time on the battlefield, I'll start with a middle Xiantian enemy and familiarize myself with the process. Once I have more experience, I'll start to go against the extreme Xiantian masters. Against an extreme Xiantian master, Lin Ming was a bit worried. Ouyang Xinxiu was an extreme Xiantian master, but the truth was that his strength could only be considered very mediocre within those of his level. If Lin Ming were to meet an extreme Xiantian master who was a core disciple of a large sect, he would completely lack assurance in defeating him. If he had bad luck and somehow met an extreme Xiantian top-level powerhouse like Mu Qinyu, he might have to use his escape symbol. Thus, he first chose a middle Xiantian master as his goal in order to ensure success. A martial artist's strength also had multiple areas in which it could grow besides cultivation. The longer they lagged behind, the greater the gap would be. Lin Ming decided he would begin tonight. The bearded big fellow had said that the official battle would start several days from now, but Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to wait so long. The reason he came to the South Sea battlefield was to slaughter all his enemies. When practicing the great desolate halberd art, the more powerhouses he killed, and the stronger they were, the greater the might of the great desolate halberd art. As Lin Ming memorized the information on the jade slip, he returned to his room by himself and prepared to begin his brief trip. At night, the bright moon shined in the inky sky. At the very southern end of the true essence stone vein deposit, there was a very remote and small town. The small town was surrounded by a simple wooden fence, and most of the houses were in ruins. These were the remains left behind after the South Sea Demon region invaded, and the refugees fled. Because the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region had bloodline origins related to the giant demon race, they didn't see themselves as the same as humans. Once the war began, it also became a war between races. In a battle, it was common for everything to be exterminated. Not even a common mortal would be spared. This war in the South Sea was a woeful calamity upon every resident of the South Seas islands. Divine Phoenix Island had assigned many ships to transport refugees away from the war zone. However, the distance that separated the South Sea Islands was simply too great, and even riding ships was very dangerous. If one encountered vicious sea beasts or turbulent weather, it was a common matter to simply be swallowed into the endless waters. In this war, the civilian casualties were incalculable. Under the ash-blue sky, a shadow passed through like a ghost, gently landing on a large tree. This shadow was Lin Ming. Lin Ming had extremely keen eyesight. By borrowing the moonlight, he was able to clearly see that on a hillside around 10 miles away, there was a pitch-black cave. This was a base of the South Sea Demon region martial artists. Normally, the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix province would set up a tent, or if they were staying longer, they would construct a simple cabin. But the South Sea Demon region martial artists liked to live in caves. The data showed that this group of South Sea Demon region martial artists were spotted here around 7 days ago. Since there's also a giant true essence stone vein to be mined here, they shouldn't have left so soon. As Lin Ming neared the cave, he slowed down. Soon after, at the entrance of the cave, he saw 2 large vicious beasts that looked like wolves. These wolves were over 10 feet long and patrolled back and forth. Their sullen emerald eyes were like 2 lanterns in the dark, and their crimson tongues drooped under their sharp fangs. Saliva trickled down their jaws, and every once in a while they would issue whining sounds. This was a vicious beast that the South Sea Demon region commonly used for security purposes. They had extremely sensitive senses of smell and hearing. If Lin Ming hadn't been using the concealment techniques that Bai Luo had left behind, it would have been very easy for these two animals to discover him. If these wolves are there, then the info should still be right. It looks like my trip isn't in vain after all. The corners of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. Chapter 440, One Blood Drinking Seal. Chapter 440, One Blood Drinking Seal. The cave entrance was around the height of 2 people, and within the cave there were 6 or 7 South Sea Demon region martial artists that were gathered together, chatting. Captain, these past 3 months we've already mined over 1,000 medium-grade true essence stones. In addition, we've also accumulated a ton of military exploit points by killing our enemies. After going back, Captain should be able to be promoted to a 3-star Devil General. When that happens, us brothers will also share in the glory. The martial artist who spoke was around 9 feet tall. In comparison to a normal human, he was much taller, and his skin was also slightly blue-toned. With Captain's talent, being promoted to a star Devil General was only a matter of time. Another South Sea Demon region martial artist said, crazily laughing. Within these people, the one they called Captain was a martial artist with a cultivation, the Middle Xiantian realm. He didn't look any different from a human. He had a handsome, delicate face, and his skin was a bit pale, as if he were constantly sick. At first glance, he looked like a human youth. His temperament was a bit similar to Lei Mubai's. He was most likely a descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Hearing the flattery of so many people, the youth chuckled and said, "Strength is the foundation of all. Titles like Star Devil General or anything else are simply meaningless vanity. In this South Sea War, my greatest harvest isn't my military exploits or the true essence stones I've acquired, but having cultivated my monster-killing law to the 3rd layer on the endless battlefield where the only true friend was slaughter. It was the best time to master cultivation methods, such as the monster-killing law. Since Captain says that strength is most important, we'll have to give our all and kill more during this war. Humph! 3,000 years ago, the humans of the South Horizon region were merciless to my people. Now it's time for them to pay blood with blood. As soon as the youth spoke here, his complexion changed. He expanded his sense and heard 2 light sounds outside of the cave as both of the wolf beasts guarding were immediately killed. The enemy is attacking. The demon region youth's complexion paled. The surrounding 6 martial artists also tensed up. Let's go! With a cry from the demonic path youth, there was a loud bang as the entire cave suddenly exploded. Rocks were crushed to pieces, and a terrifying shockwave cracked all the way through the mountain and created a massive gap. Large chunks of stone came crashing down. The 7 demon region martial artists escaped out of the cave in distress. One of them was covered in blood. His entire arm was turned into bone chips and meat. He didn't have time to react when a blood-red light suddenly flashed past him like a rainbow. The speed was too fast for him to have any response. Puff! A long halberd stabbed through the dantian of that demon region martial artist. The crescent moon blade twisted and the youth's dantian shattered. He died on the spot. As this martial artist fell, an incredible scene took place. The martial artist's body suddenly collapsed in on itself, turning into countless bits of flesh and blood that rained down. And in this endless shower of blood, a red streak of lightning that looked like a small red snake circled around. The blood and flesh gave off a faint blood energy that was completely condensed into the red lightning. That red lightning darted back into a black-clothed youth's hand. This black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, and that red lightning was the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a red line separated from the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder, circling around Lin Ming's fingertip. After a few breaths of time, this red line condensed into a strange crimson seal. On that seal were faint lines that emitted a bloody energy. So this blood needed to form the blood-drinking seal described within the great desolate halberd art. Lin Ming bent his finger, and the blood-drinking seal sunk into Lin Ming's body. Suddenly, an icy cold energy spread through his body, and a wave of killing intent surged through Lin Ming's heart. Along with this, he could feel a slight change in his aura. His aura had become even fiercer and contained a faint murderous intent. The great desolate halberd art followed the slaughtering road. Every time someone was killing, their blood essence would be used to create a blood-drinking seal. The stronger the victim, the stronger the blood-drinking seal. The martial artist that Lin Ming had cut down a moment ago was at the peak Hotian realm. He wasn't even enough to form the weakest kind of blood-drinking seal. This sort of blood-drinking seal, whether it was attack power or defensive power, would be extremely weak. Blood-drinking seals could constantly fuse together. In the midst of carnage, if one killed 1 million people, they could create 1 million blood-drinking seals, fusing them together to create an even stronger blood-drinking seal. As one slaughtered more and more, the power of the great desolate halberd art would also become increasingly strong. If one could create tens of thousands of high-grade blood-drinking seals, then they could travel wherever they wished between the heavens and earth. This was the killing road of the great desolate halberd art. Lin Ming didn't walk the demonic path, so he would naturally have more problems in condensing a blood-drinking seal. However, this problem was solved by the blood-extinguishing demon Thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon Thunder was able to absorb blood essence. With this ability, it would only take a blink of an eye to fully condense a blood-drinking seal. As the demon region youth stared at the blood seal within Lin Ming's hand, his complexion became extremely ugly. This is a demonic path cultivation method. A human martial artist actually practices a demonic path cultivation method. The demon region youth's face darkened. A mere late Hotian realm human dares to kill their way to my base. You are quite confident in yourself. As the demon region youth spoke, the martial artists around him had all come out of their earlier panic. They had all drawn their weapons. Lin Ming casually glanced over the 6 remaining martial artists, a middle Xiantian realm, an early Xiantian realm, and also 4 peak Hotian realms. The 6 of them should be able to condense 2 blood-drinking seals. Captain, let's kill this boy and make a corpse guard from his body so we can take revenge for old 7. A Xiantian martial artist in the squad pointed his long spear at Lin Ming, his eyes flashing with killing intent. On the demonic path, there were many martial artists who used spears or halberds. Be careful. This boy isn't so simple, the demon region youth reminded everyone. Since this boy dared to rush into their base, he naturally had something he relied on. But he still didn't believe that a boy with a late Hotian realm cultivation could simultaneously deal with the 6 of them. The early Xiantian realm martial artist with a spear rushed at Lin Ming. The demon region youth savagely grinned and also rushed forwards. His weapon was a spear over 10 feet long. The blood-red spear edge gave off a thick bloody energy. Kill, kill. The 6 individuals rushed towards Lin Ming together. In a war where the only purpose was to kill, they naturally wouldn't care about something idiotic like rules or fairness. As soon as they attacked, every strike they made was an all-out offensive to kill their enemy. For a time, 6 weapons were pointed at Lin Ming. Once these martial artists attacked, their murderous auras billowed. These were elite soldiers that had thrived on the killing fields. 10,000 flames burning world. Ho! Tens of thousands of flames swept up like a tide, directly rushing over the demon region youth. Lin Ming swept out with his halberd and heard a loud bursting sound as three-peak Hotian martial artist exploded into a bloody rain. A small red snake twisted around these piles of flesh, and all the blood essence became a faint red line that was completely absorbed by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Old Six, third brother. A halberd-wielding martial artist's eyes turned red. It was just a single exchange of moves, and yet even with the 6 of them combined, 3 of them had been instantly killed. Die. The demon region martial artist cut down at Lin Ming with his halberd. But as he did so, the demon region youth's complexion changed. The youth had realized one thing, and that was that this black-clothed youth in front of him was absolutely a god of death. Old Second, don't do it. The demon region youth's words had only partially come out, but it was too late. Lin Ming's halberd thrust out, meeting that Xiantian martial artist's attack head-on. Tempering marrow true essence suddenly erupted, and an incomparably peerless strength broke forth. That Xiantian martial artist felt his arm shake, and then the grip of his hand tremble. His weapon was sent flying away. Pooh! A purple light flashed, and in a split second, Lin Ming's halberd had pierced through that Xiantian martial artist's body. With a twist of the halberd, the martial artist's dantian shattered. Old Second, as the demon region youth saw this, his eyes widened. These demon region martial artists had been together with him for years. They were no different than his brothers. He grit his teeth, and without a single word turned around and fled. The only one left was a last-peak Hotian martial artist. As he saw this, he also turned and fled. The direction he chose was completely different from the demon region youth. Smart idea, but too bad. It's too late. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a red light and a purple light shot out. The red light was the blood-drinking seal he had just condensed, and the purple light was the divine demon steel needle. Pooh! The red blood-drinking seal instantly overtook the peak Hotian martial artist with an astonishing speed. It was like a serpent as it drilled through his body. The martial artist's body shook, and his eyes glazed over. The blood-drinking seal had already penetrated through his every blood vessel and had cleanly absorbed every last bit of blood essence. After several breaths, the martial artist's body withered away. The blood-drinking seal burst out from his body, and the seal's red lines were much clearer than before. Lin Ming extended his hand, and the blood-drinking seal submerged back into his body. At the same time, the divine demon steel needle also caught up to the demon region youth. Go die. The demon region youth's hair was in chaos, and his eyes were bloodshot. He turned around and struck the divine demon steel needle with his spear. Bang! The spear struck against the divine demon steel needle, and a terrifying compressed power of thunder suddenly burst forth. The demon region youth was struck by the overwhelmingly violent shockwave and sent flying backwards. He tasted a sickly sweet taste in the back of his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! The divine demon steel needle didn't give the demon region youth any chance to recover. It immediately pierced through between his eyebrows. The demon region youth's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness that gave way to despair before going dull. All of his meridians were destroyed by the manic power of thunder, torn into pieces. After a breath of time, the youth's body collapsed and then turned into a shower of bloody rain. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder sucked up the faint traces of blood essence and then returned to Lin Ming's fingertip. In just 10 breaths of time, 6 demon region martial artists, including a middle and early Xiantian realm martial artist, had all been annihilated. If these people had decided to escape at the very start and had taken different directions, then Lin Ming would only have been able to kill 3 or 4 of them at most. But because they sensed that Lin Ming's cultivation was low, they had looked down on him and underestimated him. By the time they had decided to separately escape, it was already too late. It seems like my cultivation is the best disguise for me. Lin Ming looked at the 2 crimson blood drinking seals in his hands, and the corners of his lips curved up. He only had 2 blood drinking seals now, but he couldn't imagine what it would look like when he had tens of thousands of these blood drinking seals. At that time, when he put them all together, its power would be extremely horrifying. Chapter 442, Fire Axe. Chapter 442, Fire Axe. When many blood-drinking seals formed atop the blood halberd, if this was combined with the halberd laws, it could form a near-perfect offensive and defensive battle system. When the blood-drinking seals were concentrated to a certain level, they could even manifest into a tangible slaughter domain. When a mentally weak person stepped into the slaughter domain, they would be suppressed to the point of collapse. Even someone with a strong will would be affected. As Lin Ming recalled the description of the great desolate halberd art, he couldn't help but sigh. Lei Mubai really did have a great streak of lucky chances. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder, ancient devil tome, and great desolate blood, halberd replica, all perfectly complemented each other. If he could have practiced the first few layers of the great desolate halberd art, he would have had an enormous chance of being able to break into the level of an emperor powerhouse in the future. Unfortunately, Lei Mubai had encountered Lin Ming along his path. The ancient devil tome was originally a fragmented volume of the great desolate halberd art, and the great desolate blood halberd was also a weapon that the demon emperor once used. As for the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, that was a top-quality thunder soul that was able to extract blood essence. Lei Mubai could be said to have been in the perfect place to cultivate. However, no matter what he had accomplished, he had still ended up with his fate. This was the natural brutality and cruel danger that accompanied those that walked the path of martial arts. There were countless geniuses within the Sky-Spill continent that had the qualifying talent to become an emperor-level powerhouse. However, in so many years, there were very few that were able to step into the Divine Sea realm. Lin Ming glanced at the time. It was still the middle of night. On the jade slip there was still a red spot, and it was also very near. He could take a short trip to solve the problem there while he was at it. Early next morning, a tall man wearing bright red armor strode into the Fire Axe Squad's small courtyard. As this man walked, he exuded a powerful aura, as if all the surrounding fire origin energy was being sucked into him. Captain, the big-bearded fellow was laughing and chatting with the twins, but as he saw the red-armored man walk over, he stood up and greeted him. The red-armored mildly nodded. He was the captain of the Fire Axe Squad. Fire Axe. His cultivation was at the Middle Xiantian realm, and he was the absolute core of the Fire Axe Squad's strength. Regardless of whether it was combat experience, leading ability, or individual strength, he was number 1 in the squad, and he also held an absolute standing in the squad. The other squad members all respected Fire Axe from the heart. As Violet Rain heard the commotion, she also opened the door to her own room. She faintly smiled at the red-armored man and said, "Captain, what's the battle situation like?" "We encountered a small squad led by 2 Middle Xiantian realm martial artists. We killed 3 peak Hotian martial artists. Besides Cool Foam being injured, we didn't suffer any other damage." The red-armored man calmly said, 2 Middle Xiantian realm martial artists. Violet Rain was startled. "Haha, captain is captain. He can go 1 against 2. The big-bearded fellow laughed. 10 days ago, Fire Axe had picked up a transportation mission, but because the difficulty wasn't too great, he had only brought half the squad with him and was letting the other half rest. He didn't expect that he would encounter a squad led by 2 Middle Xiantian realm martial artists. Within South Aurora Island, since there weren't any revolving core martial artists, Xiantian martial artists were the strongest ones. Fire Axe had a cultivation at the Middle Xiantian realm, and was also considered quite strong for those within his level. He could be considered a top-class master of South Aurora Island. However, it was still troublesome for him to kill martial artists at the same cultivation level. In that battle, he had been able to kill 3 Peak Hotian realm martial artists, but the 2 Middle Xiantian realm martial artists had escaped. Fire Axe pulled out 3 jade tablets from his spatial ring and casually threw them on the table. These 3 jade tablets were shot through with bloody lines. Hee. The bearded big fellow eagerly picked up the 3 jade tablets. These were the tablets given by the Wartime Alliance for recording military exploits. After killing an enemy, it was possible to stain the jade tablet with the enemy's blood essence before their Dantian's true essence dissipated as a record. One could use this jade tablet to see the enemy's cultivation. We got another 300 military exploit points. Haha, what a great harvest. Awesome. Divine Phoenix Island is offering very good fire attribute cultivation methods, and they even have a top high-grade human step flame essence. Captain, if you can accumulate some more military exploits, then you can exchange it for a high-grade human step flame essence. With your strength, even a late Xiantian realm martial artist won't be your match. When that time comes, we will be the unrivaled squad of South Aurora Island. Ha! The Fire Axe, who rarely smiled, revealed a slight grin as he was infected by the bearded big fellow's enthusiasm. He had long been yearning for a high-grade human step flame essence. Don't boast too outrageously. There are some very strong fellows with the South Sea Demon region. For instance, there is still Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare. Even if I manage to absorb a high-grade human step flame essence, I will still be far from their match. As Fire Axe mentioned these 3 people, the bearded big fellow's neck shrank, and he didn't speak any further. Obviously, he dreaded even the mention of these 3. For this past half-year, the greatest powerhouses of the South Sea Demon region within South Aurora Island were Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare. Within South Aurora Island, they were called the Big 3 of the Demon region. These 3 were all slaughter-frenzied killing stars. If any squad encountered them, they would probably be annihilated. Fire Axe smiled and said, "Once I absorb a high-grade human step flame essence, the most I'll be able to handle is a late Xiantian realm martial artist. And that is only defeating them. Killing them is another story." When martial artists fought those at the same level, and their strength wasn't too different, it was easy to defeat the other. However, it was extremely difficult to kill them. If one of them decided to run with all their might, it would be difficult to stop them. Good. Let's discuss the plan for the operations 3 days from now. Call in all the members. The Fire Axe squad had a total of 9 members. The captain was Fire Axe, a Middle Xiantian realm martial artist who also served as the core of the squad. There was Vice Captain Violet Rain, whose cultivation was at the early Xiantian realm, and who excelled at controlling the power of thunder. Her combat power couldn't be understated. There were the twins Green Tree and Green Forest, whose primary ability was to cure wounds. There was the bearded big fellow, who didn't have any attribute. He fought with a sledgehammer, and his cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. As the 8 old members sat around a table, Lin Ming sat at the rearmost position. "Hee, is this our newly arrived little brother?" Within the 8 old members, there was a woman whose cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian. She was quite attractive and petite, but what drew one's attention was that her hands were white like porcelain, and her nails were sharp and long. Obviously, these 2 beautiful hands of hers were murder weapons. "I'm called Wild Halberd. Attribute: Thunder." Lin Ming introduced himself in a simple manner. "Wild Halberd? That's a fun nickname." The woman was habitually cleaning her nails. She giggled and said, "My name is Enchanting Shadow. My job is an alchemist. Enchanting Shadow pointed to a shyly smiling youth beside her. This is Cool Foam. He has outstanding sense and therefore is responsible for scouting and detection. Lin Ming introduced himself to the several members that he was unfamiliar with, and then individually remembered their names. All right, let's have a look at how the current enemy forces are distributed. As Fire Axe spoke, he spread a map on the table. On the map, there was the locations of South Sea Demon Region martial artists. They were indicated by red circles. Here, here, and here. These three places are the core of the South Sea Demon Region martial artist forces, and is also where the big three of the Demon Region, Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare gather. We have to make sure that our combat zone avoids them as far as possible. With the strength of those three, if we meet any one off them, it's possible that even the combined strength of our entire squad won't be able to resist. Fire Axe was speaking for Lin Ming. The other members were already aware of this. Now, within South Aurora Island, there are actually 2 times the number of Wartime Alliance martial artists than there are South Sea Demon Region martial artists. However, the quality of our forces is inferior. Thus, although there aren't many South Sea Demon Region martial artists, they are dispersed all over the island and are occupying important true Essence Stone vein locations. As for us, we have many people, but we have to gather together in fear that we'll be wiped out. 3 days from now, the goal of our mission will be here. As Fire Axe spoke, he pointed at a spot on the map. As Lin Ming saw the marked locations, his complexion suddenly became awkward. This was the stronghold that he had just visited last night. The leader inside was the pale-looking Demon Region youth, and Lin Ming had already annihilated every single Demon Region martial artist within. Could there be such a coincidence? Fire Axe certainly didn't know any of this. He continued to say, "Our strength is slightly higher than theirs, and it shouldn't be a problem to defeat them. The key is just how many can we kill?" The enemy would flee in separate direction if they notice an incoming squad with 7 or 8 members. If this happened, they would only be able to kill a few of them. Many Demon Region martial artist squads depended on their strength in order to flagrantly penetrate deep within South Aurora Island and blatantly plunder the true Essence Stone vein resources. If they couldn't win, they would run. Losing a few late Hotian or peak Hotian martial artists was an acceptable loss. The reason that the Fire Axe squad chose the stronghold was because this enemy base was far too deep in their territory. When Lin Ming had been deciding where to go, this was also the reason that he went there. Thus, the two of them had decided the same way. The Demon Region squad captain should be at the Middle Xiantian realm. He is a bit weaker than me, but as long as he wishes to escape, no one here can stop him. It's not realistic to kill him. However, he has an early Xiantian realm martial artist under him. If we take him as our main goal and catch this big fish, we'll be able to earn 1,000 military exploit points. The Wartime Alliance stated that killing a peak Hotian realm martial artist would earn 100 military exploit points, and killing a half-step Xiantian would earn 200 military exploit points. Killing an early Xiantian martial artist was 1,000 military exploit points. This illustrated just how great the disparity was between a Xiantian martial artist and a Hotian martial artist. On South Aurora Island, killing a Xiantian martial artist wasn't easy at all. 1,000 military exploit points. I can't wait. The bearded big fellow was immediately roused and began to crack his knuckles, making caw sounds. Of those that came to the South Sea battlefield, most were those that enjoyed the thrill of battle. Only Lin Ming was completely silent. He was simply speechless. This was going to be a wasted errand, but it wasn't as if he could open his mouth and tell everyone what he had done last night. It stood to reason that it was impossible for him to know something like this. All right, I've reported the operation details. If no one has any comments, we will set off 3 days from now. As Fire Axe spoke, a flame lit in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. As he heard the message, Fire Axe was stunned. "What's the matter?" Violet Rain asked, puzzled. Most of the time their captain was very calm. He rarely revealed expressions like this. Fire Axe ruefully smiled and shook his head. "The operation is canceled." "What? The mission plan was rejected?" "No, it's that the Demon Region squad was already annihilated." Chapter 443, Spiritual Forest. Chapter 443, Spiritual Forest. Chapter 443, Spiritual Forest. "They were annihilated?" Violet Rain asked, bewildered. "Yes, they've discovered 7 corpses. Some of them turned into puddles of blood. They should have been completely annihilated. It wasn't just that squad, but a nearby squad that had 6 people was also eliminated. Without a doubt, all of them were killed. The 2 squads should have been killed by the same squad. The manner of death is similar." Fire Axe couldn't even believe the words he said. If they encountered a powerful enemy and knew they couldn't win, some of them should have been able to escape, unless the difference in strength was too great. For instance, a squad led by 2 or 3 late Sciention Realm Masters might be able to accomplish this. Within the squads of South Aurora Island, there were only 2 squads that could continuously kill 2 squads of the South Sea Demon region, and not only kill them, but completely annihilate them. However, these 2 squads had no need to hide their actions. Who did it? Nobody came to claim the military exploit points? Enchanting Shadow asked. Fire Axe shook his head. If someone came to collect the military exploit points, there wouldn't have been so many doubts. At this time, within the command center of the Wartime Alliance, an old man was holding the latest intelligence report, pondering something. This old man was responsible for the Alliance operations on South Aurora Island. In truth, those that were placed in charge weren't too strong. They were often limited by their talent, but they were rich in experience and knowledge, like this old man. "Old Lou, any news from that strange investigation this morning?" A calm voice sounded out. The one speaking was a middle-aged late Sciention martial artist. Whoever it was only killed people but didn't claim any military exploit points. He should probably be a master with some great background. Therefore, he doesn't have any liking towards our rewards. Perhaps, or maybe it is an extreme Sciention master who was passing by and decided to help on a whim. The South Sea battlefield was vast and broad. If the medium-grade true essence stone vein deposit of South Aurora Island was placed within all the strategic locations of the South Sea battlefield, it wouldn't be considered too important, whether it was Divine Phoenix Island or the South Sea Demon region. Neither of them would place their main forces there. What I found strange is that from the information I received, the one who did this has a cultivation method that doesn't follow the orthodox path. Those demonic path martial artists that died all had their blood essence sucked dry. Oh, the middle-aged martial artist was a bit surprised. Could it be infighting? I can't say. Of the free martial artists of the Wartime Alliance, it isn't strange for any of them to practice cultivation methods of the demonic path. Within the South Horizon region, respect for cultivation methods had always been based on strength. Although demonic path cultivation methods were known as unorthodox, means there were still many sects that practiced them. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction practiced demonic path martial arts. They wouldn't do something as boring as moralizing on others. Of those sects that practiced demonic path cultivation methods, they were easily swayed by their emotions and would even be provoked to killing and exterminating others. No matter who it is, they are neither our friend nor our enemy. We will continue with the operation plan and see how the situation develops. 3 days later, Lin Ming accompanied the Fire Axe squad for the first time to battle. Including Captain Fire Axe, there were 9 people altogether. They rowed a small spirit boat into the spiritual forest taking advantage of the cover of night. In the deep and boundless forest late at night, a small spirit boat seemed very common. During this mission, we are going to intercept and kill a South Sea Demon Region convoy. It should happen sometime between midnight and dawn. As Fire Axe spoke, he also compared time. Ultimately, the reason for this war was to plunder resources. The two great resource sources of South Aurora Island were the true Essence Stone vein deposit, as well as the spiritual forest. The South Sea Demon Region attacked and occupied parts of South Aurora Island. Naturally, they would ship back the massive amount of resources that they stole. The Wartime Alliance obtained news that tonight there would be a squad picking the plants within the spiritual forest that was about to ship off everything they had accumulated. Fire Axe had received the mission to kill off this convoy. Is this news reliable? It should be reliable. It was delivered by Camo. The Camo that Fire Axe mentioned was an inside spy that the Wartime Alliance had snuck into the South Sea Demon Region. Camo was only a code name. Besides the top-level characters of the Wartime Alliance, nobody knew just who this Camo character was, or even if he was human or someone from the South Sea Demon Region. Of course, there were inevitably spies of the South Sea Demon Region within the Wartime Alliance. In a war, intelligence work was extremely important. Otherwise, squads would be blind. On such a big mass of land like South Aurora Island, it would simply be impossible to track the movements of the enemy. We'll arrive soon. When we go down, don't attract any attention. Fire Axe said, Okay. The one responsible for driving the spirit boat was Cool Foam. He operated the spirit boat to descend, and they quickly made their way into the forest. Lin Ming was standing near a window. As he saw the spiritual forest at night, he was unable to help gasping. This forest too big. Lin Ming meant that the plants within the spiritual forest were too big, not the area itself. The trees grew to a terrifying degree. A single tree would take dozens, if not hundreds of people to surround it, and shot up thousands of feet, piercing into the sky. The branches and leaves that spread out were like a mini city in the air. The thinnest branches were as thick as a water barrel, and the leaves were several feet wide. If a leaf was placed on water, it could even be used as a small raft. In this abnormally large forest, the 50-foot wide spirit boat was like a fish in water as it cruised through, smartly making its way through whenever the ship encountered branches or leaves. Cool Foam would manipulate the spirit boat in a clever manner and move around any obstacles. One couldn't help but praise his refined driving skills. Wild Halberd, this is the first time you've been to the spiritual forest, so I'll give you a brief rundown of the situation. Fire Axe beckoned Lin Ming. Only a fifth of the spiritual forest is on land. The rest is on the sea. There are many high-grade vicious beasts here, even ones that are strong enough to compare to an extreme Xiantian realm martial artist. That's strong. Lin Ming was stunned. Naturally, he didn't fear an extreme Xiantian vicious beast, but a common squad simply wouldn't be able to resist such a monster. Ha! Brother Wild Halberd should feel relieved. There are only a few kinds of the strongest vicious beasts, and we understand their behavior and habitat. Naturally, we have the means to avoid them. The bearded big fellow laughed as he spoke. He had assumed that Lin Ming had become nervous upon hearing that there were extreme Xiantian vicious beasts here. Lin Ming nodded. A vicious beast had limited intelligence. As long as they could figure out its habits, it was truly easy to avoid them. That's right, if we really meet a top-grade vicious beast, our squad can only escape into the wilderness, let alone us. Even if the demon region's big three encountered then, it would be a very tricky situation. Fire Axe smiled as he spoke. There should be around 7 or 8 South Sea Demon Region squads stationed in the spiritual forest. However, they are very far from each other. As long as we can settle the battle quickly, we won't be surrounded. Within the South Sea battlefield, The reason that small squads were the combat units instead of large-scale armies was for the sole purpose of plundering resources. Squads could be like locusts. They were able to spread out and quickly gather resources. As for large armies, they would only be used to attack and capture a sex supreme stronghold. However, this didn't make sense for the wartime alliance. What martial artists wanted were resources, not territory. A sect consumed resources at an astonishing rate. Even a small sect like the Seven Profound Valleys had over 100 Sciention realm martial artists, much less a fifth-grade sect like the South Sea Demon region. Not just that, but the South Sea Demon region had many smaller sects under them. If these were all added together, they were a massive force. With so many martial artists depending on resources from deep within the South Sea, naturally these resources would become stretched. That was why there were so many combat squads distributed throughout South Aurora Island. Any elite squad would have a Sciention master as its core. A Sciention master was absolutely the main force of this great war. Although a revolving core master was formidable, they were extremely limited in number. They could only fight in a decisive battle. Normally, they would just play a deterring role by frightening others. As they approached the location of their mission, the spirit boat began to slow down. Cool Foam released his sense and began to investigate the surroundings. A martial artist with a formidable perception was utterly important to a squad. They were that squad's eyes and ears. If their perception was inferior to the enemy's, they would be discovered first and thus attacked first. If they were ambushed, they would fall into the weaker, passive role, and this was likely to directly lead to defeat. Captain, there shouldn't be any ambushes nearby. With South Aurora Island, every mission carried a chance that there would be an ambush. However, the Fire Axe Squad was an elite squad with outstanding members. They would rarely be ambushed. And even if they were, they had the capability to deal with it. As the spirit boat touched the ground, Cool Foam was the first to jump off the spirit boat, carefully investigating his surroundings to see if anything was strange. Lin Ming was displaying his usual demeanor. However, the truth was that he had already felt a formidable energy fluctuation several miles away. Judging from this energy, they were without a doubt South Sea Demon region martial artists. It was possible that they were the Demon region squad described in the intelligence report and the ones shipping the raw medicinal materials. In the dark forest, over a dozen manic wolves the size of calves were patrolling back and forth, their green eyes shining in the dark. Every now and then they would issue out a low roar, causing those that heard it to feel as if their heart stopped. Within this group of hungry wolves, there were 8 black-armored martial artists holding spears. In front of them, there were a couple dozen youths with medicine baskets fixed on their backs. After digging up the medicinal plants, it was best to place them in the medicine basket in order to preserve the maximum degree of medicinal potency. If these plants were placed in a spatial ring, they would soon die. The mini-dimension within a spatial ring could not hold life. These medicinal plants had just been discovered a few days ago. Although they hadn't yet fully matured and reached their maximum effect, no one would care about these things in a war. If they didn't pick it themselves, that meant that it would be left in enemy hands. Faster! Go faster! The leader among these 8 black-armored soldiers loudly shouted. These young boys and girls that picked medicine were slaves from the South Sea Demon region. Most of them were at the first or second stage of body transformation. They were strong enough to withstand the heavy and grueling physical labor required, but were weak enough that they had no power to resist. They were the ideal slaves. After being yelled at by a black-armored soldier, these boy and girls lowered their heads and increased their efforts to collect herbs. They feared that they would be punished if they didn't gather enough. Chapter 444 Zombie Guard. Chapter 444 Zombie Guard. Chapter 444 Zombie Guard. As a black-armored man saw the slaves' medicine baskets growing heavy, he smiled and said, "Big brother, we've really hit it big this time. There are many more medicinal herbs than we expected. Once we return, we'll receive a great number of military exploit points. Not just that, but us brothers will also be able to keep a bit. When that happens, Big Brother's status will surely rise within the family clan." "Yeah, we've already been in this bird shit land for half a year. Finally, we'll be able to accomplish something. When we head back, I can't wait to see just what those old fool elders' expressions will be like." The several black-armored men enthusiastically spoke. They were from a third-grade martial family clan that was subordinate to the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region covered countless large and small islands, and there were even many strange and foreign races within them. There were dozens of third-grade sects and martial families. And some of those third-grade sects were formidable to the point that they surpassed even Peacock Mountain and came close to becoming fourth-grade sections. In this great war between the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island, the larger the scale of the opponents, the greater the scope involved. All of these small sects under the South Sea Demon region participated in order to grab a share of the spoils. This also meant that more and more Sciention martial artists came to the South Sea battlefield. A massive number of squads were formed for this war, and some of them weren't even part of either side. They were fully private and voluntary squads that were created to seek fortune in the chaos of war. For these most basic martial artists, even picking up the junk left behind by powerhouses was enough for them to live for several years. In the dense, dark jungle, when the Demon Region martial artist squad was about 7 or 8 miles away, Cool Foam suddenly stopped. "I found them. There are around 7 to 10 powerhouses, and also some weak life fluctuations. Those should be the herb gatherers." Normally, the person in the squad with the best perception was also the strongest. However, the Fire Axe squad was an exception. Cool Foam was very talented in this aspect. And as for Fire Axe, although he was strong, his perception was his greatest weakness. Good job. Let's get ready to ambush them. Violet Rain, you and me will hold back the Sciention masters. As for everyone else, concentrate your efforts on finishing off the peak Hotion martial artists. We'll follow the same plan as we've done before. Wild Halberd, this is your first time coming to the battlefield with us, so you don't need to be in front. Just wait for a good opportunity to attack. Fire Axe glanced at Lin Ming as he spoke. Normally, the new recruit would inevitably be nervous during his first foray on the battlefield, and it would lead to abnormal reactions. Even if they were a veteran of war, they would still be a burden due to this. This time, he would allow Lin Ming to adapt to the situation. No one expected that he would be able to accomplish much. "Haha, no need to be nervous. It's all right. Since it's your first time on the battlefield, let's compare our strength." The bearded big fellow laughed as he patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming smiled. "Okay, everyone prepare for battle." As Fire Axe issued his order, everyone else extracted their weapons. "Go!" Whoosh. 9 people ran out, under the full speed impact of a master speed. This wasn't a long distance at all. The enemy is here." The leader among the 8 black-armored soldiers turned around, his complexion changing. "Prepare to meet them." Cha-cha-cha. 8 spears pointed towards the Fire Axe squad together. But at this point, Captain Fire Axe had already reached the front. Mountain-splitting axe. Bang. A red inferno burst forth like a volcanic eruption. Fire Axe's axe chopped down, his strength exploding to the limit. This was Fire Axe's way of fighting, lacking finesse, but sweeping away all opposition with absolute strength. Clang! The captain of the black-armored soldiers crossed his spear to block Fire Axe's strike. However, Fire Axe's attack was too strong. The powerful impact forced the black-armored soldier to take a step back, directly miring his feet in the ground. Die! Fire Axe chopped down with his axe again. The black-armored martial artist waved his lance to fight again, but he was sent flying backwards dozens of feet. At this time, Dark Sword, Violet Rain, and the rest of them were all locked in battle. Dark Sword was the third Xiantian realm martial artist of the Fire Axe squad. His cultivation was at the most early Xiantian realm, and the weapon he wielded was a dark steel heavy sword. As for Violet Rain, she didn't use any weapon, but her hands flashed with purple thunder. Her entire body was wrapped in glittering electric lights. With just a touch, a black-armored soldier was paralyzed. The power of thunder entered into his meridians, wreaking absolute havoc. Violet Rain's palm thrust towards the spot between the enemy's eyebrows. "Woman, I am your opponent." With a thick, murderous intent flowing out from him, a black-armored martial artist thrust his spear towards Violet Rain's chest, forcing her to take several steps back. The one who attacked her was another Xiantian master of this Demon Region squad. The black-armored squad had two Xiantian martial artists, one less than the Fire Axe squad. Because of this, no one was able to stop Dark Sword. With a miserable scream, the weakest black-armored soldier's stomach was pierced by a jet-black sword. The sword twisted, shattering his dantian. He died right on the spot. Of the 8 black-armored soldiers, one of them had died to a sneak attack, and now there were only 7 left. But the Fire Axe squad had 9 people, and they also had an extra Xiantian master. The disparity in their combat strength was already obvious. The Fire Axe squad's bearded big fellow, and the rest had already anticipated this and stepped in front of black-armored soldiers, blocking their escape. Even if they couldn't kill all of them, they would at least kill half. "You really think that we are fish on the chopping block, HM?" The captain of the black-armored soldiers wiped the blood from his lips and savagely smiled. He didn't seem to care that they was ambushed by others, since he was carrying out missions on South Aurora Island. He knew that every moment there was one more moment on the precipice of life and death. At any moment it was possible that they would be surrounded and ambushed. Every soldier had to be ready to fight at all times, and also know that death could come for them at any time. "Mice of the Wartime Alliance, since you've come today, you won't be leaving." The black-armored captain swiped his spatial ring, and 2 large wooden boxes appeared. These were actually 2 coffins. As the coffins hit the ground, they began to violently tremble. There was grating sounds coming from within, as if zombie corpses were scratching at the coffin lids with their nails. Zombie guards. Fire Axe's complexion changed. Within the cultivation methods of the demonic path, refining the corpses of the dead into a zombie guard was an extremely notorious one. "You will all die here today." The black-armored soldier's face flashed with a mad grin. The coffin lid began to shake more and more. 2 groups of black fog rose from the coffins, forming into 2 thin ghost claws. These claws were completely black and were sharp like sabers. The hands were full of bone spurs, and between the spurs were boiling pustules. After the ghost claws extended, they suddenly turned and ripped open the lid of the coffins. 2 zombie guards stiffly stood up from the coffins, their bodies covered in bubbling pustules and bone spurs. As their withered eyes opened, they revealed 2 scarlet eyes. In the middle of the night, they were especially vivid. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he saw these 2 zombie guards. So that's how it is. The 7 Profound Valleys puppet faction's corpse puppets are, in reality, a demonic path cultivation method used to make zombie guards. Refining a corpse into a puppet was, in truth, creating a zombie guard. Magoo Byu had even transformed a part of his body into that of a zombie guard. No wonder Magoo Byu had grown up in such a creepy mummy-like appearance. Peak of early Xiantian zombie guards. Fire Axe's complexion sank. At this moment, the number of enemy Xiantian masters now outnumbered them by 1. "Violet Rain, you handle the zombie guards. Your power of thunder is best at suppressing the dead. Although the current battle had flipped around, Fire Axe was still calm. Wild Halberd, you're also a thunder attribute martial artist. Support her from a distance and do not approach. Fire Axe darkly sighed in his heart. To think that his first battle would be so fierce, this is truly a brutal test for Wild Halberd. Whether or not he can persist is difficult to say. Let's go, Fire Axe loudly shouted, and grasped his axe as he rushed over to the black-armored captain. His entire body's true essence was revolving to the limit. If he could kill this enemy captain, the battle was as good as won. Hong hong hong, Fire Axe and the black-armored martial artist fiercely battled. Fire Axe was a bit stronger, but to defeat his opponent in a short period of time was impossible. Violet Rain's exquisite eyebrows pressed together. She said to Lin Ming in a low voice, "Follow close to me. Do not leave my electrical net of protection. Otherwise, I won't be able to distract myself and save you." As Violet Rain spoke, she shot towards the two zombie guards. The purple electrical network around her expanded, becoming wider and allowing Lin Ming to move around. Lin Ming steadily followed. Although he had only known these people for a few short days, these fellow squad members had been very good to him. As for the other Fire Axe squad members, they were all engaged in fierce combat with the other black-armored soldiers. Dark Sword was facing the other black-armored Xiantian martial artist. Although he was a bit weaker, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. As for the others, they were almost equally matched. But the greatest pressure was on Violet Rain. Because the black-armored squad now had one more Xiantian realm master, she had to face two enemies in order to protect the squad behind her. Even though the power of thunder had a great effect on restraining the corpse energy, going 1 against 2 was still going to be extremely tricky. In front of Lin Ming, Violet Rain took out a blue soft sword. As purple arcs of electricity sparkled on the blue sword, it was like bright flowers blooming at night. Chi. Violet Rain's sword cut down on a zombie guard's claw. The power of thunder ignited the corpse, causing faint traces of black smoke to appear. Violet Rain frowned. She couldn't cut through. The early Xiantian realm zombie guard had been fused with tough metals from top to bottom. Its body was comparable to a treasure. Although Violet Rain's power of thunder was able to burn away the corpse energy around the zombie guard, destroying it was another matter altogether. Rah! The zombie guard issued a hoarse growl and was forced back by Violet Rain. Another zombie guard rushed forward at Violet Rain, its chilling claws grasping towards her chest. Violet Rain gave a loud shout and purple lightning erupted around her body. It concentrated on the top of her long sword, manifesting into a large blue bird. Thundershock Sword. The 3-foot-long soft sword carried the blue bird as it chopped down on the zombie guard. The zombie guard was enveloped by the blue bird, causing blue flames to erupt all over its body. It fiercely trembled, and then was sent flying back by the shaking. But at this moment, the other zombie guard had already rushed in front of Violet Rain. The nails of its black claw were over a foot long and emitted a sickening black light. Once she was grabbed, it would create 5 bloody holes. Violet Rain's complexion changed. She didn't have time to draw back her sword and defend against this attack. She could only use her foot to kick away the zombie guard. Flesh and blood against a zombie guard's claw. Once they collided, Violet Rain would inevitably be injured. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. He flicked his finger, and 2 small arcs of purple electricity instantly shot into the zombie guard's eyes. Lin Ming was deliberately restraining his power, but even so, the power of thunder that contained the will of the divine demon thunder soul was not something that the frail zombie guard's eyes could resist. The zombie guard shook, and it suddenly slowed down. But at this moment, Violet Rain had enough time to heavily smash her foot into the zombie guard's face, directly kicking it away. Chapter 445 Behead. Chapter 445 Behead. Chapter 445 Behead. Bang. Violet Rain's kick sent the zombie guard flying away. With some disbelief, she turned around to look at Lin Ming in surprise. Violet Rain was extremely sensitive to thunder energy changes. A moment ago, it was clearly this youth's lightning strike that had delayed the zombie guard's attack. This thunder attack wasn't strong. It had only been 1/10 of the power of thunder that she had released. But even though the power of thunder was weak, it was unusually concentrated and sharp. Once it was shot into the zombie guard's eyes, it was able to completely disrupt its attack. To have such precise control and accurate judgment on the battlefield, Violet Rain couldn't believe it. Was this really a new recruit? Wild Halberd, Violet Rain didn't know what to say at this time. Senior apprentice, Sister Violet Rain, they come. Lin Ming coolly said. The power he had displayed just a moment ago wasn't strong. It was just that the utilization was clever. It wasn't enough to arouse any suspicious. Violet Rain clenched her teeth and suppressed any questions she had. She turned round to meet the two zombie guards. Of the two zombie guards, one had been struck hard by Violet Rain, and the other one's eyes had been injured by Lin Ming. However, neither of them had suffered any great losses. As Lin Ming saw Violet Rain courageously rush up to meet the two zombie guards, he sighed. In the end, Violet Rain was only from a small sect. The grade of the Thunder Soul she had absorbed was low. Because of this, her attack power was also low. Even if Lin Ming created a good opportunity for her to attack, Violet Rain wouldn't be able to cause heavy damage to the two zombie guards. This fight couldn't drag on for too long. Lin Ming had to find an opening. Otherwise, the Fire Axe squad members might have casualties. These past few days, the Fire Axe squad had been very kind to Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't want any of them to fall here. Show. Violet Rain slashed out twice in a row. Because she was inspired by Lin Ming, this time she chose to target the zombie guard's eyes. However, this wasn't as simple as Violet Rain thought it would be. The electricity that shot into the zombie guard's eyes injured it, but it still mercilessly attacked Violet Rain, as before. In fact, zombie guards didn't rely on their eyes to sense the enemy. They used their perception to feel the enemy's life force. Even if they didn't have eyes, they would still be able to determine the exact location of their enemies. Violet Rain and the zombie guard attacked each other twice, and she was forced back several times. She began to feel some panic in her heart. What Lin Ming had done a moment ago seemed simple, but now that she tried it herself, how was the result like this? Lin Ming said, Senior apprentice, Sister Violet Rain, I will infuse the power of thunder into your body and coordinate with you. It may have a good effect. There was no other way. Violet Rain's attack power was simply too low. If the battle dragged on, she would be killed by the zombie guards after a war of attrition. Lin Ming could use this method in order to increase Violet Rain's attack power. All right, assist me. Violet Rain deeply looked at Lin Ming. She had already recognized that this little junior apprentice brother of hers was not simple at all. As Violet Rain flicked the sword in her hands, the electric net around her suddenly contracted, now only protecting her own body instead of also covering Lin Ming. Violet Rain understood now that Lin Ming probably didn't need the electrical net to protect himself. What she had done was purely superfluous. If she gathered the power of thunder closer to her, she would be able to increase her attack power by a bit. Roar! The two zombie guards rushed towards Violet Rain at the same time. After several exchanges of blows, their bodies were already burnt black. Even though nearly all their corpse energy was burned away, their bodies were still as hard as a treasure, and they were fundamentally undamaged. Thundershock soared. A dazzling blue bird manifested atop Violet Rain's long sword again. At the same time, Lin Ming pressed his hand against Violet Rain's back. Power of thunder that contained the will of the purple flood dragon divine thunder began to continuously flow into Violet Rain's body. Although Lin Ming was suppressing his strength, and he only poured a very small amount of power of thunder into Violet Rain's body, in terms of purity, it was far above what Violet Rain's low-grade Thunder Soul could compare with. If Violet Rain's power of thunder was a sword, then the bit of power of thunder that Lin Ming had poured into her was like covering her dull blade with the sharpest steel. In that instant, as Violet Rain released the bluebird, it seemed to have a soul of its own as it let out a shrill cry. The first zombie guard was struck by the bluebird, and the bluebird directly tore through its body. ZZZ. Arcs of lightning danced. The zombie guard began to violently twitch. The area of its stomach which the bluebird had passed through began to wither away at a speed visible to the naked eye. CA. Violet Rain slashed backwards with her sword, her slash sending the zombie guard flying backwards. Blue smoke began to issue from the zombie guard's body. She won. Violet Rain was shocked. In that instant, she had been able to feel the purity of Lin Ming's power of thunder. That was absolutely not something that someone from a small sect could have. Was Lin Ming a martial artist from a large sect coming out for adventure? Violet Rain wasn't able to indulge herself in daydreams in the chaos of battle. Although the first zombie guard had been severely damaged and could no longer fight, the second zombie guard had already rushed over to Violet Rain. Violet Rain had just used the Thunder Shock sword a moment ago. She wouldn't be able to use it again so quickly. She released purple arcs of lightning from her body, trapping the zombie guard in an electric cage. During this open time, Lin Ming glanced over the situation of everyone else fighting. There were 7 black-armored soldiers against 9 members of the Fire Axe squad, besides Lin Ming and Violet Rain fighting against the 2 zombie guards. There was enough for a one-on-one for everyone. Fire Axe was suppressing the enemy leader, and although Dark Sword was a bit weaker, he wasn't in any danger. However, as Lin Ming saw Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam, his eyebrows furrowed together. These 3 were specialized martial artists. Their true combat strength was relatively weak. In just a few moves, they were already in danger. Damn, these fellows are really tough. A saber forced a black-armored martial artist back. The bearded big fellow was running out of breath. The armor of these Demon Region fellows was made out of some unknown material. They had high defensive capabilities and were able to resist his saber energy. Big Beard, hurry and finish your opponent so you can help Cool Foam. That boy won't be able to last much longer. Enchanting Shadow's true essence sound transmission sounded out near the bearded big fellow's ears. The bearded big fellow looked over at Cool Foam. After exchanging several moves with his opponent, his face was already pale. He was apparently being shaken by his opponent's true essence. If this continued, Cool Foam wouldn't be able to last much longer. The bearded big fellow clenched his teeth and gave a loud shout. The muscles all over his body bulged out, and the thick saber in his hands seemed especially epic at this moment. Obviously, he had used some sort of secret skill at this time. Die. The bearded big fellow forced back his black-armored opponent and shot towards where Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam were. Green Tree, Green Forest, Cool Foam, run to me. Ping, ping, ping. His great saber struck against the enemy spears, and sparks scattered everywhere. The bearded big fellow was releasing an unusually overwhelming amount of power. With just his strength, he was able to share the burden of Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam. The 3 black-armored martial artists simultaneously retreated. Humph! He's looking for death. Does he think he's invincible just because he's turned crazy? Since this fellow wants to die so badly, let's concentrate our attacks and kill him first. Kill! 3 spears thrust towards the bearded big fellow at the same time. These 3 black-armored martial artists were battle-hardened masters that were experienced on the field. Their spears were like cunning snakes. As the bearded big fellow chopped down, 2 spears were aimed towards his heart and another towards his dantian. "Be careful!" Green Tree shouted out. At this time, he didn't have much combat strength left. F***CK off to your grandma. The bearded big fellow crossed his saber horizontally, took a step forwards, and slashed out at 2 black-armored martial artists. Big beard. Cool Foam's complexion changed. His perception was the most sensitive here. In that split second, he was able to instantly judge that Big Beard's saber strike absolutely wouldn't be able to block the simultaneous attacks of both black-armored martial artists. This situation naturally fell into Lin Ming's eyes. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and 2 black swirling vortexes appeared in the depths of his pupils. Samsara martial intent. Bang! A chaotic tsunami of thoughts and scenes appeared within the spiritual seas of the 2 black-armored martial artists. Their minds shook, and their eyes glazed over, losing all focus. Die! The bearded big fellow slashed out with his saber. His saber slid past the spears and directly beheaded both black-armored martial artists. Pooh! Pooh! 2 heads soared through the air, and columns of blood erupted like fountains. 2 of the black-armored martial artists actually had their heads severed by the bearded big fellow in a single strike. Green Tree and Green Forest were shocked. Even the bearded big fellow appeared in complete disbelief as he blankly stood there and stared at the saber in his hands. Although he was a bit sloppy and rough, that didn't mean that he couldn't tell the difference between his attacks and his enemies. In that moment, the saber attack had exhausted most of his strength, and he realized he should have been in a dangerous situation clashing against 2 spears like that. How could this have happened? This is what happened, the bearded big fellow mumbled. It seemed as if the 2 opponents had deliberately let him attack. As for Cool Foam, he was looking a bit thoughtful after seeing the expressions of the 2 black-armored martial artists before they had died. If a person's neck was quickly cut off by a saber, their expression should retain a fright and unwillingness. However, those 2 had dulled, glazed eyes, and their expressions were slackened. It didn't seem as if they were terrified of the bearded big fellow's saber slicing off their heads at all. What happened here? Could it be that the devil arts they cultivated backfired at this critical moment? That was just too much of a coincidence. Holy sure *T, did this father's crazy attack level up? The bearded fellow couldn't figure out a reason, so he attributed it to this. Whatever. I'll kill off the rest of these damn turtles first before I figure it out. The bearded big fellow flourished his large saber and entered the fray again. In this fierce battle, the black-armored captain occasionally released his sense to determine the general situation. At this moment, he was completely shocked. 2 of his squad had died, and even a zombie guard had been ruined. How was this possible? His squad's combat strength was absolutely higher than the opponent's, and they even had an extra Sciention master. How did they lose? How could they possibly lose? Should he give up everything and escape? With his strength, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to escape, but his men would not be able to do so. Another Sciention master might be able to escape with him, but the rest would most assuredly die here. These people were all his direct subordinates. In the future, they would return to his family clan and help him contribute. Most of those here were future Sciention masters. There was no need to mention the loss of his subordinates, but even the medicinal plants would all vanish. Even his military exploit points would be reduced. He was not willing. He had gone through countless life or death situations and suffered for half a year in the flames of war on South Aurora Island. How many times had he fought? He had done it all in order to exchange it for a chance to soar into the skies. How could things have come to this? Chapter 446, Demon Emperor's Letter. Chapter 446, Demon Emperor's Letter. Chapter 446, Demon Emperor's Letter. Bang! A blazing electric light illuminated the night sky. The second zombie guard was also slain under Violet Rain's sword. Seeing this, the black-armored captain felt his heart go completely cold. He had to run, otherwise even he would die here. Split up and escape. As the black-armored captain shouted out this order with difficulty, he swept out his lance, knocking back an incoming axe, and then turned around and ran. The other martial artists also turned tail and fled. How could the Fire Axe squad let them escape so easily? Enchanting Shadow, Big Beard, Dark Sword, and all the others immediately went all out in their attacks. Several black-armored martial artists were pressed down, unable to run. Chila. Violet Rain slashed out with her sword and purple thunder flashed in the dark, severely injuring a black-armored warrior. To take such heavy damage at this time meant that they could only wait there to die. Lin Ming also flung out a few arcs of electricity. Two black-armored martial artists were struck by them, and their bodies went completely numb for a moment. The bearded big fellow laughed and said, "Wild Halberd, well done." The heavy saber cut down, and a head flew high. Damn. The black-armored captain's heart bled as he heard the miserable screams from behind. But there was nothing he could do. If he slowed his pace by even a bit, Fire Axe would catch up to him. Ha ha, how fun! The last peak Hotian black-armored martial artist was killed by the joint effort of Enchanting Shadow and the bearded big fellow. The black-armored squad's last Xiantian martial artist was also exterminated by Dark Sword and Violet Rain's combined attack. Besides the captain, the entire black-armored squad had been completely wiped out. Fire Axe hadn't been able to block the black-armored captain from escaping. If he pursued too deep into this spiritual forest, he was bound to encounter some lurking danger. Record the military exploits, and then we'll go. As Fire Axe issued his order, the bearded big fellow and the rest took out their military medals and began to record the military exploit points they would receive. What about these people? Enchanting Shadow pointed to the edge of the battlefield where a group of frightened slaves were trembling in fear. These slaves looked to be around 20 years old, and some even looked 14 or 15 years old. Whether it was the men or the women, they all had slender bodies and delicate features. Bring them with along. They are part of the Forest Fairy race. They've been slaves since birth. As Fire Axe said this, he sighed. A race that was born to be slaves was truly a sorrowful tale. Forest Fairies? Lin Ming was a bit taken aback. After he left the Divine Phoenix Province, Lin Ming became increasingly aware of just how vast and complex the Sky Spill continent was. They have some bloodline relationship to the Fae race. The Fae, whether it is men or women, are born extremely beautiful. After they were plundered by the South Sea Demon region and brought up in captivity, and their mindset is no different from slaves. Those with high talent are even used by others to practice their devil arts. Lin Ming felt his heart quiver in sympathy. To be reared like an animal in captivity, this fate was truly pitiful. Let's collect the medicinal herbs and board the spirit boat. It's best not to stay here too long. These medicinal herbs from the spiritual forest were naturally good materials. Of Karuz, they wouldn't leave it out here to rot. As they boarded the spirit boat, the bearded big fellow glanced at the 7 military medals as well as the piles of herbs. He heartily laughed and said, "Big brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. And we've gotten a great harvest this time." Fire Axe also couldn't conceal a happy smile. "Oh, I forgot to ask since we were in a hurt, but our strength should have been inferior to them. Just how did you win?" Fire Axe had been completely concentrated on his fight with the enemy captain. In a battle between masters, diverting his attention even a bit meant a possible catastrophe. He simply wasn't able to notice anything else on the battlefield. Big Beard killed the most. Ask him. Enchanting Shadow threw her hands up. From start to finish, she had only killed a single black-armored martial artist. Big Beard scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, I don't know. I chopped at them with my saber, and they all died. Fire Axe frowned. How could this be possible? All of those black-armored martial artists had a very high combat strength. Violet Rain, how did you win? Fire Axe remembered that Violet Rain had killed 2 peak early Sciention Realm zombie guards by herself, although it was well established that the power of thunder restrained corpses and ghosts, the suppressive effects shouldn't have been so great. Originally, Fire Axe would have been happy if Violet Rain was able to stall the 2 zombie guards for a moment. Well, this is all thanks to Wild Halberd. Violet Rain turned to smile at Lin Ming. Wild Halberd first attacked the zombie guard's eyes to save me. Then, he fused his power of thunder into my body to strengthen the power of my martial skill. Wild Halberd is definitely a genius from some large sect. His Thunder Soul is even better than mine. As Violet Rain spoke, everyone was startled. Wild Halberd's Thunder Soul was even stronger than Violet Rain's. Violet Rain's Thunder Soul was a high-grade, human step Thunder Soul. If Lin Ming's was better, that meant that his Thunder Soul was at the peak of the high-grade, human step level. Or perhaps it even approached the Earth step. A Thunder Soul was far more precious and valuable than a flame essence. If a martial artist didn't have a deep background, it was basically impossible for them to obtain this level of Thunder Soul. And even in a large sect or family clan, if one didn't have enough talent, then no one would waste such precious resources on them. So there was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming was a top talent from a large sect or family clan. This sort of talent would absolutely have the combat strength of a half-stepped Sciention martial artist at just the late Hotian realm. He could even protect himself in front of a Sciention master. Thinking of this, everyone looked towards Lin Ming with eagerness in their eyes. In this brutal and violent war, if a strong new companion was added to their squad, that meant that their chances of surviving would be that much higher. And from the looks of it, Lin Ming had great potential to grow. Wild Halberd, you must have participated in life or death battles before. Otherwise, there's no way you could be so calm. Your aim is even better than mine. Violet Rain was naturally referring to the 2 small bolts of lightning that Lin Ming had shot out to injure the zombie guard's eyes. This move appeared simple, but Violet Rain knew that it wasn't something she could accomplish in a similar situation. I've been in a few tight situations before. Haha, you should have said so earlier. You made me worry over you in vain. I thought that you were some new rookie that hadn't seen true battle yet. The bearded big fellow gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Normally, a martial artist trained in a sect would have a great deal of experience fighting. However, they would rarely have experienced true life or death struggles. In times of peace, there wouldn't be others at the same level that tried to kill them. Everyone returned to base in a jubilant and ecstatic mood. During this battle, they had obtained complete victory without losing anyone on their side. They had also obtained a massive amount of military exploit points and precious herbs. However, what they didn't know was that the 7 black-armored martial artists that were killed by them were all arranged onto a list of names. This list of names passed through several hands and was finally delivered to an isolated island deep within the South Sea Demon region. Of course, this list was just a trivial one in a thick stack that just wasn't worth mentioning. A pair of long black fingernails came down with a heavy slap atop the stack of papers. In these past 10 days within the South Horizon region, 5-element region, and us, there have been a total of 80 Sciention martial artists and over 400 Hotian martial artists that have died. The owner of this hand was a handsome and middle-aged man. He had a feminine air whenever he spoke. If one just listened to this voice, it would be hard to tell whether this person was a man or a woman. What's the matter? You aren't satisfied with these figures? A lazy voice sounded out from in front of the feminine man. The one who spoke was an enchanting beauty that was reclining back in a relaxed posture. It wasn't known what material her clothes were made of, but she was tightly wrapped in shining black leather. Her collar was exaggerated to outrageous proportions and stood up very high. The collar extended deeply, all the way to the bottom of her stomach, revealing a good portion of her round and plump snow-white breasts, causing the imaginations of anyone who looked to run wild. At her throat hung a small red snake. If it weren't for the fact that it flicked out its tongue every now and then, it would really seem as if this small red snake was a necklace. This woman was the sovereign of the South Sea Demon Region's Western faction. Although she had a sexy and enchanting appeal, the truth was that she was immeasurably cruel and merciless. She could kill without batting an eye. This figure is indeed lacking, but we can also improvise still. After all, we aren't ready yet. Take your time. We aren't in a hurry. The enchanting woman laughed. Her laughter were as clear as silver bells ringing. You should hurry up the preparations. If things drag on, then that old bag Mu Fengxian might come here to see what the problem is. Humph, that Mu Fengxian is a mere first-order life destruction. Even if she knew what happened, there is nothing she can do. This past year, she's paid every price to create alliances and make war preparations within the South Sea. She even organized the Wartime Alliance. It's as if she thinks my South Sea Demon region really cares about her little island's resources and women. Ho ho ha! The enchanting woman laughed in a salacious manner. Would you say that you aren't tempted by that proud pair within Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun? Those two women, hee. The feminine man licked his lips. I really do want them, but it's not worth the price. Not just that, but their cultivation is too low. Once they break through to the revolving core realm, plundering them and ravaging them will be much more interesting. But having said that, that old fool Mu Fengxian has been diligent in helping me prepare. All those martial artists who have joined the Wartime Alliance make the best fertilizer. Mu Fengxian isn't an idiot. Don't look down on her. Otherwise, we will suffer a loss. If it weren't for the fact that the last time we entered the South Sea ancient mystic realm and obtained the ancient devil tome and the jade slip with the demon emperor's letter, then we would never have known so many secrets. As the enchanting woman spoke to hear, the feminine man's expression sank. As she mentioned the ancient devil tome, the feminine man could not help but remember his disciple Xianji. Xianji was his personal disciple and also his great-grandson. After they had entered the ancient mystic realm and obtained the ancient devil tome and demon emperor's letter, the feminine man had immediately cultivated the ancient devil tome to the third layer. After he had cultivated enough, he was just barely able to reproduce the first layer of the ancient devil tome so that Xianji could practice it. The feminine man had a harem with over 3,000 beauties, and he was also over 1,000 years old. He had countless sons, grandsons, and an even greater amount of great-grandsons. However, Xianji had been different from all of them. Xianji had inherited the perfect giant demon bloodline. His talent was almost at the 8th grade, and he had an astonishingly high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. He had cultivated the halberd arts within the ancient devil tome, and with just his early Hotian cultivation, he was able to compare to an early Xiantian master's combat strength. It could be said that he was the greatest talent that the South Sea Demon region had seen for the last 500 years. The feminine man had personally taught Xianji. He hoped to raise Xianji into a divine sea supreme elder, and once again restore the majesty that the South Sea Demon region had experienced 3,000 years ago. But delicate flowers grown in the greenhouse could not withstand the wind and rain. When Xianji was 15, the feminine man had sent him out to adventure and experience the world. But Xianji did not disappoint him. He had obtained the blood-extinguishing demon thunder by himself during his adventures, and his cultivation had broken through to the Hotian realm, further increasing his strength. But no one had expected that he would actually fall at the hands of a youth named Lin Ming. All of the efforts that the feminine man had spent for the last many years had been completely wasted. How could he not hate? Chapter 447, Might of the Halberd Arts. Chapter 447, Might of the Halberd Arts. Chapter 447, Might of the Halberd Arts. 2 months later, at the edge of the spiritual forest, the South Sea Demon region had just established a new stronghold here 10 days ago. The edge of the spiritual forest was a relatively safe location. The moon was bright in the sky, the stars shined, and in the forest, the sounds of conversation drifted through the trees. That damn blood demon, he really makes everyone uneasy. I don't know who he is, but he's really messing with us. Every 3 or 4 days, we have to change location. The one who spoke was a black-armored man who held a spear in his hands. This black armor and spear were common battlefield equipment given to soldiers of the South Sea Demon region. The blood demon that the black-armored man spoke of was a mysterious killer that had haunted the South Sea Demon region martial artists for the past few months. Everyone panicked at his name. This person was vicious, savage, and every time he killed someone he would suck out all of their blood essence. This was why he was given the name Blood Demon. Another black-armored martial artist shook his head and said, "There's nothing to complain about. This is simply what war is like. Our side's Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare are also the same. They've killed the South Horizon region martial artists to the point that they don't dare to show their faces. Now most of them have withdrawn to the Wartime Alliance headquarters and are too scared to even come out. Since the Blood Demon was so vicious, the big 3 of the South Sea Demon region naturally wouldn't idly sit by and let this happen. They also killed a massive amount of Wartime Alliance soldiers. Although the Wartime Alliance had a great number of martial artists, it was a very mixed bag of quality. The majority were second-rank or third-rank soldiers. Compared to the big 3 South Sea Demon region masters, they were just cannon fodder. I wonder how strong Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare are compared to that Blood Demon. Who knows? Blood Demon is extremely strong, and also very mysterious. In fact, no one knows if he's a single person or a squad. It would be nice if the sect could send a revolving core elder to South Aurora Island to clear up this Blood Demon. The black-armored martial artist said. The South Aurora battlefield couldn't be considered important. All it had was a medium-grade true essence stone vein deposit, as well as a parcel of spiritual forest. South Aurora Island simply wasn't important to the war situation. And even if it was taken, it wouldn't be much help. So why would a revolving core powerhouse come? Not just that, but finding this blood demon in so many thousands of miles was not an easy task. Hey, don't count on those revolving core elders to do anything. Who knows what those old men are doing? The battlefront has paused here at Blood Demon Island and South Aurora Island for almost half a year, and yet they haven't advanced in the least. If this continues, life will just be wasted on the battlefield. Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region are much smarter. They rarely use their disciples, and instead use the disciples of smaller sects as cannon fodder. The black-armored martial artist carelessly said, his tone filled with complaint and dissatisfaction. As he finished speaking, he dragged a forest fairy girl into a tent, and the sounds of ripped clothes and cries followed. The captain of the black-armored men frowned. Old 7, stop messing around. If you want to play with women, then return to base. Hey, this is what I'm like. If I don't get to relax like this, then what's the point of living? And if the blood demon really comes, our squad won't be able to deal with him. Captain, your cultivation is at the late Sciention realm. And in addition to our... As the man in the tent spoke to hear, his voice was cut off. Pa! A man's head rolled onto the ground, and blood gushed out from his body like a fountain, spraying all of the forest fairy girl's face. Ah! The young girl screamed in abject horror. Old 7, The black-armored captain was shocked. He rushed into the tent and saw old Seven's head roll over the ground like a rubber ball. His body was still stiff, and his hands were still clutching the young girl's clothes as she trembled in fear. Ah, ah. As the black-armored man rushed into the tent, he heard two pitiful screams from the outside. Two peak Hotian demon region martial artists had also been murdered in cold blood. Damn. The black-armored man's entire body erupted with true essence. He flourished his spear and rushed out just in time to see the bodies of his two brothers burst open and two bloody symbols fly out from their bodies. It was clear that these bloody symbols had ripped apart his brothers' bodies. Blood demon. The black-armored man's eyes were filled with a crazy light. Everyone below Xiantian spread out. The black-armored man issued this command that he thought was wise. However, it had no meaning, as long as it was a peak Hotian or half-step Xiantian martial artist. As long as they were struck by this blood symbol, it would be fatal. Their speed was in no way faster than this blood symbol. The blood symbols danced in the air and blood splattered. In just 2 breaths of time, nearly everyone below the Xiantian realm in his squad had perished. Big brother, he's over there. There was a shadow in the forest holding onto a nearly 10-foot-long halberd. As this shadow stood within the trees, half his face covered by darkness and the other half covered by the mercurial moonlight, he looked like a killing god. 12 blood-drinking seals flew back through the air, spinning around the edge of the halberd. These blood-drinking seals were in essence masses of energy, and also the foundation on which all moves of the great desolate halberd art relied on. The stronger the blood-drinking seals, the mightier the great desolate halberd art would be. Not only did the great desolate halberd art contain skills, but also a cultivation method. Otherwise, if one was only skilled in moves, they would at most be able to defeat martial artists at the same level. Against the suppression of absolute strength, it would all be useless. Solely reaching the pinnacle of a style in halberds arts couldn't be called top halberd arts. These 12 blood-drinking seals that revolved around his halberd were the end result after Lin Ming had spent 2 whole months refining them. In these 2 months, Lin Ming had rarely gone to battle with the Fire Axe Squad. To him, the Fire Axe Squad's main role was to provide information. Facing the sudden arrival of the blood demon, the black-armored man panicked and ran away in haste. He hadn't even noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. All he knew was that in just 2 short breaths of time, Lin Ming had annihilated every single martial artist below the Xiantian realm. This was a strength much greater than what he had imagined. He originally thought that with his late Xiantian realm cultivation and with the assistance of his squad, he would be able to resist the blood demon. But now, it seemed as if it was nothing more than wishful thinking. Separate and escape. As the black-armored captain shouted out an order, Lin Ming had already rushed forwards. All that was left over were 3 Xiantian masters. Lin Ming chose the weakest one, an early Xiantian realm master. Samsara, martial intent. As the early Xiantian realm martial artist was about to run, he felt his spiritual sea tremble. Countless scenes and images chaotically surged in his mind, and he stood stopped in his tracks. The halberd swept out. A head flew high. At this time, a middle Xiantian martial artist had escaped about 50 steps away. Primeval halberd strike. Lin Ming wielded his halberd, and the 12 blood-drinking seals began to spin on the halberd blade, forming a swirling red vortex. All of the space around the blood-drinking seals began to warp. The Xiantian martial artist that was flying away felt as if an invisible force was pulling on his body, greatly reducing his speed. What was going on? The martial artist was frightened. The space around him became thick and viscous like tar. It was as if he was a fly caught in a spider's web. No matter how he tried to fly, he couldn't move quickly. Not only was it him, but the black-armored captain was the same. At this time, they could no longer afford to wonder what the reason was. A maddening murderous intent had already locked onto them. The Middle Xiantian realm black-armored martial artist turned around to see Lin Ming's halberd thrusting towards him. The halberd was very slow. He wanted to raise his spear to block, but in that moment, the halberd seemed to pass through space, instantly appearing in front of the black-armored martial artist. Pooh! Blood sprayed into the air. The black-armored martial artist looked with utter disbelief at the halberd that was embedded into his chest. This chaotic speed that confused his mind seemed to be even crazier than the pain in his chest. How could this be? That was the black-armored martial artist's last thought as Lin Ming twisted the halberd in his hands, directly tearing apart the black-armored martial artist's heart. Second brother. The black-armored captain's eyes were red with rage. His body felt as if it were being suppressed by a sticky strength. He couldn't fly quickly and could only watch in helplessness as his brother died in front of him. Go die. The black-armored captain knew that he couldn't escape. In his despair, he desperately pushed his true essence to the limit and swept his lance towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming moved his halberd to meet the attack. On the halberd blade, blood-drinking seals danced about. Pa! Spear and halberd intersected. The blood-drinking seals fell atop the spear, and in that moment, the black-armored captain felt like his spear was stuck in stone. He couldn't pull it back. Die! Lin Ming swept his halberd out. The black-armored captain screamed, threw away his spear, and retreated. Whoosh! The blood-drinking seals floated off of the spear and attached themselves to the halberd. Lin Ming thrust his halberd, and the black-armored captain felt the space around him tighten as if it were collapsing around him. He couldn't avoid this halberd strike. Ah! The black-armored captain gave a miserable cry. He punched at Lin Ming, but how could flesh and blood be as tough as a weapon? Not just that, but there were strange blood-drinking seals that were adhered onto Lin Ming's halberd. Pung! The black-armored captain's fists exploded into bloody messes. The halberd pierced through his head, directly extinguishing his life. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot out, submerging into the black-armored captain's body. It was silent for a few moments, and then the body of the black-armored captain suddenly shook. A fog of blood sprayed into the air, and then condensed into the 13th blood-drinking seal. At the same time, all the martial artists that Lin Ming had slaughtered had their blood essence sucked up by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, turning into pure flows of energy that nourished the other 12 blood-drinking seals. As Lin Ming looked at this 13th blood-drinking seal that floated in air, he waved his hand and gathered all the blood-drinking seals. Now I'm stuck at the very early section of the Great Desolate Halberd art. 13 blood-drinking seals is about my limit. If I create any more, I won't be able to control them. The lethality of the Great Desolate Halberd art is much greater than the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Otherwise, if I had to deal with so many enemies at the same time and they decided to run away, there's no way I would have been able to stop them all without the primeval halberd strike. The killing potential of the Great Desolate Halberd art was much higher than the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But that did not mean that the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was worse than the Great Desolate Halberd art. This was mainly because the Great Desolate Halberd art was inherently biased towards killing moves and styles. It wasn't particularly splendid in terms of increasing one's cultivation. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was mainly used to nourish the Dantian and make breakthroughs in cultivation. Skills such as Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky and 10,000 Flames Burning World were supplementary abilities. Both of them placed emphasis on different aspects. Chapter 448 Blood Springs. Chapter 448 Blood Springs. Chapter 448 Blood Springs. The most outstanding aspect of the Great Desolate Halberd art lies in its killing potential. When Lei Mubai had practiced the ancient devil tome, it had only been a minuscule portion of the great desolate halberd art's cultivation method. In terms of cultivation method, the great desolate halberd art is far inferior to the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. If I use the cultivation method of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle along with the killing techniques of the great desolate halberd art, there are some places that don't really match. Lin Ming thought out loud. Although his cultivation method was top class, it was a bit complicated. There would inevitably be areas in which things didn't mesh well. However, Lin Ming didn't worry too much. The reason that he studied the great desolate halberd art was solely because of its techniques. Once his techniques reached the extreme of perfection, it would become a law. For instance, when Lin Ming had used the primeval halberd strike, as well as the move that made time spin around chaotically, those had both been similar to the use of laws. It was just that Lin Ming's perception and cultivation weren't high enough for him to comprehend the laws used. He could only rely on the energy of the blood-drinking seals to achieve an effect similar to laws. Even so, the power was absolutely amazing. If it wasn't for the great desolate halberd art, Lin Ming would have at most been able to kill 2 Xiantian masters. Everyone else would have managed to run away. I don't know how much longer this war will last. I wonder how Miss Mu and Xingxuan are doing. As Lin Ming was thinking, he glanced at his intelligence jade slip and began to look for the next target. At an island 3,000 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, Qin Xingxuan just happened to be sitting down on a cushion in a martial arts cultivation room. Fire origin energy swirled around her, forming a vortex with her in the center and steadily converging into her body. After her body was thoroughly quenched with 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, Qin Xingxuan had gained the talent necessary to practice the more coarse sections of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. In addition, Qin Xingxuan was already a natural 6th grade martial talent. Although her cultivation speed wasn't heaven-defyingly fast, she was still making new changes every day, and her progress was extremely fast. In these few months, Qin Xingxuan's cultivation was nearing the middle pulse condensation period. This was mostly because Qin Xingxuan had just started to practice the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, and it required that she slowly accumulate fire origin energy. If she had practiced for a longer time and at a higher realm, she would probably have made a breakthrough. "Miss Qin, how are you feeling?" Mu Qinyu was all smiles as she entered into the martial arts cultivation room. As she looked at the vortex of fire origin energy swirling around Qin Xingxuan, she had a very satisfied smile on her face. Although Qin Xingxuan's rank in Divine Phoenix Island was only the lowliest maid disciple, she actually had maids and servants serving her, and she didn't need to do any labor. The status of a maid disciple was only a title in order to reduce the pressure of public opinion on her. With Qin Xingxuan's status and talent, the fact that she had obtained 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence could easily arouse criticism from others. A drop of vermilion bird blood essence was indelibly related to a martial artist's lifespan and future, who wouldn't be utterly jealous of Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan usually followed Mu Qinyu around, and all questions she had were personally answered by Mu Qinyu. She had servants taking care of her daily living needs, and her cultivation speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than when she had been at the 7 profound valleys. Senior apprentice Sister Mu. As Qin Xingxuan saw Mu Qinyu enter, she immediately stood up. Although they had already been together for 2 months, she still felt a sense of restraint when facing Mu Qinyu. "Miss Qin, Lin Ming has sent a letter." Mu Qinyu smiled. When the two met each other, they would always maintain a respectful manner. "Ah." Qin Xingxuan called out in surprise, a light fluttering feeling of happiness in her heart. Mu Qinyu laughed, and then took out a paper letter from her spatial ring, handing it over to Qin Xingxuan. In these past 2 months, Lin Ming would always send out 3 letters at a time. He would send one to Mu Yuhuang Mu Qinyu, and Qin Xingxuan. Although Qin Xingxuan's letter only contained trivial musings and some other matters, the content of the letter was unimportant. Qin Xingxuan mainly wanted to know that Lin Ming was safe. As the days passed by, Lin Ming killed more and more demon region martial artists. His cultivation was still at the late Hotian realm, but his combat strength had risen by leaps and bounds. He still had 13 blood-drinking seals, but they were even more vivid and vibrant, and even more lethal. As Lin Ming killed more people, the name of Blood Demon began to sound like thunder within the ears of those on South Aurora Island. His spotlight was even brighter than the Demon Region's Big Three. Normally, when the Demon Region's Big Three killed squads, there would be a few survivors, with 3 to 5 Xiantian masters escaping in separating directions. It was difficult to kill them all. However, no one escaped the Blood Demon. There were simply no witnesses. To be attacked by the Blood Demon meant utter and total annihilation. There had even been one occasion when 2 Demon Region squads had joined together. Although they weren't considered top squads, there were still 15 martial artists in total, including 5 Xiantian masters, 1 middle Xiantian master, and 4 early Xiantian masters. But even with a squad of this size, after encountering the Blood Demon, they were all killed. Not a single one had managed to escape. After this news spread out, all of South Aurora's martial artists were shocked. 15 martial artists killed, and all of their blood essence sucked dry. There were even many of them that had been killed 1,000 steps away. Obviously, they had all been prepared to escape. However, what was most horrifying was that all 5 Xiantian masters had escaped in separate directions, but they were still all killed. What sort of strength was necessary to achieve this? Even with 5 Xiantian masters combined together, they still couldn't survive. Besides the squads of the Demon Region's Big Three, what other squad had confidence they would be able to survive the terror of the Blood Demon? After that, the Demon Region martial artists rarely went past 100 miles outside of their headquarters. The deterring effect of the Blood Demon was actually greater than all of the squads of the Wartime Alliance combined. This sounded like an exaggeration, but it was the truth. In this month, there were more Demon Region martial artists that died at the hands of the Blood Demon than at the combined hands of every other martial artist within the Wartime Alliance squads. It had to be known that during an encounter, although the battle would be fierce, not many people would actually die. If half of them died, that would be considered an extremely fierce life or death fight. But once a squad encountered the Blood Demon, that was certain annihilation. There wasn't even a chance to escape. This just made people despair too much. This also caused the squads of the South Sea Demon region to not even have the courage to bring up the Blood Demon's name. It was deep into the night. In a hidden cave within South Aurora Island's spiritual forest, Lin Ming had quietly snuck in. As soon as he was there, he grabbed a handful of spatial rings from his pocket. With just a thought, everything within these spatial rings poured out. Because of the war, these Demon Region martial artists were extremely wealthy. Of course, these were all treasures of ordinary Xiantian masters. Lin Ming wasn't particularly attracted to many of these things. However, a little made a lot. If everything was exchanged into true essence stones, it would be a massive fortune. Although Lin Ming didn't use true essence stones now, he never knew when he would need to in the future. If he saved up some money now, it would help avoid any complications in the future. Around 3,000 medium-grade true essence stones and a massive number of treasures and pills. Most of these are ghost streamers, demon runes, blood treasures, and so forth. These things are mostly used by martial artists of the demonic path. They aren't that useful to me. Lin Ming practiced the great desolate halberd art, and it required him to gather and refine fresh blood essence. All of these treasures and objects that had stored blood essence for a long time were simply useless to him. Lin Ming casually and quickly divided everything. True essence stones were placed in one ring, valuables in another. and objects that weren't worth much in yet another. After Lin Ming gathered everything back up again, he launched his movement technique and returned to base. Wild Halberd, you went out to practice again. Ha! The bearded big fellow happily greeted. If he greeted anyone else on the squad, he would always joke around and give them a lesson that actual combat was better than cultivating and other nonsense. However, he usually never said these things to Lin Ming. In these past months, Lin Ming's strength had become obvious to everyone. It wasn't just that one time in the spiritual forest, but every time that Lin Ming would go to battle with the Fire Axe Squad, he would have spectacular and outstanding performance. In fact, there had been a time that if it wasn't for the timely actions of Lin Ming, Enchanting Shadow, and the bearded big fellow, would have already had their heads chopped off. Whether it was individual combat prowess or insight on the battlefield, Lin Ming was at the top of the class. Everyone was naturally happy to have such a great member on their squad. Unfortunately, Lin Ming didn't have much time or opportunities to do much else with the squad. He was always out practicing his martial arts by himself. Captain, I think that Wild Halberd's true strength is much more awesome, the bearded big fellow loudly said as he drank a large cup of wine and poured himself another. Wild Halberd's true strength is very deep and profound. He should be able to defeat an early Xiantian master by himself. In fact, he might even be stronger than Violet Rain. But Wild Halberd likes to remain low-key. You just have to see how he did on his original strength test to know. He had only gotten a bit more than 100,000 points, just enough to reach the standard for a first-class soldier. He should be a direct disciple of some large sect or even the last disciple of some high master. He isn't really interested in whatever can be exchanged with military exploit points. Mentioning no interest in military exploit points, I wonder which master that blood demon is. In these recent days, he has killed countless demon region martial artists. The military exploit points he would have accumulated would be terrifying. South Aurora Island's demon region martial artists won't even show their faces because they are scared of being killed by him. Blood Demon should be an extreme Xiantian genius from a sect. A revolving core master wouldn't do something so frivolous. I think so too. Even though Lin Ming and the existence known as the Blood Demon had appeared on South Aurora Island at nearly the same time, nobody ever expected that Lin Ming was the Blood Demon. Lin Ming's cultivation was true. How could Fire Axe or anyone else believe that a late Hotian martial artist would have such abnormal combat strength like the Blood Demon? At this time at the South Sea Demon Region's stronghold, a martial artist that was as skinny as a corpse was holding a wine glass in his hands. The cup was filled with a thick and bright red liquid that emanated a bloody energy. This liquid was shockingly actually blood. In front of the skinny martial artist sat a man with pale skin. This pale-skinned man's eyes were closed. Many martial artists have already left South Aurora Island. The existence of the Blood Demon had already made the situation untenable. It is simply unprofitable to stay there. Because of Lin Ming, many martial artist squads didn't dare to go out alone. Naturally, this meant that less and less were willing. As the skinny martial artist emptied the glass of blood, he licked his lips and said, "I'd like to meet this Blood Demon. It's just that this fellow seems intent on avoiding us. Otherwise, there is no way he would have been able to avoid our intelligence. If he has the guts, he would have come for us sooner. In other words, he is afraid of us. He might not be afraid of us, but rather afraid that he won't be able to kill us all. Have you found that whenever the Blood Demon moves, he won't leave any witnesses? It's as if he has some secret, that he's scared of being discovered." Chapter 449 Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 449 Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 449 Ancient Battlefield. He has some secret he's afraid others will discover. The skinny martial artist's heart stirred. That blood demon probably has an extreme Sciention cultivation, around the same as you, me, and Nightmare. If he wants to kill us, it will be too difficult. If we want to kill him, it won't be easy either. I discovered that whenever the blood demon killed others, he would suck dry their blood essence. Most likely he is cultivating some sort of devil art. I even think he might be someone from the South Sea demon region, who's killing those like him in order to improve his devil arts. The skinny martial artist's complexion changed. If this was true, then it was a serious matter. Viper, should we report this? Heh, those at top won't even bother with us. These past days, those revolving core elders have all been busy with some important event. As for what it is, I'm not too sure. They simply don't have time to deal with something so minor like South Aurora Island. Viper calmly said, for the last half year or so, the South Sea Demon region had been deadlocked with the wartime alliance and hadn't been able to advantage. Instead, both forces fought, causing massive amounts of death. The most obvious point was that revolving core masters were participating in the war less and less. Both sides were engaged in a battle of attrition, and there were increasingly less disciples in the army. Those that went to fight were usually martial artists from small sects that served as cannon fodder. They were tempted by the rewards of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region, and would most likely die on the battlefield. What was the South Sea Demon region trying to do? Could they have thought that the war was unsustainable and began to abandon the war effort? If so, then this battle was simply meaningless. They would lose so much, and yet there wasn't anything to gain from it. Viper frowned, simply not knowing what was going on. Several hundred miles away, Dark Moon Island. Dark Moon Island was located at the eye of the South Sea's impulse. There was a legend that in ancient times an unrivaled war had been fought here, and countless powerhouses had died. A chilling wind blew all year around on Dark Moon Island, and the air was filled with a black fog. Many powerful and fierce ghosts were bred from this island. This island was different from the neighboring Blood Demon Island. There was no true essence stone vein, and only endless dangers and traps. Thus, no one visited Dark Moon Island. In the past, the moon-seizing sect had hidden their treasures in Dark Moon Island because of the security offered here. Not only was almost no one ever on Dark Moon Island, but there was also a strange phenomenon that occurred on Dark Moon Island. And that was that the black fog that permeated the island was able to inhibit one's soul perception. As long as a secret entryway was hidden well, even a revolving core master wouldn't be able to locate it. This phenomenon had once roused the interest of many masters. They came to Dark Moon Island in droves to explore the land and discover the reason behind this. However, they weren't able to obtain any results, and thus let the matter go at that. As time passed, everyone slowly became accustomed to this strange phenomenon. No matter what level martial artist, no one would bother coming to this barren land. However, at this time, there was a group of shadows shrouded in the thick black fog on Dark Moon Island. They were 7 or 8 black-robed old men, and on their robes was a dark blue design. This was a totem design of the giant demon race. These old men all had a cultivation, at least at the middle revolving core realm. There were even late and extreme revolving core masters. Behind this group of old men stood 10 tall men, their entire bodies wreathed in bulging muscles. Their skin was a light blue hue. Obviously, they shared some blood with the giant demon race. However, there were varying degrees of the giant demon bloodline. These large fellows had a relatively poor giant demon bloodline. Compared to the netherworld great emperor of the past, it was much worse. These 10 large fellows all had a cultivation at the late Sciention realm. A long spear rested atop these large fellows' shoulders, each one over 200 feet long, and as thick as a water jar. It wasn't known what sort of metal these spears were forged from, but the tips of the spears were extremely thin, like a drill. "It's here. Let's start." An elder held an array disc in his hands. After he repeatedly confirmed his position, he decided that this was the location. As this elder finished speaking, 2 other revolving core elders behind him waved their hands, and true essence attached onto the top of the massive spears. So, the spear on a large fellow's shoulders flew into the air. After reaching around 1,000 feet of altitude, the spear tip swiveled downward as it fell, smashing straight down like a meteor. Bang! The earth trembled, and cracks appeared in the ground like it was an earthquake. Rocks exploded. The 200-foot spear had sunk halfway into the ground. "Spin, dig all the way," a black-robed elder calmly said. With that, the 10 large fellows all extracted iron rods from their back as thick as an arm. They inserted these into slots on the spear. "Ha!" The 10 large fellows shouted out together, and the muscles on their bodies bulged to ridiculous proportions. Their true essence revolved to the limit as they pushed these iron rods with all their strength. Slowly, the spear began to spin. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of rocks bursting and cracking filled the air. The spear crushed through the earth with its tip slowly spiraling downwards. Even with 10 late Sciention masters revolving their true essence to the limit, they were only making progress with great strain and difficulty. As an old man saw this, he faintly smiled and said, "The rock bed here is truly tough. Even spears made of metal-breaking steel are just barely able to drill down. The Demon Emperor's letter is true. As the spear found it harder and harder to drill down, the several revolving core elders began to use their own special techniques and methods to force the spear drill down. Slowly, the rock cracked, and a dark red liquid began to ooze out of the ground. This liquid was blood. At the start, only a small amount of blood spurted out. But later, the blood began to shower out like a fountain. Finally, the blood exploded like a geyser, flying dozens of feet into the air. Even the crushed rocks were sent flying away by this stream of blood. The seal is really here, the blood pond seal, and the blood from this blood pond were all absorbed from the ancient battlefield. This land is vast, and it was originally filled with the smell of blood. Because the black rock is able to block perception, no one was able to discover these even through so many years. There should be a total of 6 blood ponds. We'll go and open them, and then follow the method written down in the letter to open the seal. The blood sacrifice should be enough. If it's still not enough, we will launch an all-out offensive. At that time, the blood should suffice. Hee, the old bat moved Fengxian. She could never imagine that there was such a great secret hidden underneath Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. As for the true goal of this South Sea War, she never would have imagined the truth. The several revolving core elders were all speaking to each other with true essence sound transmissions. If one flew 100,000 feet into the primal chaos heavens and looked down, they would find that the South Sea War front nearly composed a circle, and the center of this circle was Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. The Demon Emperor's letter had said that the entrance to the ancient battlefield was located between Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. However, because of time, wanting to open the massive array of the ancient battlefield was far too difficult. At this time, the South Sea Demon region had declared war upon Divine Phoenix Island. In truth, all of those martial artists that died on the battlefield were nothing more than pawns to be used in a blood sacrifice on an immeasurably vast scale. This was also the reason that they hadn't advanced in such a long time. The large array created by the natural features of the land were able to gather blood to nourish the blood pond seal. With the secret techniques on array formations written within the Demon Emperor's letter, they would be able to fully open the blood ponds. In the name of war, they were perfectly able to justify such a massive blood sacrifice. Otherwise, the South Sea Demon region would never have been able to find so many Hotian and Xiantian martial artists to kill. Not just that, but after the ancient battlefield was opened, they would rely on this to exterminate Divine Phoenix Island. This war could be considered as exhausting Divine Phoenix Island's strength ahead of time. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. A revolving core elder couldn't help but sigh as he said, according to the Demon Emperor's letter, the ancient battlefield that has been sealed away is in fact a small, independent world. I just can't imagine what sort of great supernatural power and magical strength must be required to create an independent world. Maybe calling it a broken world is more suitable. This world was damaged by the shock and disaster of the ancient war. It might only last for several more millennia. Several millennia is enough for me and my people. I want to have a look at just how brilliant and majestic the Supreme Elder from the ancient times truly is. Although history was hidden in the dust of time and could no longer be investigated, there was one truth that never changed. And that was that the martial artists of ancient times were much more formidable than they were now. In those times, there were many great emperors, saints, and all other sorts that appeared. These were existences that could cause an apocalypse with a wave of their hand, destroying the heavens and earth. The Demon Emperor was one such existence. As for these ancient battlefield, it was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. In a way, this ancient battlefield where the broken world existed was the lair of the Demon Emperor. When he had come here, he had used his formidable strength to take this realm as his own. After a blood pond was opened, it was covered up with an array formation. Then the group of people continued over to open the second blood pond. In an entire day, of the 6 blood ponds, they managed to open 4. As for the 5th blood pond, they failed. A black-robed elder no longer had the strength to speak as he looked at this last blood pond. He whispered, after these tens of thousands of years, even with the natural array of the land nourishing the blood pond, it is still dry. Launch the offensive. Launch the offensive. Lin Ming was sitting inside a hidden cave near the Wartime Alliance headquarters. In front of him were the 13 blood-drinking seals floating around. As long as Lin Ming didn't die, even if the blood-drinking seals were destroyed, he could recreate them. Lin Ming took out the great desolate blood halberd replica. After he had killed Lei Mubai, he had never actually used it. The blood-drinking seals excitedly smacked into each other as they floated around the great desolate blood halberd, issuing whining sounds. It seems that even a replica of the great desolate blood halberd can greatly enhance the power of the great desolate halberd art. This is something that even the purple comet spear cannot achieve. Although the purple comet spear was a higher-grade weapon, it was only able to increase the power of thunder and fire. As for the great desolate halberd art, it had nearly zero effect. A halberd thrust out. All of the space around seemed to twist in confusion. It was simply impossible to determine the position of the great desolate blood halberd. Who? Lin Ming wildly danced with the great desolate blood halberd. All of the rocks in the cave were sucked up into a vortex of energy, flying into the air. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud sound from outside, as if there was a massive explosion of energy. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He dashed over to the cave entrance and was surprised by what he saw. In his eyes, he could see that the Demon Region martial artists had gathered and were beginning their offensive against the Wartime Alliance headquarters. All sorts of energy was blowing up in the air. The battle was intense. Chapter 450, The Ancient Array Opens. Chapter 450, The Ancient Array Opens. Chapter 450, The Ancient Array Opens. Within the headquarters of the Wartime Alliance, Commander Lu Hua, the Xiantian martial artist who was responsible for overseeing this island, deeply frowned as he saw the overwhelming number of South Sea Demon Region martial artists that blotted out the sky. Is the South Sea Demon Region crazy? The South Sea Demon Region's martial artists had an individual strength that surpassed those of the Wartime Alliance martial artists. For example, the Big Three of the South Sea Demon Region. It was difficult for them to find anyone from the Wartime Alliance that was at their level and also a worthy opponent. But the Wartime Alliance still had a large defensive array set up as defense. If this big array was activated, the South Sea Demon Region martial artists would fall into a passive, defensive situation. If they attacked the Wartime Alliance headquarters on their own initiative, they would absolutely have to pay a higher price. And even if they won, taking control of this town wouldn't have any effect. It was simply meaningless. That is, Lu Hua's mind stirred. In the distant camp, he could see a red-robed skinny man, as well as a pale middle-aged man. These two were Bloodbone and Viper of the Demon Region's Big Three. And in front of these two, there was a red-haired man who looked as pale and exquisite as a jade carving. Bloodbone and Viper were treating this red-haired youth with a great amount of respect. Obviously, this red-haired youth had a very high status. The red-haired youth had a cultivation at the extreme Xiantian realm and looked around 20 to 30 years old. He wore a long black robe, and on the fabric of his left chest was embroidered a giant demon totem. As Lu Hua saw this totem, he gasped. A giant demon totem was the symbol of the South Sea Demon Region. This meant that this red-haired youth was almost certainly a genius from the South Sea Demon Region sect. Even extreme Xiantian martial artists were divided by strength. For instance, Lu Hua was also an extreme Xiantian master, yet he was almost 200 years old. In truth, he was the most basic and weakest of extreme Xiantian masters, and there was no hope for him to break through to the revolving core realm during his lifetime. As for Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare, they were at a higher level. They could be called strong extreme Xiantian masters, and they had a small hope that they would one day break into the revolving core realm. This was also the reason that they were so famous within South Aurora Island. And even higher was a sect genius like this red-haired youth. There were few with this talent even in a large sect. They would often reach the extreme Xiantian realm at around 30 years of age. In addition, they would also have many hidden trump cards and rare treasures. Their truth combat prowess was not what Lu Hua could compare with. They could be considered the pinnacle of extreme Xiantian masters. If there wasn't an accident, they would step into the revolving core realm and perhaps even reach the middle or late revolving core realm. This red-haired youth in front of him was obviously such a pinnacle extreme Xiantian existence. With such a powerhouse at this level helping, there was no doubt that the South Sea Demon Region was taking this offensive as a serious objective. After the speculation, Lu was swept past everyone. Indeed, he found that among all the martial artists in this offensive, there were a massive number of direct descendant disciples from the South Sea Demon Region. It had to be known that the South Sea Demon Region didn't have that many direct descendant disciples. They only had several tens of thousands. In such a massive war that covered the entire South Sea, there wasn't enough of these disciples. Most of these direct descendant disciples would be sent to the battlefield by the South Sea Demon Region in order to gain experience. There were very few that would even be brought to such an invasion offensive. This was normally the job left to cannon fodder. What's going on? Why is the South Sea Demon Region placing so much importance on such a small South Aurora Island battlefield? As Lu Hua was pondering, at this moment a sound transmitting talisman lit in front of him. As he heard this message, he was at first overjoyed, and then his happiness turned to worry. What he was happy about was that Divine Phoenix Island had already obtained the news that South Sea Demon Region was beginning their offensive, and had thus sent a massive amount of direct descendant disciples to support them. However, What he was worried about was that South Aurora Island was simply too far from the main battle zone. If the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island rushed their way over, it would still take an hour of time. Only the heavens knew just what sort of situation the ragtag martial artists of the Wartime Alliance would be in after that time passed. During this moment, a beautiful rain of light came pouring down from the sky. The giant light curtain of the protective array formation began to fiercely tremble, and then it rapidly began to dim down, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Demonic fire ballista. Lu was stunned. He saw that within the forces of the South Sea Demon region, there was a 50 to 60 foot long black ballista. This sort of ballista was named the Demonic Fire Ballista. It was forged with metal-breaking steel, and even had a bit of precious purple comet metal mixed within. The cost of a Demonic Fire Ballista was immeasurable, and every bolt cost hundreds of medium-grade true essence stones as energy to fire. For such a weapon to be used on the South Aurora Island battlefield was simply overkill. As the red-haired youth saw the dazzling rain of light scattering over the battlefield, his lips curled up in a grin. There was only one goal in this offensive, and that was to kill as many people as possible. However, he only looked down at these scruffy martial artists with disdain. The reason that the South Sea Demon region had sent him here was mainly to control the Demonic Fire Ballista and destroy the defensive array formation so that their forces could break through the enemy lines. As the red-haired youth saw the soldiers of the Wartime Alliance in disarray underneath their array formation, he cheekily sneered. He waved his hand, and another bolt was shot out. The brilliant demonic fire bolt pierced through the void, issuing a keening whistle as it heavily smashed into the large defensive array like a meteor. Bang! With a loud explosion, the array formation immediately collapsed, disintegrating into large bursts of light sparks that rained down. Lu was complexion-paled. All of the other Wartime Alliance martial artists were also shaken by fear at this sight. The great protective array formation was broken. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The red-haired youth gave the order without any expression. The Demon Region martial artists began their frenzied attack. Gorgeous martial skills cut through the clear blue sky. The Wartime Alliance base was bombarded with all sorts of abilities. The Wartime Alliance martial artists had true essence to protect their bodies. Those that had a strong cultivation were safe, but those that were weak had their protection broken, instantly dying and becoming just more cannon fodder. Kill. 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 At the forefront of this battle, the Demon Region martial artists had already engaged the Wartime Alliance martial artists in a desperate melee. Those that came to the front were almost nearly all Xiantian realm martial artists. The weakest were at the peak Hotian realm. The South Sea Demon Region had the support of direct descendant disciples, and they also came well prepared. As for the other side, most of them were a mixed bunch of soldiers that had been recruited by the Wartime Alliance. From the very beginning of this battle, the Wartime Alliance was hard-pressed to resist. Fresh blood flowed. Pitiful screams pierced the air over and over again. Especially the big three of the South Sea Demon region. They rushed into the Wartime Alliance's base like three sharp knives. Every martial artist below the Xiantian realm was instantly killed, and even the early Xiantian realm martial artists weren't their opponent. These random soldiers of the Wartime Alliance had come to South Aurora Island in order to take risks and obtain treasures. It was impossible to expect them to be unafraid of death. Thus, a great portion of these people were scared witless by this scene and began to retreat. However, trying to escape in the chaos of this battle was difficult. There were many martial artists that turned around to escape just to be pierced by the spears of the Demon Region soldiers. Seeing this, Lu maintained a calm appearance, but his back was already dripping with a cold sweat. He knew that he couldn't lose his cool during this situation, but he was also unable to think of any command that would be able to change the situation. What a bunch of trash. The red-haired youth looked down from distant high ground, jeering at the Wartime Alliance martial artists. This mob is just garbage, and yet they had me personally come out to deal with them. This is just too disappointing. 10 miles away from the battlefield, Lin Ming held onto his halberd as he calmly and quickly ran through the forest. He didn't have the ability to change a battle of such a great scale, nor did he dare to be too aggressive and reveal himself. A late Hotian realm youth with an extreme Xiantian master's combat strength was far too loud and excessively unbelievable. Within the entire South Horizon region, the only person that had this strength was Lin Ming. At that time, if he exposed his strength, then at least half of them would be able to successfully guess his identity. This was easily cause for a revolving core Supreme Elder to come. Once his appearance-changing technique was seen through, he would be in danger. Since he didn't have the power to change the outcome, Lin Ming decided to find the Fire Axe Squad and help them through this disaster. This could also be considered as putting an end to their causality and karma. Haha, this is great. This battle is long overdue. I have no idea what those South Sea Demon Region elders were thinking. At the front of the battlefield, a man with white hair that hung to his waist was wantonly slaughtering everyone around him. He had a handsome and delicate appearance, and was also a bit effeminate. This man was Nightmare of the Demon Region's Big Three. If that blood demon dares to come out at this time, I'll take him on. I want to see just what kind of strength he has. Bloodbones said nearby Nightmare. Humph, there's no point in caring about this fellow that never shows himself. How about this? Let's make a bet on who can kill more. If you lose, then you will give me your demon bloodstone. How about it? Nightmare asked with a provocative smile. As he spoke, he also launched a spirit attack on a Wartime Alliance martial artist, easily destroying his spiritual sea. Haha, so you've taken a liking to my demon bloodstone. Good. I've also taken a fancy to your soul-amplifying technique. Let's have a match. Bloodbone laughed, and then rushed into the Wartime Alliance's base. He extracted a crimson-colored 10-foot-long halberd and began to massacre everyone around him with abandon. But at this time, the entire South Aurora Island began to violently shake. Bloodbone's expression changed. Is this an earthquake? Ka, ka, ka. The earth began to shake more and more wildly. Boulders broke, mountains trembled, and massive cracks that were dozens of feet wide appeared in the earth, splitting the ground. The two sides that had been fighting spontaneously stopped as they were all stunned by this phenomenon. What was going on? More and more fissures appeared in the earth. A distant mountain peak collapsed in a great avalanche. This was not an effect that would be caused by an ordinary earthquake. Bang! With a deafening explosion. In the distant seas, dark clouds covered the skies, and titanic crimson columns of blood directly pierced through the primal chaos heavens. From afar, these 6 columns of blood were like crimson pillars that supported the heavens. It was as if they alone were holding up the skies. What is that? That's from the direction of Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island. Both sides were unknown what was happening. At this time, the entire South Aurora Island began to collapse. Those fissures in the ground that were dozens of feet wide suddenly increased to hundreds of feet wide. The Wartime Alliance headquarters was like a sand castle. It instantly disintegrated into nothing. Hurry and fly. All of the Xiantian realm martial artists soared into the air. However, the Hotian realm martial artists were in a pitiful state. They couldn't fly. Those that were close to their companions and friends were carried up into the skies. As for those rich ones that could afford a spirit boat or were near one, they instantly boarded it. But a vast number of Hotian martial artists were like slips of paper as they dropped into the bottomless abyss. Their wailing screams were drowned out by the earth-shattering explosions that were ringing around. No one was able to listen to their last cries. They were like grains of sand tossed into the sea. There was nothing they could do. Rumble, rumble. A giant black vortex appeared under the land after South Aurora Island began to collapse. It was like the maw of a monster, devouring and destroying all. Chapter 451 The world is about to collapse. Chapter 451 The world is about to collapse. Chapter 451 The world is about to collapse. Lin Ming looked at the massive swirling gray vortex beneath his feet, his eyes filled with bewilderment. As he extended his sense into the vortex, it was immediately cut off. It was just as if there was another world that existed behind that gray vortex. A terrifying dragging force suddenly erupted from the vortex, affecting everyone. At this time, the surrounding space seemed to transform into a separate dimension. It was impossible to escape. Even the overweeningly arrogant red-haired youth turned white. Just what was going on? Those 6 massive beams of light from a moment ago seemed to have come from where the sect elders were gathered. What had happened over there? Hong hong hong. The entire South Aurora Island was being crushed and torn apart. The turbulent sea crazily surged, turning into massive waves that towered in the sky. These waves were then sucked into the vortex, completely disappearing. As the towing force grew stronger, all of the Xiantian masters that had flown into the sky began to be forcefully slowed down. Gradually they were forced to a halt by this immense force, and then they slowly began to be pulled into the swirling vortex. No, a late Hotian realm martial artist that was riding a spirit boat had his spirit boat smashed apart by the force of the vortex. Afterwards, he was like a leaf in a storm. He was sucked into that massive swirling vortex and shredded into pieces. As everyone saw this, their hearts turned cold. Anyone that fell here would die. But if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Several Hotian masters that were picked up by their comrades were tossed into the swirling vortex, twisted into nothing. At this time, the true face of human sentiment and friendship was tested to the limit. Those brothers that shared life and death clung to each other. As for those that were only normal friends, they immediately dropped their comrades, only thinking to preserve their own lives. Pooh. 2 people were immediately torn into fragments by the vortex of energy. Another man screamed in desperation and began to revolve his protective true essence in a last-ditch hope. Ka, 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 ka. The vortex of energy was like a razor that shaved off true essence, slowly wearing it away. As the martial artist's bodily true essence was breaking, he clenched his teeth and revolved his true essence to the limit. Finally, the vortex of energy torn open a hole in his true essence, shredding his arm. The martial artist howled. He fiercely bit his tongue, combusting his blood essence. Bang! The true essence of his body instantly rose several times over. Finally, he was able to withstand the tearing pressure of the swirling vortex of energy and passed through the swirling layer. Seeing this, all of the Xiantian martial artists in the air were stunned and then immediately overjoyed. If a peak Hotian martial artist could safely make his way through the swirling vortex of energy, then they would naturally have an easier time in doing so. Although they didn't know just what was behind the vortex of energy, having this knowledge that they would be able to survive for a while longer was great news. The pulling force of the energy vortex increased. Some Xiantian martial artists knew that they wouldn't be able to resist for much longer and decided to save their energy and fly directly towards that swirling vortex. They stimulated their bodily protective true essence to the limit and safely rode their way through. As for the peak Hotian martial artists, those that were strong were able to directly pass through. As for those that were weaker, they combusted their blood essence and safely passed through. There were less and less people still in the air. Lin Ming was able to feel the surrounding space around him compressing, as if it were tightening around him. Even if he was able to resist this terrifying suction, he feared that he wouldn't be able to escape. Not just that, but there were changes in the energy vortex that were occurring. It was impossible to know what would happen next. Thinking this, Lin Ming grit his teeth, pushed his true essence to the limit, and flew towards the swirling vortex of energy. Hundreds of miles away, at the point between Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island, 10 black-robed people were suspended high in the air. Their expressions were inscrutable as they watched the massive, swirling vortex thousands of feet beneath them. This swirling vortex of energy was tens of times greater than the one that had appeared at South Aurora Island. The vortex of energy that appeared at South Aurora Island was an ash gray that spun with an amazing momentum as if it were a rolling thunderclap. But this vortex of energy was completely black. When one looked into it, they could see all sorts of faint and blurred illusions, as if they were staring into the endless void of chaos. The swirling black vortex here was much more peaceful. Despite the surging waves that were swallowed by the vortex, there wasn't any noise. But this strange feeling was instead much more profoundly terrifying. And the reason was that this swirling vortex swallowed all, even the sound of the sea. Without a doubt, the tearing strength of this pitch-black vortex was several times more horrifying than the one at South Aurora Island. What a terrifying space storm. If we go down, we'll die, a black-robed elder said, frowning. A moment ago, those 10 late Sciention large fellows that had opened the seals because they were too near to the entrance when it had opened were torn apart by the vortex of energy. They had been pulled into the space storm and ripped into a bloody fog before completely decomposing into fine dust. There wasn't even any residue left over. We've made an error in judgment. The degree to which the ancient battlefield decayed has exceeded our every assumption. Even the entrance has been covered by a space storm. The inside is probably much worse. I thought that this broken world would be able to last for a few thousand more years, but it seems that it's already begun to collapse. If we enter, we will encounter layers upon layers of dangers. This world can collapse at any moment. If we are inside when it does, we will be annihilated along with the world. After a world collapse, the space storm it produced in the void would be extremely terrifying. Even an emperor powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to resist it. Moreover, as they looked at the situation of this entrance, they realized they couldn't enter. They were not able to withstand a space storm of this level. We've spent so much time and effort in order to open this ancient battlefield, but all we've found is a world on the verge of collapse. We don't even have the ability to access the inside. Our South Sea Demon Region's plans have come to nothing. According to this letter of the Demon Emperor, the small world contained in this ancient battlefield had many different laws. If a martial artist could practice within, they could be exposed to origins of all sorts of energies. If one had excellent perception, they might even be able to comprehend these origin laws. If the South Sea Demon region could have moved into this ancient battlefield world and then blocked the entrance with a secret skill written in the Demon Emperor's letter, the ancient demon region would be able to obtain surpassingly good stronghold. Not just that, but they would obtain the massive amount of treasures that the Demon Emperor had left behind. Once all these treasures were obtained, being able to raise an emperor-level powerhouse would no longer be a fantasy. Thus, as long as they had several hundred years, the ancient demon region would be able to become a holy land. When that time arrived, they would dominate the entire South Horizon region. They would be able to reproduce the grand majesty and brilliance of the silent demon emperor city from 300 years ago. But now, this plan was nothing but a dream that was popped like a bubble. We can't use this world. But this world still has treasures left over from the Demon Emperor and the ancient battlefield. If we could take some of it, our efforts wouldn't have been in vain. The one who spoke was a woman with a veil covering her face and who wore a long black robe. Although she covered her face, she couldn't cover up her impressively buxom figure. She was the demon region's western faction sovereign. We cannot go through the main entrance. Even this old man's third stage life destruction won't be able to pass this terrifying space storm. If we want to enter, we can only go through other entrances. As the man spoke, he glanced around. At the edges of this main vortex, there were also 36 small vortices. The vortex that had appeared at South Aurora Island was one of these. That's useless. Those are just broken spaces that are separated from the main world. If we go into one, we still won't be able to enter the main world unless we can shatter the barriers of space. The demon region's sovereign vacantly said, when a world first began to collapse, it would split into fragments first. These 36 smaller vortexes all corresponded with a splinter of the main world. If they entered into small worlds, they would at most be able to obtain some treasures left behind on the ancient battlefield. Although these might be high-quality treasures, they didn't hold much appeal to the South Sea Demon Region elders. What they longed for were the treasures within the Demon Emperor Palace. At this time, wasting their time to go treasure hunting in a small splintered world was ridiculous. The situation is worsening. If this continues, we'll be discovered soon. Even Supreme Elders from the South Horizon region and Five Element region might show up. If Life Destruction Masters or Emperor-level powerhouses show up, there won't be anything left for us. After hearing these words, all the elders fell silent. They had thought they would be able to open the seal and obtain an independent world. Then they could follow the techniques written on the Demon Emperor's letter and open and close the entrance of the world as they pleased, obtaining all the treasures within. Who knew that the situation would turn out like this? Several hundred miles away, at South Aurora Island's gray vortex, Lin Ming smashed into the ground. He felt dizzy. He had just passed through the vortex of energy a moment ago. Even though his body was protected with true essence, he felt a painful sensation as if his entire body was being torn apart. Presumably, the other martial artists were in a worse situation. Lin Ming didn't immediately stand up. He kept his eyes closed and diffused his perception outwards, sensing everywhere around him. First, he had to scout his surroundings. He was in a vast and desolate land, surrounded by groups of martial artists who had fallen down with him. There were no plants on the ground, and the dirt was a dark red color, as if it had been stained by blood. There were countless crushed large and small stones suspended in the air, as if there was no gravity here. Within this entire world, there was not a single hint of wind. It was eerily peaceful. What place was this? Lin Ming had a very uneasy premonition in his heart. At this time, more and more martial artists began to crawl up. There were Demon Region martial artists, and also Wartime Alliance martial artists. Nearly everyone that survived were Xiantian realm martial artists, with Peak Hotian masters being in the minority. Not just that, but all of them had extremely pale complexions. They had obviously consumed a great deal of energy to survive. Lin Ming also quietly stood up. In the crowd of so many martial artists, he seemed unremarkable. He took stock of the treasures on his body. He still had his spatial rings, and his meridians and organs weren't damaged. As he glanced at the Demon Region martial artists, he impressively saw the red-haired man along with the Demon Region's Big Three. Both of these hostile parties had suffered through the catastrophe, but now that they stood up, they were all filled with a wary vigilance. The martial artists of the Wartime Alliance became flustered and unconsciously pulled away from the South Sea Demon Region martial artists, finally separating and gathering together. However, the final result of this was frightening to the point of many panicking. The remaining Wartime Alliance martial artists numbered only a third of those from the South Sea Demon Region. This didn't include the top masters of the South Sea Demon Region, the Demon Region Big Three, and the red-haired man. As long as the South Sea Demon Region people wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have their bones left. Chapter 452 Hidden Death Traps. Chapter 452 Hidden Death Traps. Chapter 452 Hidden Death Traps. The wartime alliance martial artists quickly grabbed their weapons. The situation was critical. In terms of quality of martial artists, the scattered free soldiers of the wartime alliance were inferior to those of the South Sea Demon region. The only advantage they had was in their overwhelming numbers. But within the swirling space storm, everyone that was weak had either fallen into the abyss or died. Because of this, the losses that the wartime alliance had suffered were much worse than those of the South Sea Demon region. Lu's forehead was dripping sweat. This situation was really awful. The white-haired Nightmare grinned wickedly as he looked at the martial artists of the wartime alliance. That look was like he was glancing at fish on a cutting board. He tilted his head and said to the red-haired youth, "Sir Envoy, let's clear up this trash first. If we encounter some sort of crisis or danger in this world, they might take advantage to retaliate against us." The red-haired youth from the South Sea Demon region appeared dark and ominous. Countless rocks floated in the air around him, giving him a solemn aura. His background was from the South Sea Demon region, so his experience was naturally much broader and richer than Nightmare, Bloodbone, and Vipers. He could faintly sense that they had been drawn into an independent space. This sort of space might not even have an exit. If he were stranded for the rest of his life in such a space, thinking of this, the red-haired youth's complexion became ugly. He was a rising star with a great and bright future. He didn't want to die in such a damned land. "Sir Envoy, do you think Nightmare saw that the red-haired youth didn't respond, so he asked again?" Silence. The red-haired youth was in an extremely bad mood at the moment. As Nightmare was yelled at by the red-haired youth, he was a bit taken aback. To someone of his level, nearly everyone that saw him had to be respectful. Since when was he the one that was scolded by others? But facing the red-haired youth, he could only endure this shame. Not to mention the red-haired youth's strength, but many of the current Demon region martial artists were direct descendant disciples of the South Sea Demon region. At this moment, the red-haired youth was no longer in the mood to care about Nightmare's thoughts, nor about the war between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region. He had a premonition that the reason they were sucked into this unknown space was related to the secret mission that the South Sea Demon region elders had been preoccupied with. Those 6 blood-colored beams of light that shot up from Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island were most certainly due to the actions of the sect elders. Perhaps even the offensive was related to the secret mission of the sect elders. Otherwise, there was no point in launching such a senseless attack. These old geezers actually used me as cannon fodder. The red-haired youth gripped his fists, his expression grim. The red-haired youth heavily exhaled and then glanced over to the Wartime Alliance martial artists. Which one of you is the leader here? The Wartime Alliance martial artists all looked at Lu's. Lu's heart cried out in complaint. He was only the nominal leader. In truth, he had a very weak command over the others. Everyone here were free martial artists, and they also had the nature and bearing of mercenaries. Just who would listen to him? At this time, who would help cover for him? Lu braced himself and said, "I am." The red-haired youth looked over Lu's. Lu's cultivation was at the extreme Sciention realm. However, his foundation was shaky and weak. He was the sort of strength that had accumulated slowly over the ages, just barely tracing the extreme Sciention realm. His true combat strength was limited. "We will have a truce for now. First, we have to leave this damned place. But until then, all of you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all." As the red-haired youth spoke, he naturally emitted a murderous aura. All of the surrounding Wartime Alliance martial artists had weak cultivations. In front of this presence, they felt their breath catch in their throat, as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly chilled. Lu didn't have any room to reject such a proposal. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Now, all of you move together. If you discover anything out of the ordinary, then inform me, especially anything related to that energy vortex. The energy vortex was the entrance to this different space. Now, the red-haired youth could only count on finding the vortex of energy to return to his own world. As Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare saw the grim expression of the red-haired youth, they looked at each other and didn't say anything further. It was obvious their situation was serious beyond their imagination. This place was not simple at all. Lin Ming hid among the crowd, seeming unremarkable. He slowly realized that this was a different space. If he couldn't leave, then he would be stuck here for the rest of his life. There wasn't anything better than letting the red-haired youth search for an exit out of this place. Wild Halberd, "Hey, it's really you." A voice resounded from among the crowd. Lin Ming turned his head to see the bearded big fellow from the Fire Axe Squad. It seemed that he had lived too. This was also within his expectations. Although the bearded big fellow didn't have a high cultivation, he could still go crazy and kill martial artists at this level. His protective true essence was also quite formidable. "Wild Halberd, I knew you'd be all right." Another voice sounded out, and Lin Ming turned to see Captain Fire Axe walking towards him. At Fire Axe's side were Dark Sword, Violet Rain, and Enchanting Shadow, all of them safe. Although Enchanting Shadow's expression was a bit white, she was still relatively unharmed. However, Cool Foam, Green Tree, and Green Forest were all missing. Lin Ming's mind sank. These three were martial artists with specialized roles. Their combat strength wasn't too high. He feared that they hadn't been able to withstand the space storm. Fire Axe sighed and said, "In the offensive, Cool Foam, Green Tree, and Green Forest all had limited combat strength. Thus I told them to stay in the rear, where it was safer. I never thought that South Aurora Island would collapse." Fire Axe didn't say anything else. Whether it was that gaping abyss or the space storm after, both were fatal to them. Violet Rain and Enchanting Shadow also appeared somber and gloomy. Only the bearded big fellow was happily smiling. He said, "That Cool Foam kid is a once-in-a-millennium punk. How could he die so easily? Also, he has a spirit boat in his possession." Cool Foam's perception was quite strong, and he was the one that drove the Fire Axe Squad's spirit boat. Naturally, the spirit boat would be in his spatial ring. However, even the protective true essence of a martial artist wasn't able to withstand the tearing power of the space storm, much less a spirit boat. Lin Ming sighed. This was the cruelty of war. These Fire Axe Squad members were all used to seeing life and death before their eyes. And before he had come, they had probably replaced their old comrades many times. Lin Ming was silent, not speaking. Violet Rain, Enchanting Shadow, and Big Beard were also muted. But at this moment, a miserable scream suddenly sounded out from in front of them. Lin Ming was surprised, and he instantly spread out his perception. His heart immediately went cold. At the front, an early Xiantian master had been sliced apart by something. His body fell away in two halves, and he spewed blood all over the ground. "What is that?" Lin Ming was suddenly on full alert. A held spear was easy to dodge, but a trap was difficult to prevent. This sort of sneak attack that could evade all perception was the most horrifying sort of attack. So, in the center of the group, several people quickly flew overhead, arriving where the martial artist had violently died. These were the Demon Region's big three, as well as the red-haired youth. As the red-haired youth saw the two split halves of the body, his expression turned grim again. The wound started from the dead man's right rib cage, cutting at a slant through his chest and body, and being pulled through the left side of his waist. It was like he had been cut apart by a sharp saber. He wasn't able to sense anything, even though he spread out his perception. The red-haired youth's eyebrows trembled. At this time, he suddenly seemed to realize something. His complexion completely changed, and he began to slowly retreat backwards. Could it be? Suddenly, the red-haired youth grabbed a wartime alliance martial artist and threw him to the front. Ah, the martial artist miserably screamed, and then an incredulous scene occurred. As that martial artist flew through the air, his body was strangely torn apart, like a carrot thrown on a sharp wire. He was cut in half. Pung, pung. The two halves of the corpse fell onto the ground, blood splashing everywhere. The surrounding martial artists were mostly from the wartime alliance. All of their expressions changed. At this time, they simply couldn't be angered by their comrade being thrown to his death. They could only feel absolute fear from being so close to this unknown was that like a god of death. The red-haired youth's expression was solemn and grim. So it really was a space crack. In this collapsing world, having massive space cracks was normal. These space cracks couldn't be seen, nor could they be sensed. But once they were hit, even an extreme Scientian martial artist would be cut in half. Although the red-haired youth was arrogant, he wasn't crazy to the point that he believed he could resist being sliced in half by the space crack. These undetectable cracks that spread through the air were like an invisible death god that opened its maw wide, waiting to swallow any life delivered to it. Since he couldn't investigate, there was only one way to explore the way forth. The red-haired youth coldly said, "All the Hotian martial artists from the Wartime Alliance immediately go to the front of the group. Hurry up." With these words, all of the Wartime Alliance martial artists around the red-haired youth turned furious. Just now, the red-haired youth had killed their companion, regarding his life as worthless. And now, he also wanted to use the Hotian masters of the Wartime Alliance as cannon fodder. At this time, being thrown to the front to explore the way couldn't even be described as a 0% chance of survival. What happened once all the Hotian martial artists died? Would it be the turn of the Wartime Alliance's Scientian martial artists? All of the Wartime Alliance martial artists felt a fire igniting in their hearts. Lin Ming frowned. His cultivation was at the Hotian realm, and Enchanting Shadow was also at the Hotian realm. At this time, he saw Enchanting Shadow lose all color in her face, and a trace of despair clouded her eyes. She could already imagine just what her fate would be like. But if they didn't follow orders, who would be able to resist the South Sea Demon region? Enchanting Shadow subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. These months, no matter what danger they encountered, Lin Ming had always remained calm. In her mind, she had already formed an omnipotent halo around Lin Ming. Not just that, but Lin Ming was also a Hotian realm martial artist. He would face this calamity alongside her. "Do not move from the line," Lin Ming calmly said. His right hand was already pressed against his spatial ring. "Right? Don't move. Our strength is truly weaker than theirs, but we won't be pushed around either," Fire Axe said as he grit his teeth. Chapter 453, 10 Breaths of Time. Chapter 453, 10 Breaths of Time. Chapter 453, 10 Breaths of Time. At this crucial moment, everyone realized that they were being treated as cannon fodder, and no one wanted to stand out. Some martial artists already held onto their weapons, their true essence faintly flowing. The red-haired youth's eyes flashed with light. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, all those Hotian realm martial artists who do not walk will be executed. Do not presume that you can muddle your way through this mess. I can sense all of your cultivations." This icy voice contained a very strong killing intent. Under the shadow of this killing intent, some Hotian realm martial artists felt their foreheads begin to ooze sweat, and their knees bending with weakness. They were only normal peak Hotian martial artists against this extreme Scientian red-haired youth that came from a 5th grade sect. The disparity between them was simply too great. This red-haired youth could instantly kill any one of them with just a thought. 10. The red-haired youth yawned. At this moment, a Hotian martial artist angrily shouted out not too far away from the red-haired youth, "You can dream on if you think we will help you. We would rather die than become stones that pave your way out of here. Brothers, let us unite. If this continues, then we can only—" Nightmare sneered and concentrated his thoughts. Pung! In a split second, that Hotian martial artist burst apart like a watermelon, suddenly and violently dying. Even Lu Hua, who was standing near him, didn't have time to react. Lu Hua's lips twitched, but finally he was only able to sigh. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm, a surge of anger and hate flowing through their hearts. There was a wave of cha-cha-cha sounds as some martial artists drew out their weapons. But still, no one dared to do anything rash. "You are going too far," an early Xiantian realm martial artist heatedly shouted. Nightmare smiled with disdain. "Do you want to die too?" The martial artist paused. He was somewhat afraid to face Nightmare. Nightmare was a martial artist who shined in soul attacks. He was able to detonate his enemy's spiritual sea with his soul force, and could even shatter their heads. This was also the origin of Nightmare's nickname. He could easily kill a low-level martial artist. In that split second that it took him to kill a martial artist, it was impossible for anyone else to save them. The early Xiantian martial artist grit his teeth, finally not saying anything. At that moment, a deep sense of humiliation filled his mind. He hated that he had no power to stand up to these monsters. The red-haired youth didn't even seem to have noticed what happened. He continued and blankly said, 9, with the invisible pressure pushing down on them. Several Hotian martial artists were suppressed by the pressure. They were barely able to hold on. 8, 7. Between every breath was a chilling voice. "What can we do?" Fire Axe asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Even Fire Axe, who was normally calm, was flustered into his situation. Lin Ming remained silent. He had truly grown a great deal these past days, but he still lacked assurance he would be able to win this battle. A character like the red-haired youth simply couldn't be compared to someone like Ouyang Shinxiu. Not just that, but he also had the Demon Region's Big Three at his side. Any one of them would be far beyond Ouyang Shinxiu. And with so many South Sea Demon Region direct descendant disciples added on, this would absolutely be a brutal and bloody battle. 6, 5, 4. The red-haired youth calmly counted down, but Lin Ming was gathering his potential in silence, his eyes brilliant as he stared at the red-haired youth. His entire body was beginning to boil with fighting spirit. 3. As the red-haired youth counted to hear, he slowly took out a halberd from his spatial ring. This blood halberd was 10 feet long and gleamed with a red light. It was also a great desolate blood halberd replica. However, its quality was far inferior to that of Lei Mubai's. Although the red-haired youth was stronger than Lei Mubai, his status within the South Sea Demon region was naturally lower. The blood halberd emitted a bloody energy. As several Hotian martial artists faced this aura, they couldn't help but tremble. Many of them walked out from the crowd. Facing this blood halberd, they simply lacked the courage to further resist. If they didn't come out, they would certainly die. But if they stood out and were careful in exploring the path, they might have a slight chance of living. 2. The red-haired youth's count slowed a bit, the murderous intent that flowed from him condensing even further. More and more Hotian realm martial artists realized their fate and stood out, pale, their eyes like dying flames. As the Xiantian martial artists of the Wartime Alliance saw this, they could only silently grieve. In this strange and unknown world, there were probably dangers even greater than these space cracks. Once the Hotian realm martial artists died, it would be their turn. 1. As the red-haired youth counted out this last number, he suddenly laughed. What great courage! You really aren't afraid of death." Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lin Ming. In fact, he had already noticed Lin Ming from a moment ago. His cultivation wasn't high, but his true essence was thick to the point that it wasn't what a normal Hotian master could have. Interesting. How interesting. As the red-haired youth approached step by step, behind him were still Bloodbone, Nightmare, and Viper. With the illustrious renown of the Demon Region's Big Three, as well as the red-haired youth that was stronger than them, these four released an aura that none of the Wartime Alliance martial artists had the courage to compete with. They were even afraid of meeting their eyes. Lin Ming calmly looked as the red-haired youth approached and stood in front of the Fire Axe squad. Behind Lin Ming, Enchanting Shadow and Big Beard tightly gripped onto their weapons, their palms slick with sweat. Captain Fire Axe also had a grim expression, and his nerves were on tight wires. In this critical situation, even the tranquil Violet Rain had purple arcs of electricity jumping between her fingertips. The red-haired youth ignored Fire Axe and everyone else, only looking at Lin Ming. "Boy, you're quite good. You're standing in front of my aura, and yet you can remain calm." Lin Ming was unmoved. He only traced the halberd in his spatial ring, the great desolate blood halberd, against this red-haired youth from a fifth-grade sect, as well as the Demon Region's Big Three, and the countless Demon Region Xiantian masters behind them. Lin Ming was prepared to go all out. He wouldn't hide his strength, nor could he. This would be a battle that decided life or death. The powerful oppressive force caused all the surrounding martial artists to retreat, many of them having mournful expressions. Finished. The Fire Axe squad is finished. Fire Axe can at most face a normal late Xiantian master, but he would still be killed by any of these four in a second. Although that late Hotian boy has an intimidating aura, there is nothing he can do in the face of absolute suppression by cultivation. What should we do? Do we help? If we help them, we will die. They can kill us without us even knowing. But if we don't resist them, we'll be at their mercy. A man didn't say any more. It was better to die fighting gloriously in battle than as cannon fodder. The man who had spoken before sighed, not saying anything else. They only had a third of the enemy's numbers, and their quality was also far inferior. What could they do? It was like trying to crack a rock with an egg. This was also what most of the Wartime Alliance martial artists were thinking. The other side was the army of the South Sea Demon Region. As for them, they were just a gathered bunch of free martial artists. The red-haired youth had already approached within 50 feet of Lin Ming, his expression full of praise. "Good. Very good. I also admire those that do not fear death. But not being afraid of death is not a positive, because those people usually die quickly." Bang! The red-haired youth's body erupted with true essence. His blood-red hair whipped around in the vortex of true essence. He held his right hand out, and the 10-foot-long halberd lay flat. A surge of violent, bloody energy broke out. Facing him was like facing a roaring army. "My name is Xian Chang. Now you can die knowing who killed you." Lin Ming didn't utter a single word. He had been silent from the very start, gathering his potential. His entire momentum was revolving to this limit, and barely restrained. True essence chaotically surged around in the heretical god seed, and the 13 blood-drinking symbols rapidly circulated in his meridians, ready to break out at any time. A deluge of savage murderous intent filled the air, seeming as if manifested into reality. "Die!" Xian Chang shouted, and took a step forwards, his blood halberd smashing down. The ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and the crimson blood halberd emitted a sorrowful, grieving wail. In this instant, Lin Ming finally pressed down on his spatial ring. With a flash of light, the great desolate blood halberd appeared with 13 shining souls around it. It was like a blood dragon had suddenly appeared, sweeping away all. This weapon was the exact same as Xian Chang's. It was just that the inherent blood energy it emitted was even richer. Clang! The two halberds intersected. Rocks exploded around them. The nearby martial artists found it hard to keep their balance in the turbulent and savage currents of wind that followed. Lin Ming's feet sank into the ground. With the great desolate blood halberd in his hands, he had firmly blocked Xian Chang's strike. What? Xian Chang's expression was filled with disbelief. This boy had blocked his strike. All of the other martial artists were shocked, including the Demon Region's Big Three. Xian Chang had only casually attacked, but this attack still wasn't something that a late Hotian martial artist should have been able to resist. As for that blood halberd in his hand, it was almost the exact same as the one in Xian Chang's hands. It was just that the aura was even more formidable, to the point where glancing at it caused one to feel a deep sense of impending doom. What halberd was that? Xian Chang looked at Lin Ming, and his complexion changed. Within the South Sea Demon region, there were countless great desolate blood halberd replicas. Xian Chang wasn't able to recognize that this blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand had once been Lei Mubai's, but he could tell that the blood halberd's forging method was without a doubt from the South Sea Demon region. Just how did it end up in this youth's hand? Who was he? Damn it all! In front of so many people, Xian Chang had been blocked by a mere late Hotian martial artist. Now that he lost face, all he could feel was a blazing rage. Blood Mountain Seal. As he drew out a seal with his hand, he placed it atop the blood halberd. The entire blood halberd suddenly burst into a radiant light. This was a martial skill that Xian Chang had used. The Blood Mountain Seal was a cultivation method that had been passed down within the South Sea Demon region for over 3,000 years. It was not at all part of the ancient Devil Tome. Although its power was inferior to that of the ancient Devil Tome, Xian Chang had cultivated it for many years, and he was confident he could destroy even the hardest defenses. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light. His tempering marrow true essence completely erupted. 13 blood-drinking seals screamed as they burst forth, primeval halberd strike. With a thrust of his halberd, a dizzying red vortex formed on the blade edge of the halberd. The surrounding space seemed to twist around this halberd. The power of this halberd strike had faintly touched the edges of laws. As the two halberds crossed again, it was like a bloody sun had risen in this dark world. Xian Chang felt a strange and astonishing spinning power spread through him. He was nearly sent flying away. He revolved his true essence and forcefully stilled himself, but he had still been forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. Who are you? Xian Chang's eyes were bloodshot. His vision shined brightly as he stared at Lin Ming like a man who had been bitten by a beast. Chapter 450 for the title of Blood Demon. Chapter 450 for the title of Blood Demon. Chapter 454 the title of Blood Demon. In the midst of the battlefield, Lin Ming held the great desolate blood halberd. The 10-foot-long blood halberd extended straight out. The 2-foot-long blade edge gleamed with a cold light, and the pole was like a thick python. At that moment, the figure of Lin Ming standing there was like a deadly halberd. His aura was staggering, and his flowing murderous intent was breathtaking. All of the surrounding martial artists trembled at this presence. If Lin Ming had just barely managed to defend against Xian Chang's probing strike, they would have been able to accept that. But now Xian Chang had used a martial skill, and Lin Ming had still blocked it, instead forcing Xian Chang to take several steps back. This was simply unbelievable. It had to be known that Lin Ming's cultivation was more than an entire boundary worse than Xian Chang's. How could such a person have been unknown and unremarkable all this time? Violet Rain bit her lips, her eyes shining. Captain, has Wild Halberd been hiding his cultivation? Fire Axe was silent. Hiding his cultivation? If Wild Halberd wanted to hide his cultivation in front of them, that could only be possible if his cultivation was higher. But now, It looked like even Xian Chong had recognized that Wild Halberd was a Hotian realm martial artist. Could Wild Halberd be a revolving core Supreme Elder? But why would a revolving core master hide amongst them? Was it for fun or something? Fire Axe's eyes were radiant as he looked at the great desolate blood halberd in Lin Ming's hands. He whispered, "Maybe Wild Halberd is the blood demon." Hearing Fire Axe's hypothesis, Violet Rain was shocked. Blood demon? Yes, Wild Halberds might match the strength that the blood demon was rumored to have. Also, Wild Halberd and the blood demon appeared on South Aurora Island at nearly the same time. With both of these truths combined together, it meant that Wild Halberd and blood demon were almost certainly one and the same. At this time, not only did Fire Axe make this guess, but the Demon Region's Big Three, Lu Hua, and other perceptive martial artists also thought of this. Lu was eyelids fluttered. If Wild Halberd was the blood demon, then was it possible to have Wild Halberd take the lead and engage with the South Sea Demon Region in a final life or death showdown? Even if they had the blood demon on their side, this battle would still be dancing upon the razor-thin edge of death. But if they didn't fight, wouldn't they perish anyway? Nightmare's lips moved as he sent Xian Chong a true essence sound transmission. Xian Chong frowned. Blood demon? He wasn't satisfied with this answer. Where did blood demon come from? How could such a ridiculous genius randomly appear out of thin air? He had to have some sort of origin, unless he was a martial artist who came from a distant land. This blood demon's cultivation method was absolutely a top cultivation method of the demonic path. In that one collision a moment ago, the energy within wasn't too great, but that strange rotating power made Xian Chong feel as if he was unable to resist at all. This cultivation even surpassed the legacies of the South Sea Demon region. If he took one step back and thought about it, there was only a single talent within the South Horizon region that could compare to a genius like this, and that would be Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming. Both of them were at the late Hotian realm, and both also had such outrageous combat strength. Could it be? Thinking this, Xian Chang's eyes widened. As he thought of Lin Ming, even Xian Chong felt frightened. A year ago, Lin Ming had defeated Xian Ji, who had disguised himself as Lei Mubai. Xian Ji was the most radiant and outstanding talent that had appeared in the South Sea Demon region for the last several hundred years. He reached the Hotian realm at a mere 17 years of age, and he also had the perfect giant demon bloodline. His talent was almost at the 8th grade, and he also had an extremely high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. He cultivated the ancient Devil Tomes halberd arts, and with his just Hotian cultivation, he could defeat an early Xiantian martial artist from a large sect. Against Xian Ji, Xian Chong simply didn't have the courage to compete. But this sort of monstrous genius was actually defeated by Lin Ming, who had even jumped realms in order to do so. If this blood demon was Lin Ming, it shouldn't be possible. Lin Ming uses a spear, and blood demon uses a halberd. Not just that, but there is a great stylistic difference in their cultivation methods. Blood demon practices a top demonic path cultivation method, but Lin Ming practices Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation method. No matter where this fellow comes from, as long as I can kill him here today, I will be able to forever rid myself of this future calamity. As Xian Chong thought this, his entire body flowed with true essence. Netherworld Devil Arts, Universe of Bloody War. The Netherworld Devil Arts was the original cultivation method that the Netherworld Great Emperor had used to become infamous. Although it was inferior to the ancient Devil Tome, it wasn't that much worse. With Xian Chang's cultivation as an extreme Xiantian warrior, he would undoubtedly be able to display the formidable power of the Netherworld Devil Arts. Suddenly, waves of surging blood appeared. All of the surrounding space was filled with the thick energy of blood, and some weaker martial artists felt extremely ill. If the shock wave was so powerful, then facing this head-on would truly be an inconceivable terror. Lin Ming's vision was profound. He stimulated his tempering marrow true essence to the limit. In this battle, he wouldn't be able to hold back at all. Perhaps even his status would be revealed. Xian Chong waved his halberd, true essence wrapped around the waves of blood, rushing towards Lin Ming, breaking the earth wherever it went. Blood seal twisting murder. Lin Ming clenched his right hand and stabbed out the great desolate blood halberd with indomitable momentum atop the blood halberd. 13 blood seals crazily spun around. This was still a spinning force, except this time it was spinning outwards. This halberd strike that contained a spiraling power was like a thin steel needle as it tore apart the waves of blood, dispersing them all. This was the inherent style of the great desolate halberd art. If it wasn't for the blood-drinking seal's spinning power, Lin Ming would have to spend at least twice the true essence to scatter the waves of blood. This style. Xian Chong was shocked. Even the ancient devil tomes, halberd arts, was left in the dust in terms of the exquisiteness of the technique. As Xian Chong saw Lin Ming's halberd piercing towards him with a spinning force, he quickly raised his halberd to block. But at this moment, an amazing scene took place. Lin Ming's halberd seemed to penetrate through the space itself, instantly arriving in front of Xian Chong. What? Xian Chang's expression completely changed. At this life or death moment, he gnashed on his tongue. Explode. Bang. Waves upon waves of blood instantly blew up. Many surrounding martial artists were sent flying back in the air, several of them spitting out blood. Be careful. Withstand it. Do not step back. The martial artists quickly intensified their protective true essence. At this time, everyone would rather withstand the explosive waves of blood and be injured than escape to the periphery of the group, who knew what sort of invisible space cracks were around them. If they stepped into a space crack, that meant certain death. A massive amount of bloody fog filled the air, shrouding Lin Ming and Xian Chong within. No one could see or hear within. Even perception was being torn apart by the spiraling power. All of the martial artists felt their heartbeats quicken in nervousness. Die. Within the bloody fog, Xian Chong swept his halberd towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't say a single word as he similarly swept his halberd. On the blade, 13 crimson blood seals blocked Xian Chang's halberd blade, grounding it in place. This is, Xian Chong felt, as if someone had poured molten metal onto his halberd. There was a great resistance that acted on it. In this moment, Lin Ming thrust his halberd toward Xian Chong. Humph! Explode for me! Bang! True essence erupted, washing away all of Lin Ming's blood-drinking seals. Xian Chong howled, raising his halberd and slicing down at Lin Ming. Clang! 2 halberds crossed. Lin Ming felt a strong force transmit through him, and his right leg pushed down, crushing all the rocks beneath him. He was forced to step back, the blood in his body tumbling. Chila. The clothing on his chest was ripped apart, exposing his smooth and firm muscles. There was also a layer of bloody energy attached to him, constantly corroding Lin Ming's body. This bloody fog, Lin Ming's inner true essence vibrated, scattering all the bloody fog. He looked up and saw Xian Chong take a step back. His situation was much better than Lin Ming's. Indeed, if Lin Ming didn't open the heretical god force, then in terms of absolute strength, he would be inferior to Xian Chong. However, facing so many enemies at the same time, Lin Ming didn't dare to rashly open the heretical god force. This is tricky. Lin Ming's eyebrows tightened. He did have a lot of final master moves he could use, but he didn't dare to use any of them casually. Any one of those moves consumed a great deal of energy. If he had to use it, he must ensure that Xian Chong would be severely injured. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Xian Chong looked at Lin Ming, his heart becoming increasingly perturbed. Just what cultivation method is this? Is this the legacy of some other great demonic path sect? The blood demon style is extremely bizarre. It has many similarities with the ancient devil tome, but it seems to be even stronger than the ancient devil tome. Thinking this, Xian Chang's heart suddenly shook. Could it be? As he carefully looked at the great desolate blood halberd in the blood demon's hand, it looked exactly the same as Xian Ji's. Not just that, but although the cultivation method that the blood demon used was different from the ancient devil tome, it was truly somewhat similar. It was as if his cultivation method was derived from the ancient devil tome, a higher evolution. Could it be that Lin Ming had obtained Xian Ji's great desolate blood halberd, and also the first layer of the ancient devil tome cultivation method, and then proceeded to independently practice and perceive its secrets to this degree? Heavens, did he improve upon the cultivation method of an ancient supreme elder? Just what sort of monstrous perception was this, to be able to improve the cultivation method that an ancient supreme elder had created? Thinking of this, Xian Chang's complexion completely changed, and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. He was simply stunned by Lin Ming's monstrous talent. Nightmare, Bloodbone, and Viper were all unclear as to why Xian Chang's expression had changed so suddenly. It was as if he had just discovered something terrible a moment ago. The surrounding martial artists also weren't clear as to what was happening. Xian Chang's complexion became increasingly grim and solemn. If this blood demon truly was Lin Ming, then he must kill him now. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception and talent, he would probably be able to instantly kill him in another 6 months. This sort of person was an abnormal being that couldn't be stirred up. But the key of all this was, could he kill Lin Ming? Although Xian Chang also had many finishing blows he hadn't used, he was aware that Lin Ming had even more methods. If he was stronger than Lin Ming by a bit, then with the help of the Demon Region's Big Three, he could suppress Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming turned around and escaped, in this world with space cracks everywhere, stopping him would be hard. If he rashly pursued him into a space crack, he would lose his head. If he couldn't chase and kill Lin Ming, and Lin Ming found an exit, then that abnormal youth could find a place to cultivate for a few years. In the meantime, Xian Chang would be living in constant fear and unease, until the day that Lin Ming returned to kill him. Xian Chang suddenly found that he had jumped on the tiger and could no longer back down. Just what should he do? As Nightmare saw Xian Chang's ugly complexion, he couldn't help but ask with a true essence sound transmission, "Sir Envoy, this person is a bit tricky. Would Sir Envoy permit me to help in secret? Although I cannot deal with him alone, I can use my soul force to secretly attack his spiritual sea. I have complete confidence that I will be able to slow or restrain his movements. When that happens, Sir Envoy can kill him with ease." Xian Chang's heart stirred. Nightmare excelled at soul attacks. This plan was indeed feasible. If he was successful, he could stop Lin Ming from running. But this was a gamble. Should he make this gamble or not? Chapter 455. I was impulsive. Chapter 455. I was impulsive. Chapter 455. I was impulsive. Although Xian Chang was proud, since this involved his life, he still wasn't above admitting defeat and apologizing in the presence of everyone. This was something he was still willing to do. However, what Xian Chang was afraid of was that even if he capitulated and apologized, Lin Ming would still bear a grudge against him in the future. Perhaps in several years, or even less, Lin Ming would be able to crush him like an ant. At that time, his life or death would all depend on Lin Ming's mood. Xian Chang was unwilling to hand his fate over to others like this. Xian Chang clenched his teeth and gripped the blood halberd in his hands. He didn't need Nightmare's soul attack to wound Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming hesitated for just a second, he would be able to kill him. Nightmare, When I attack, you join in. Use everything you have to kill him. Leave nothing behind. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. Xian Chong had an extremely grim expression. This sort of attack that took one by surprise could only be used once. The second time, Lin Ming would have protective measures in place, and there wouldn't be much of an effect. And if he escaped in advance, then in this broken world, full of space cracks and other dangers, whether it was chasing or running or hiding, everything was a death-defying act. All of it would depend on one's destiny. And Xian Chong was not confident to the point where he thought his own destiny was greater than Lin Ming's. All right. Nightmare was a bit surprised. Xian Chong seemed to take this blood demon especially seriously. Did he know the identity of this blood demon? Netherworld devil arts. Xian Chong shouted, and true essence erupted from him like a volcano. He activated the third layer of the Netherworld devil arts cultivation method. Xian Chong had just managed to trace the threshold of this third layer. When trying to control the overbearingly savage and violent demonic path cultivation method, if his technique or control was insufficient, it was highly likely that he would end up suffering a backlash and wounding himself. He might even drive himself to madness. For Xian Chong to use this now proved just how desperate he was. As Xian Chang's dreadful aura flooded out, his hair billowed in the wind. At this moment, he was like an all-powerful war god that no one could defeat, looking down at the world with arrogance. All of the surrounding martial artists felt their backs turn cold as they witnessed Xian Chang's power. Even the South Sea Demon region's big three were alarmed and frightened. This is too terrifying. Were Xian Chang's early moves just tentative attacks? His strength suddenly rose up so high. All of us are at the extreme Xiantian realm, yet the difference is so great. Who can resist Xian Chong like this? All of the Wartime Alliance martial artists felt despair fill their hearts. Even Lu Hua had dispelled his thoughts of teaming up with the blood demon to deal with Xian Chong. With Xian Chong and the big three of the South Sea Demon region, whether it was quality or quantity, they were stronger. If they resisted, they would all die. Lu Hua sighed. Just how many people would be able to survive this impending disaster? Lin Ming's pupils contracted. He naturally knew that his opponent was planning on going all out with everything he had. As for his own card that he had in hand, it was a pure killing move he could only use once. He was saving it for a situation in which it would absolutely be successful. But this time he had no way of holding back. Otherwise, he would be severely wounded here. If he couldn't escape, then he would die soon after. When I faced Ouyang Shinxiu, I only opened the heretical god force. I didn't burn the blood of the ancient phoenix. And after the battle, my condition wasn't at its best. But now that I'm facing Xian Chong, my strength has greatly increased, and I'm also in top condition. I wonder just how far I can go. Lin Ming began to seethe with fighting spirit. Ho! The blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. The flame marks between Lin Ming's eyebrows began to shine with a golden flame light. The most potent ability of the ancient phoenix's blood was that it was able to bathe in flames and be reborn. This meant that the blood of the ancient phoenix could be burnt without limit, and none of it would be lost. Die. Xian Chong tightened the grip on his blood halberd, and all of his upper body clothes tore apart. His red hair scattered in the air, and with every step he took, the ground shattered. A vast surge of true essence turned into a giant red eagle, flying towards Lin Ming. Ka. A halberd was wielded. The surrounding space seemed like it was being torn apart. Lin Ming's eyes were deep. His true essence touched upon the heretical god seed. Heretical god force. Open. A vast amount of terrifyingly compressed, true essence erupted from the heretical god seed. In that instant, the true essence of Lin Ming's body was like a vast and endless ocean, turbulent waves of true essence ceaselessly crashing into the world. All of the surrounding martial artists paled, as they experienced this crazily fierce aura. Even Fire Axe didn't dare to believe his own eyes. He knew that Blood Demon was strong, but he never would have imagined that he was strong to this degree. Was that violent battle from a moment ago just a small part of his strength? Nightmare's complexion turned white. He originally thought that Xian Chong wouldn't even need his help, but now it looked as if it might not even be enough. Nightmare revolved true essence within his body. At this critical moment, he stared at Lin Ming. His spiritual sea rushed forwards, his soul pierced out. At this time, Lin Ming no longer cared about hiding his status. The highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the heretical god seed exploded forth. At this moment, his entire body flashed with arcs of thunder and blazed with soaring flames. At the same time, Nightmare's soul attack pierced Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Sneak soul attack. Lin Ming barely even bothered to react. The savage and wild power of thunder that had been slumbering within his spiritual sea burst forth and attacked this strange and sneaky soul attack. Meanwhile, a swirling black vortex appeared in the skies of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This was the samsara martial intent. This martial intent that was formed from experiencing 100 samsaras came from the legacy of the Sorcerer Pagoda's 7th floor. How could it allow its territory to be desecrated? Pung! The swirling black vortex was like the massive maw of a demon, directly tearing that fragment of soul energy to pieces. IHHH! Nightmare screamed, falling to his knees as he clutched his head and collapsed. Just a moment ago he had attacked Lin Ming with his soul force per Xian Chang's instructions. He had exhausted all of his strength in that attack. A soul was a martial artist's most fragile aspect. If a martial artist attacked someone who had a strong soul force defense with an all-out attack, it was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. They would suffer a horrendous backlash. Many martial artists heard Nightmare's pitiful screams. But at this time, no one could reflect on just what this meant. Xian Chang's halberd was already coming down. But at this time, the great desolate blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand had at some point been exchanged for a red and purple spear. A manic power of thunder and flame interweaved into a singularity. Thunder-fire annihilation. Bang! In this dark and desolate world, a gorgeous purple sun seemed to rise into the air. All sound was swallowed, and a blazing light flooded the vision of everyone present. All of the surrounding martial artists were considered extraordinary geniuses of their generation and lands. But facing such a dangerous explosion, they were like leaves in a storm. All of them were blown away, scattered about in disorder. In that maelstrom of thunder and fire, Lin Ming and Xian Chong both flew backwards. But the difference was that Lin Ming balanced himself and fell to one knee, his face paling. As for Xian Chong, he smashed into the ground, vomiting a giant mouthful of blood. Seeing this, all of the martial artists were awed, especially the scene of Nightmare suffering a backlash. None of them could believe their eyes. The extreme Xiantian Nightmare was infamous throughout the South Sea battlefield for his soul attacks. But a moment ago, Nightmare had sneak attacked Lin Ming during the chaos, and not only was Lin Ming all right, but Nightmare was severely wounded in return. Viper and Bloodbone both had extremely difficult expressions. They best understood Nightmare and knew just how strong his soul attacks were. After suffering the piercing of his spiritual sea, let alone attacking as usual, even standing would be difficult. However, Lin Ming seemed to have shrugged off this attack with no response. Not only did he resist Nightmare's soul attack, but he had accepted Xian Chang's strongest strike and had also beaten him into vomiting blood. Was this really a human? He is too terrifying. Bloodbone's lips twitched. Against Lin Ming, he simply couldn't muster the courage to face him. Luckily, we didn't encounter Blood Demon earlier. Viper gulped, his forehead sweating. If they had really encountered Blood Demon earlier, it wouldn't have been strange if one or two of them had died. Thinking of this, he was horrified. Everyone was in complete silence. Xian Chong crawled up from the ground, his face white. As he smeared the blood off his lips, he glanced at Nightmare, who was twitching on the floor, and his complexion became even uglier. Xian Chong had overdrawn his true essence to make an all-out strike. During this time, Nightmare had also used his soul attack. However, not only was his attack blocked, but he had been beaten into such a miserable state. How was this possible? How could this Lin Ming be formidable to this degree? Was he really only 17 years old? Was his cultivation really only at the late Hotian realm? Xian Chang's heart filled with waves of despair, let alone forcing Lin Ming to stay on scene. It didn't seem as if he could even defeat him. He knew that several months ago Lin Ming had killed his way into the 7 profound valleys and had slain several great elders of the Acacia faction. He had even fought the Acacia faction's sovereign and severely wounded him, causing him to lose blood essence. Finally, he had killed his own enemy with his own hand in front of all the Acacia Valley elders. But the 7 profound valleys' valley master didn't dare to stop him or publicly reveal this information. If he didn't kill Lin Ming today, then maybe a dozen or so years from now, Lin Ming would have the ability to kill his way into the South Sea Demon region and, in the presence of the sect elders, squash him like a bug. But could he kill Lin Ming? It was looking more like he would be killed by Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Xian Chong felt his intestines turn green with regret. How could he have provoked such a dark star to come to such an insignificant South Aurora Island and run into Lin Ming? His luck was truly the ultimate trash. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from his lips and slowly stood up. The truth was that the actual situation wasn't what Xian Chong had imagined. For Nightmare to suffer a counterattack in his soul attack, that could be considered his bad luck. With the heretical god Seed's Thunder Soul in addition to his samsara martial intent, Lin Ming's soul defense was formidable to the point of being utterly abnormal. For Nightmare to try and pierce Lin Ming's spiritual sea, that was simply a suicidal action. As for the Thunderfire annihilation a moment ago, because he still had so many enemies to face, he didn't dare to use the complete Thunderfire annihilation. Even so, he had still consumed around 30% of his true essence. But this strike had only severely injured Xian Chong. His opponent still had a high combat effectiveness left. As Lin Ming took stock of himself, whether it was opening the heretical god force or burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, neither could be sustained for too long. If this lasted, then at most both he and Xian Chong would be severely wounded. As for the South Sea Demon region's big 3, he absolutely wouldn't have the power to resist them. What should he do? Lin Ming already expected that this would be a difficult uphill battle, but he had no choice other than to fight. As for escaping from here, Lin Ming also dreaded those space cracks that existed everywhere. At this time, an incredible scene happened. Xian Chong abruptly lowered the halberd in his hands and said, "I admit defeat. I was impulsive in my actions a moment ago, and I apologize for that. Forgive me." What? Lin Ming was shocked. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but all the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. Just what had happened? Chapter 456, Nirvana Dragon Root. Chapter 456, Nirvana Dragon Root. Chapter 456, Nirvana Dragon Root. Lin Ming did have the overwhelming upper hand against Xian Chong. However, this was just in a battle with the two of them. If this battle spread to both sides, then no matter how powerful Lin Ming was, he still wouldn't be able to overcome the overwhelming numerical advantage that the South Sea Demon region had. It was impossible for him to single-handedly defeat 100 to 200 Xiantian masters and half-step Xiantian masters, not to mention that there were also still the Demon region's big 3 powerhouses. Is Xian Chong afraid? He's actually begging for mercy publicly. Is the blood demon that fearful? What is going on here? Violet Rain glanced at Fire Axe and whispered. Xian Chong probably knows who Wild Halberd is. When Xian Chong had first exchanged blows with Lin Ming, his expression had completely changed, and he had begun to sweat from his forehead, as if he had discovered something terrible. The most reasonable explanation for this was that Xian Chong had recognized just who Wild Halberd was, and there was something about him that caused Xian Chong to be afraid. Perhaps Fire Axe mumbled as he ruefully smiled. As he glanced at Wild Halberd again, whether it was origin or background, it simply wasn't something he could imagine. Violet Rain nodded, her face flushed red. Nightmare was an extremely formidable character that would cause any one of them to panic just by hearing his name. But now he was slumped silly on the floor, and this was all because of Wild Halberd. Wild Halberd's cultivation was only at the late Hotian realm. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming was silent. If this fight continued, both sides would suffer major losses. If they fought to the death, the most he would be able to do was to finish off the rest of the Demon Region's big three, Bloodbone and Viper. He wouldn't be able to change the general situation. If he ran away, he would face all sorts of unknown dangers, and not just that, but the Fire Axe squad he would have to leave behind would die. Lin Ming didn't wish for that to happen. As Xian Chong saw Lin Ming hesitate as if he was willing to accept a truce, he hurriedly said, as for the question of who will explore the path, first I will have my side's martial artists release their zombie guards. After the zombie guards are finished, then we shall have martial artists from both sides continue, half from each side. What do you think? Hearing these words, the Wartime Alliance martial artists were flattered. These conditions that Xian Chong offered were simply too good. These zombie guards were part of the combat strength of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists. Refining a zombie guard required a great deal of resources and efforts. In the eyes of most here, a Xiantian rank zombie guard was much more valuable than a peak Hotian realm martial artist. Having the South Sea Demon Region explore the path forwards with their zombie guards could be considered a massive hemorrhage on their part. Some of the Wartime Alliance martial artists were happy yet perplexed. When a good man turned evil, it would be easy to despise him. But when an evil man, especially a strong evil man, turned good, this was something to celebrate. Just why did Xian Chong fear Lin Ming to this degree? They didn't know Lin Ming's true identity. Only that Xian Chong was scared silly by Lin Ming's infamous title. Xian Chong was very self-aware that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming, he was only seeking his own death. Now he was trying everything he could to patch up the relations between him and Lin Ming, since he no longer wanted to mess with him, and also didn't want him to bear a grudge in the future. Lin Ming looked at Xian Chong doubtfully and asked with a true essence sound transmission, "Do you recognize me?" Lin Ming had just used Thunderfire Annihilation, and also the Purple Comet Spear. Although the Wartime Alliance martial artists may not know what these meant, Xian Chong was a talented disciple of the South Sea Demon Region, and had most likely obtained information like this. It wouldn't be strange if he was recognized. Xian Chong felt his heart go cold. Lin Ming's identity was simply too sensitive. Xian Chong didn't want to bring any trouble onto himself. The Western faction's great elder Xian Wuji had been obsessed about this matter. If he was found to be withholding any information pertaining to Lin Ming, then he would surely suffer serious and fatal consequences back at the sect. Not just that, but a month or two later, Lin Ming's strength might even make another breakthrough. At that time, Lin Ming might even think that it was a good idea to silence all witnesses. Thinking of this, Xian Chong foolishly mumbled, "I have recognized you. Young hero should be blood demon." Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe Xian Chang's words, but investigating this matter was useless. He remained silent for now. Dark Moon Island, above the South Sea. The massive black, swirling vortex slowly spun around. A vast amount of seawater was swallowed up by the vortex without a single sound. It was strangely peaceful and quiet. 12 black-robed elders floated high above the swirling vortex. They still hadn't found a solution to the problem. After a long silence, an elder with a masked face slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse like coarse gravel. If this continues, then in just several days there will be several revolving core fogies or even life-destruction powerhouses arriving here. They will be from the demonic path, righteous path, South Horizon region, Five-Element region, or even beyond. When that time comes, there will inevitably be a fierce battle here. Perhaps even this old man will perish here. Xian Yuqie, do you really expect us old men to go all out even in this situation when we're kept in the dark? The Xian Yuqie he referred to was the sovereign of the Demon Region Western faction. Although Xian Yuqie was nearly 1,000 years old, after a martial artist underwent their second life destruction, they would be reborn and their body remade. Their life would lengthen and their appearance would remain young. With some secret makeup techniques, her appearance was still like a beautiful woman around 30 years of age, ardent and aphrodisiac. Ha! Xian Yuqie smiled, but she didn't immediately respond. She glanced at the feminine-looking man beside her. This person was Lei Mubai's master and great-grandfather, Xian Wuji. As the two quickly exchanged true essence sound transmissions, the masked elder quietly waited. A moment later, Xian Yuqie smiled and said with alluring flattering, "Elder Zhou may not believe me, but we were really planning on informing everyone of the situation within once the ancient battlefield was opened. As long as there were people, there would be infighting. Even within the South Sea Demon region, there were still struggles over power and interests. This was simply an inevitable facet of human nature. When Silent Demon Emperor City was destroyed, the remnants of the defeated armies fled to the South Sea. Many of these remnants had the direct bloodline of the Netherworld Great Emperor, as well as the Devil Generals. Between the various bloodlines and clans, there would be conflict of interests. Who didn't want their juniors to soar into the sky, and for their elders to safely pass through the death door of life destruction? This also caused the relationship between the various clans to be rocky. The ancient Devil Tome and Demon Emperor's letter were first obtained by the direct descendants of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Demon Emperor's letter had always been controlled by Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqie. If they didn't require the help of the other South Sea Demon Region elders in order to open the ancient battlefield, then Xian Yuqie and Xian Wuji would have kept all the treasure to themselves. Elder Zhou flung his sleeves and calmly said, "This old man is listening with full attention." Xian Yuqie smiled. Well, when the Demon Emperor had taken this broken world's ancient battlefield as his stronghold, he also constructed an imperial palace here. The treasures within are countless. Elder Zhou frowned and said, "According to what this old man knows, the Demon Emperor didn't die, but instead flew towards the realm of the gods. If that's true, why would he leave behind treasures within his stronghold? Unless the Demon Emperor had suddenly fallen, there was no way that he would have left treasures at this stronghold so that others could take them away." Xian Yuqie smiled tenderly and said, "Elder Zhou is wise. The Demon Emperor did take his treasures with him when he flew to the realm of the gods, but there were some things that he couldn't take with him. Since I invited everyone here and also spent such a great amount of effort to open the ancient battlefield, naturally I wouldn't do so in vain." According to the Demon Emperor's letter, there were two things that he couldn't carry away. One was the medicine garden. Medicine garden? Elder Zhou's heart moved, but he maintained his calm composure, waiting for Xian Yuqie to speak. In this broken world, there are special rules that exist along with the layers of array formations that the Demon Emperor laid down. This means that this medicine garden is truly special. When the Demon Emperor flew up, he naturally carried off some of these rare and valuable medicines. But there were some medicines that hadn't ripened, and there was no meaning for him to take them. He left them here to be nourished by the special rules of the broken world and allow them to grow. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. As Xian Yuqie spoke, Elder Zhou's eyebrows twitched. Tens of thousands of years. Normally, a medicine that was just 1,000 years old would be considered extremely precious. As for one that was tens of thousands of years old, that was simply astounding. There aren't many medicines that can survive for tens of thousands of years. Correct. There are indeed very few medicines that can survive that long. Most of the plants in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden should have already wilted away. But there is one extremely precious medicine named the Nirvana Dragon Root that can survive for over 100,000 years. Oh, what is that? Elder Zhou was surprised. According to Xian Yuqie's meaning, this meant that it should be some absurdly precious treasure. He had never heard of it before. According to the description written within the Demon Emperor's letter, the use of this medicine is to create new blood and wash one's marrow. The Demon Emperor's letter described a body transformation cultivation method called the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. One could use the Nirvana Dragon Root to have true essence enter into the marrow. True essence entering marrow? Elder Zhou eyebrows arched up. The significance of true essence entering marrow doesn't concern us much anymore. This old man is not interested in any sort of body transformation cultivation method. All of the elders present had already condensed their true essence into their dantian and formed a revolving core. If they chose this time to practice such a basic body transformation cultivation method, they would have to do so from the start. Thus, no matter how great this cultivation method was, it simply made no sense to do so. Haha, of course, I am also not interested in this. But according to the Demon Emperor's letter, after refining the Nirvana Dragon Root and washing the marrows with new blood, one can increase the chances of successfully crossing through the life destruction stages. What? Not only was Elder Zhou visibly moved, but all of the other elders present too. Increase the chances of crossing through the stages of life destruction. How much can it increase by? Elder Zhou was unable to contain his excitement. Life destruction. It was like an endless moat that lay in front of all revolving core martial artists. To cross through life destruction was to step over the gates of hell, walking the tightrope over the endless abyss. The truth was that many extreme revolving core masters already had the cultivation levels to attempt their passage through life destruction, but they did not dare to do so. If they didn't attempt it, then could live for 800 years. But if they tried to cross life destruction, there was a chance they would instantly die. And what made people despair was that no one ever knew how many life destructions they would have to cross. Crossing this again and again and again, that truly led people into anguish. If there was some valuable material that could increase the chances that life destruction would succeed, even by 20%, then that would absolutely cause countless revolving core masters to go crazy with greed. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.